Chapter 201, The Underworld. A few years after the Year of Holy Light, extraordinary powers began to emerge. In addition to this, wizards, priests, holy knights, magical beasts and others began to appear in Maria's world, and even more strange phenomena of spirit also gradually appeared. Ordinary life forms lose awareness when they die, which is the most basic natural rule of the world, but these extraordinary lives were different. Their awarenesses were strong and stubborn. Even if they lost their flesh and memories, their awarenesses would stubbornly remain. In the early days, this was not obvious, but with more extraordinary lives being extinguished, there were more and more awarenesses being born, especially those of level 4 and above, which had stable structures. Their memory and awarenesses were thus tied together. As such, death was not their end, and their awarenesses could still stubbornly stay in the world. In this way, the human world would gradually be full of awarenesses with the passing of time. Zhiyu had thought about such a problem long ago, so he had tried to create an underworld, but had never succeeded. However, he found that Edward might be able to help solve this problem. At this moment, a huge half-bit wall was constantly forming and eventually expanding into the bit wall of Maria's world. In an instant, the entire bit wall became abnormal. The stars seemed to dim at this exact moment. Although not many people discovered this scene, the astrologers in the various kingdoms and principalities were all very shocked by it. The stars have been hidden. Natural disasters are coming. The moon and stars dimmed. This is a catastrophe. Is there going to be a terrorist attack? Where will it be? People in the kingdom of Mara were shouting. They all believed deeply in astrology, after all. At this moment, the sound of rushing footsteps echoed in the court. Among them were the young queens. She wore a gorgeous long dress and her crown. She went to the top of the castle and leaned on the uneven wall to look at the dark sky. The stars and moon couldn't be seen at all, and everyone's faces became pale. "My God, what is going on?" someone asked. For the people of this era, the stars represented the gods and indicated one's destiny. All wizards, pastors, and wise men attached importance to the observation of stars, but no one could truly understand their meaning. "Do you know what is happening?" the queen asked anxiously. Two astrologers wearing star-patterned robes were flipping through their star maps and ancient records. They were sweating heavily. One replied, "Your Majesty, this has never happened before." "Never?" the queen asked. "Not since humans began to write," that same astrologer replied. Meanwhile, in the cemetery outside the city of Babus, under the nameless tombstone that had been worn down by the wind and rain, a skeleton was undergoing a magical change. The king of the Church of Light felt uneasy. Between the battle of the humans and the orcs a few years ago and the collapse of the Crete Empire, he was already fearful. Other than the formation of the half-bit wall, no more strange things happened, and at this time, Zhiyu had already entered the half-bit wall with Eva. She followed behind Zhiyu, both exploring the area, only to find that there was nothing to it. "Master, where are we now?" she asked. Zhiyu said, "It's a new half-bit wall. Here is where the land of the dead will be." When Zhiyu reached out his hand, they both saw the light blooming in his them continuously. The last huge illuminant, which was made up of metal deified cells, formed, expanded, then flew into the sky. Eva watched it into the sky, then stabilize in the sky, illuminating the whole world. She whispered with surprise, "Is that the sun?" Zhiyu shook his head. "That is the sun in the underworld, which is not the same as our sun in reality." Eva looked at the sky and put out her hand, then asked, "Because there is no temperature?" Zhiyu looked down. "The sun in Maria's world shines and gives warmth to the earth, the underworld's only projects images of the underworld." As Zhiyu's voice fell, the sun of the underworld instantly burst into huge lights, and the projection appeared hundreds of meters under the ground. With the glowing of light, which was its assimilation of information, the whole world seems to be woven by countless lines, quickly forming into a seemingly real world. Then, they immediately saw the dark and barren land, the flowing rivers, the mountains, and the plains. The whole world was desolate, dark, and full of feelings of death. Moreover, the feeble light that glowed from the underworld sun did not have warmth. Instead, it only made people feel gloomy. The two then walked in this underworld, through the land and along the river. The underworld was quite small, since it had just been formed. So, the two quickly traveled across the whole land. Eva felt that everything was real, but the strange sun stopped her from trusting her instincts. She asked, Master, is it real? Or, is everything just an illusion? Lu Zhiyu explained, this is a world on the edge of reality and illusion. It is the place where the dead can stay and where reincarnation is started. Based on the Stone of Dreams, combined with the divine kingdom of Gaia, Lu Zhiyu had created the sun of the underworld, which projected the underworld as a place between reality and illusion. Since it was impossible to let all of the awarenesses and souls stay in the divine kingdom, he thought that it might be a good idea to project a world of the dead and put them all there. At the same time, these souls and awarenesses that were unwilling to leave would also be finally absorbed into the sun of the underworld, so the underworld could continue to expand. Then, over time, the sun of the underworld in the sky would become more powerful and the underworld would expand to a massive size, just like a real world. Lu Zhiyu stood in the middle of the initially formed underworld, looked at the sun in the sky, then meditated for a while and said, the underworld needs a lot of management personnel to maintain order. Lu Zhiyu immediately recalled the heavenly palace in Batco. He was considering its divine system in particular. The inhabitants of Batco had many mixed beliefs and many gods, but they all had one interesting thing in common, their faiths and their devotions to death. They believed in the afterlife and the world after death. Every god shared the power to govern the world of death and control souls of the dead. Even the recently compiled holy book in the heavenly palace recorded a god of death. You mean the divine system in the world of death? That sounds great. Eva smiled. Chapter 202, Priests in the Underworld. The sunlight came into the hall, and the golden murals shimmered. Although Lu Zhiyu was respected by many people as being equal to a god and countless believers were willing to give up everything to follow him, it was the first time that he had been worshipped as an incarnation of God. This gave Lu Zhiyu a novel feeling. Lu Zhiyu had lived for almost 100 years, which normal people couldn't achieve. Although there were no signs of aging on his face, time had still shaped his mind. For instance, he was no longer naive, and he had no sense of excitement while doing things that he used to like doing. The foundation of the palace was 10 meters high, so it could be seen by everyone in the city of Pujuot. If he was standing on the outer corridor of the main hall of the palace, a man could also see the whole Pujuot city. He could also see the Hashi River, as well as merchant ships and fishermen who were arriving at the docks. The merchants and the tax officials of Pujuot could even be seen as they were putting different seals on shipped goods, which indicated that the proper taxes had been collected. Lu Zhiyu looked at Eva, who was standing next to him. He then asked, "Who do you think I should choose as the Lord of the Underworld?" Eva glanced at Lu Zhiyu, then answered, "I feel that Master does not care about this matter. After all, the Lord of the Underworld is of no importance to you." Lu Zhiyu smiled, it was as if Eva had read his mind. He then said, "You are right." Lu Zhiyu turned around. Then, after a bit of thinking, he asked, "Eva, do you want to be the Lord of the Underworld and take control of the world of reincarnation and death?" Eva shook her head and looked at Lu Zhiyu. "I don't want to, because where you are is where I want to be." Lu Zhiyu actually saw a slight smile on her face as she spoke. Lu Zhiyu curiously asked, "Aren't you curious about who I really am?" "I have never told you, and you've never asked." Eva stood in front of Lu Zhiyu, blinking her jewel-like eyes at him. She then said, "You are my creator." Lu Zhiyu stood silently for a long time, wanting to say something. Then, he finally looked out of the hall and announced, "There are guests coming." Outside the main hall, young Kedisus was wearing a ritual robe. He walked up the high ladder, then bowed. Immediately, he saw the statue ghosts, each with a rifle, step away. Kedisus passed through the bronze statue ghosts and went into the palace. Kedisus had suffered a lot, but his experiences had only made him stronger and better able to understand the suffering of the lower class. After all, he did really care about others. Ankh had been a generous and good master of Kedisus, and he had even allowed Kedisus to study with his son. As a result, Kedisus really liked to read. Even before he could speak, books had been his whole world. When he met the incarnation of God, Randile, he felt that his world was completely turned upside down. He had then begun to forge his own beliefs and go after his own pursuits. He had even found his life goal, which was to spread the belief in God to the entire Batco region and the entire Eastern world. "I've been saved by God, but that's not enough. Everyone in the world should be loved by God and should be the proof of a miracle. Compared with physical pain and suffering, the lack of belief is the most horrible thing. Everyone should have beliefs." More than once, Khetasus had expressed similar musings publicly, both in the palace and in the city of Pujuot. As a result, many poor people and laborers became his faithful followers, as they liked to listen to his speeches about God. While he was awaiting the arrival of Khetasus in the divine palace, Lu Zhiyu stood on one side of the main hall. Khetasus arrived in a rush and greeted him with polite and proper etiquette. Lu Zhiyu looked at Khetasus, a slave who had gradually become a young qualified priest. Compared to other priests, Khetasus was much more interesting. Khetasus was a firm believer, but his belief was not only in God, but in saving all beings. He wanted to spread his beliefs throughout the world and build a country based on his ideals. I am confused, so please enlighten me. With so many gods, and each god having a different power and philosophy, then how can we find our own belief among them? Khetasus asked Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu thought a bit, then said, the establishment of our god system represents the unity of thoughts and beliefs. Therefore, there may be many gods in the god system, but there is only one unified belief. This is why I asked you to compile the holy book. The inheritance of the belief is the foundation of the god system. Khetasus then asked, so, what kind of belief should it be? Lu Zhiyu said, it is what you believe in your heart. Khetasus said excitedly, you agree with what I believe. Lu Zhiyu said, you are the inheritor of my will. You are guided by gods without fear, panic, or doubt. You must build an ideal nation, one where good will be rewarded with good and evil with evil, where people no longer seek pleasure and enjoy fighting, and where there is no prejudice or hatred. As Lu Zhiyu continued speaking, he gently stroked Khetasus' head. Khetasus bowed his head devoutly. He found that the light in his hand brought a glow that covered his whole body, and a large number of mysterious characters also flowed over his body. A mark that was similar to the sun of the underworld then appeared on his forehead. This mark was a divine incarnation, one that was much different than that of the divine kingdom of Gaia. This was because it was from the underworld. The underworld divine system was established in accordance with the underworld rules. It had trials, curses, summonings of the underworld creatures, the projection of the underworld and the divine seeds that would gradually form a unique space in the underworld, each of which would have special powers. After priests in the heavenly palace died, they would be absorbed into the sun of the underworld and become governors of the underworld. Now, as the underworld was currently empty, as more priests died, the whole underworld would continue to expand. Chapter 203, The Son of the Underworld. As Lu Zhiyu put his hand on Khetasus' forehead, Khetasus felt the infinite knowledge and power from Lu Zhiyu's palms pouring into him. An inexplicable feeling and joy surged in his heart. This is a revelation. God has chosen me to be his spokesperson, he exclaimed. The dark sun of the underworld gradually became full, and Khetasus opened his eyes and immediately saw the projection of the sun of the underworld in the sky. It was expanding. At this time, people in the city of Pujuot discovered that, as the sun set, a strange sun rose slowly from the top of the heavenly palace and a large number of priests poured out into the palace. At this moment, all of the monks looked at the great palace that rose high in the center, many of them exclaiming in wonder. What is that? Is that a sun? How can there be a dark sun? All of the people of Pujuot walked out on the streets. Nobles, businessmen, hawkers, and farmers were all shocked as they looked at the rising dark sun. They didn't understand how this could be happening. But, they knew that the sun was rising from the direction of the palace. The heat and light of the sun radiated throughout the city of Pujuot, making the deepest parts of everyone's souls feel touched. This was the awareness that was attracted by the sun. Living people couldn't feel the light of the sun of the underworld, but one's awareness and one's soul could feel its warmth. That is coming from the direction of the palace. This is a miracle. Many people shouted, and at the moment, the noise of the outside world was in sharp contrast with the silence in the great palace. At that moment, Lu Zhiyu saw Khetasus stand up slowly. They looked at each other, and Khetasus began to shed tears. Are you leaving? He asked Lu Zhiyu. As he was standing outside the palace, the night wind blew Lu Zhiyu's robe, and the stars all over the sky seemed to shine again. The god of the sky is in charge of the space world. The god of death is in charge of the underworld, and you are in charge of the earth. When Lu Zhiyu said this, he saw his body and robe blowing with the wind and gradually turning into smoke. They then disappeared into the air. Khetasus looked at Lu Zhiyu as he was disappearing. His whole body was shaking with excitement, while his breathing became more and more heavy. Please don't leave. Everyone in Batco needs your salvation. Khetasus begged. As Lu Zhiyu did not say a word, Ketusus looked in the eyes of Lu Zhiyu and suddenly understood something. A gentle smile spread over his face, holy and innocent, like a newborn child. He then exclaimed, "Gods are in heaven, the dead are in the underworld, and the living are on the earth. I am the one who will save Batko." Then, following the disappearance of Lu Zhiyu, all of the bronze statue ghosts within the palace also disappeared, and the heavenly palace began to expand rapidly. It was as if it had broken away from its shackles. Ketusus managed to get the holy book of the heavenly palace finished and divided into 3 volumes, the Book of the Gods, the Book of the Living, and the Book of the Deceased. The Book of the Living was widely publicized as being the rulebook for the guidance of gods to the human world. The priests of the heavenly palace also used it as their guiding book to spread the beliefs of the heavenly palace to all believers. The holy book depicted the ideal world in Ketusus' mind. People would go to the underworld where the trial would be held. Good people would then start a reincarnation, while the wicked ones would suffer forever. There were also a lot of debates about law and philosophy in this book, which Ketusus used to regulate believers' behaviors. The Book of the Deceased recorded the divine incantations of the underworlds and the present world's priests. He decided who would become priests to master the divine incantations. Only Ketusus knew the contents of the Book of the Gods. It was said that this book recorded the keys that could access the divine kingdom, which was beyond the reach of ordinary people. This was especially important because in the divine kingdom people could avoid the trial of good and evil. Following the completion of the 3 holy volumes, the beliefs of the heavenly palace were completely rebuilt and the prestige of Ketusus grew even more. Everyone revered his noble qualities and all of the believers in the Pujuot region knew his name and called him a saint on earth. At this time, the high priest of the heavenly palace was still the Ankh Pujuot, which was the first high priest who was selected by Lu Zhiyu. Now, Ankh became the one who limited the development of the heavenly palace. He was also an important obstacle for Ketusus in expanding the belief of the heavenly palace. Ankh Pujuot was not only the high priest of the heavenly palace, but he was also the leader of the Pujuot family. As such, he had great influence over the Pujuot region and held a great amount of both religious and bureaucratic power. The growing prestige of Ketusus and the legends about him that were circulating among the ordinary people made Ankh Pujuot become suspicious of his loyal subordinate. In fact, from the moment that Ketusus received the inheritance of the gods, a deep jealousy was ingrained within him. After all, Ankh Pujuot was afraid of losing his position. He liked the feeling that he was high and that everyone was looking up to him. All of this had made him afraid that Ketusus would take everything away from him. So, he began to suppress Ketusus's power and prohibit his speeches and beliefs from being spread inside the heavenly palace. However, with the completion of the holy book, the influence of the heavenly palace was gradually increasing. Hence, more people in Pujuot began to accept the beliefs of the heavenly palace, and everyone began to become believers. They all contributed this to Ketusus' teachings. After all, it was he who, at all costs, personally guided the priests of the heavenly palace to various poor villages and towns and proclaimed his beliefs. This made Ankh Pujuot angry to the extreme. In the eyes of everyone, he was just a high priest who sat by doing nothing. Yet, no one knew the great efforts he had made for the development of the palace. Plus, several wins in diplomatic warfare were to his credit, but all of this was unknown by the masses. The development of the palace was my doing. He is lucky to get the inheritance of the gods and help compile the holy book. Why him? And why was my effort not recognized? Ankh was obviously feeling sorry for himself. The competition between Ankh and Ketusus had become even more fierce. Inside the heavenly palace, the people had also split into 2 groups. Ketusus remained respectful of Ankh, as he was his former master, not to mention that Ankh was the first high priest appointed by God and his position was unshakable. As such, Ketusus would never deal with Ankh unscrupulously. However, with the increasing hostility inside the heavenly palace, something Ketusus feared and was unwilling to see was bound to happen. Chapter 204, Soul Eater. I have to get rid of the I am the spokesperson of the gods. Ankh Pujuot was plotting to kill Ketusus, while the priests who supported Ketusus were preaching against Ankh Pujuot. One of the priests yelled, the high priest should give the position to Ketusus, as Ketusus is the true spokesperson. Meanwhile, Ankh Pujuot had bought a poison that was made by a wizard, then had a waiter put it in Ketusus' food. This plan had been meticulously made, and hence, Ketusus did not notice anything unusual about his food when it was brought to him. However, because Khetasus had been transcribing the scriptures until very late, working straight through his dinner hour, his pet lion ate the food instead. The poison eroded its body, rotting it away entirely. Khetasus was sad and angry. He knew that if he did not do anything, the heavenly palace's beliefs would collapse and his dreams would never come true, which Khetasus could not bear to see. So, he launched a coup against Ankh-Peugeot. He had the guards in the city of Peugeot replaced by his followers, then killed the leader of the palace guards, thus igniting a cleansing. In the middle of the night, more killing ensued. In the faint light of the night, bodies fell with piercing screams. Blood flowed through the cracks in the slate and dyed the whole palace red. Khetasus, you are so arrogant. You will be punished by the gods. Among the violent killing spree, a priest took up a sword and roared at Khetasus. Khetasus led the people all the way into the palace. On the way, many of the underworld priests who had learned the divine incantation fought with the priests of Khetasus, but Khetasus eliminated all of those incantations effortlessly. All the way up to the gate of the palace, the killing continued. Above it, in the residence of the god's incarnation, which was the holy place of the divine palace, many statues of the gods stood. Khetasus stretched out his hand and, with a flashing light, a priest who was standing in the palace immediately fell. He fell down the ladder and struggled for a long time, then screamed, "You kill your own brothers and sisters? You will be sent to hell to be punished by the most severe laws." So far, the whole temple of the sky had fallen completely into the hands of Khetasus. The priest who was part of the conspiracy that failed to poison Khetasus was the guardian of the sacred fire, along with several of his men, now stood in front of Khetasus. These people all looked at Khetasus with intense hatred. In their views, Khetasus was just a big talker and madman who was willing to give up his life to achieve his goals. They also saw him as being a round peg in a square hole, sticking to his own so-called moral standards. Most people couldn't keep up with his harsh standards and didn't agree with his practices and ideas. "You are just a liar using the name of the gods." After saying this, a man was immediately beheaded. The door of the palace was open, and across the tall stone pillars and the white threshold, you could see the copper oil lamps on both sides of the walls gleaming with light. The light illuminated the entire palace, and Ankh-Peugeot was kneeling in the center of the palace before the god of Randile. The men who followed Khetasus into the temple were about to come forward, but Khetasus stopped them and waved them out. When the people withdrew, they also closed the thick stone gates of the palace. With a harsh sound, the hall was closed, isolated it from the outside world. Now, there were only Khetasus and Ankh, staring at each other. As Khetasus walked forward, the sound of footsteps in the silent room was particularly clear and loud. Khetasus walked to the statue next to Ankh and looked at it as if he could feel the gods watching. "Ankh-Peugeot, are you ashamed of yourself?" Khetasus asked. Ankh-Peugeot stopped praying and replied, "Why should I be ashamed? I am the high priest, appointed by the gods. I am the spokesperson of the gods. I am also the apostle who guarded the gods and followed the gods. As the first follower of the gods, I should be the most respected and most recognized. So, after all of my efforts, how could you take what was mine?" In Ankh-Peugeot's view, all of this was what he deserved and Khetasus was the one who had taken it from him. He couldn't accept this. Khetasus looked at Ankh-Peugeot, whose facial muscles were shaking and whose eyes were deep and red. Khetasus suddenly felt so disappointed. He then replied, "I was wrong, as I thought you were like me, a devout believer. But, you are just a businessman. In your eyes, there are only exchanges and interests. You will not fight for faith and salvation. You may be a good businessman, but you are not a qualified high priest and lord." He took a breath, then continued. "Ankh-Peugeot. We are different. I am no longer the humble slave. I have everything, the whole of Peugeot. There will be more in the future, but you are still pursuing ridiculous things. You have become a saint, standing at the feet of the gods, but you still behave like a mouse in a street corner, short-sighted and ridiculous." Ankh-Peugeot did not wait for him to finish talking, but asked with fury, "Why do we have to be like you? Are you a god?" Khetasus said, "I am the successor of the will of the gods." Ha ha ha! Ankh-Peugeot could only laugh. At this moment, blood continually flew out of his mouth and he fell onto the ground. Then, after some effort, he finally moved to one side. Khetasus did not expect this. He watched Ankh-Peugeot leaning against the feet of the gods, the blood rushing out of his mouth. Ankh Pujuot was the spokesperson who was appointed by the gods, so Khetasus was not qualified to kill him. In the end, he could only be placed under house arrest, but he had not expected Ankh Psout to make such a choice. Anchor Pujuot looked at Khetasus with a smirk and said, I won't accept your pity. I am the high priest. Only the gods can judge me. You have no such qualification. When Ankh Pujuot finished his words, he died, and Khetasus stood still for a long time. Suddenly, he felt that his path was far more difficult than he had at first thought. Facing opposition, killing, and betrayal would accompany his whole life, and Ankh was just the first test. Back in the inner hall of the heavenly palace, a large number of corpses were gathered together, then put into gorgeous coffins, including Ankh Pujuot. After all, he would still be buried as the first high priest in the heavenly palace, and this strife would be not mentioned in the history records. After this civil war, there were only 5 priests from the underworld left. Khetasus and several priests of the heavenly palace prayed silently with them. The bonfire was flashing, and they were constantly reading the scriptures in the book of the deceased silently. This strange scene made other people feel a little creepy and panicked. What their naked eyes couldn't see was that the awarenesses that had been left by the dead priests' bodies were dancing around the fire. Under the guidance of the book of the deceased, these floating awarenesses had sensed the place of death in the depths of the earth. They had then passed through a mysterious passage, leaving the world of the living. They then penetrated into the underworld, and in the projection of the son of the underworld, they had appeared on the land of the underworld, wearing black robes and holding sickles. After they came into the underworld, the whole underworld became bigger. In the center of the underworld, there arose a palace of death, the throne of which was still vacant. These priests then entered the palace. Immediately after the awareness of Ankh Pujuot entered the underworld, far away from the vast land of the underworld, at the end of the river, a huge gate of the underworld rose up. At that moment, Ankh Pujuot's awareness became a huge monster that had a sheep's lower body and a human's upper body. It was 10 meters tall and had huge tusks and long hair. It also held a huge black fork and guarded the gate of the underworld. Many years later, it was called the guardian of the gate of the underworld, the soul eater, and Sheepheim. It guarded the gate of the underworld to prevent someone from breaking into or fleeing from the underworld. It liked to devour souls, and it also liked order, not chaos. So, when an awareness entered the underworld, it must line up with the standards. Otherwise, Heim would pick it up with a giant fork and swallow its soul. It was said that Heim was extremely greedy. As long as you gave him bribes, you might pass through the gate of the underworld. He was also proud and arrogant, not allowing anyone to say bad things about him. This was also Heim's weakness. With the coming of the first group of priests into the underworld finally began to function as a well-oiled machine. The expansion of the son of the underworld immediately made the powerful ghosts who disobeyed rules in the present world feel a strong attraction to it. These ghosts finally felt the call of the world of death. Some of the weak ghosts couldn't resist this attraction to the underworld and escaped the present world to come to the underworld. These muddle-headed ghosts had no memories, only some instincts, but they could still sense danger here. They looked up and saw the towering underworld gate and the soul eater above the black steps. Line up or die! Heim's voice echoed throughout the underworld. Chapter 205, Moving Castle in the Desert. In the 66th year of the San calendar, Pujuot gradually formed its special political and religious systems under the leadership of the high priest Khetasus. The heavenly palace divided the world into 3 parts, which were the heavenly world, the underworld, and the human world. All of the gods lived in the heavenly world and were under the control of Randile, the god of the sky, while Khetasus, the spokesman of gods on earth who claimed to be the inheritor of the will of gods, supervised the world of the humans. A large number of tribes and clans and believers of the heavenly palace were under the management of Khetasus. They built the Pujuot kingdom, which was not ruled by the tribal leaders or clan leaders. Instead, the high priest held the position of kingship and ruled over it. In the 66th year of the San calendar, under the leadership of Khetasus, the kingdom of Pujuot started a conquest campaign against the surrounding tribes and clans. Soon, Khetasus conquered the surrounding regions and spread the beliefs of the heavenly palace to all corners of southwest Batco. He then unified all of the tribes and clans of the Hasker River before setting his sights further afield. The army of the kingdom of Pujuot then crossed the Arrow River into the tribal area of Inpot. It took less than a month to destroy this ancient tribe, which had hundreds of years of history and traditions. At this time, the Peugeot kingdom occupied nearly a quarter of the area of Batco, which shocked everyone. However, some people discovered that, in the barren southwest portion of the Batco region, a powerful country had arisen. Apparently, the conquest movement of Khetasus and the rise of the kingdom of Peugeot had immediately caught the attention of these surrounding tribes. So, a war soon raged between them, filling the whole land of Batco. It was not only a struggle for land, but also a confrontation between very different beliefs and cultures. In the heart of Harif, the Sea of Death, the hot air was able to melt everything. As such, there was nothing there but sand. The whole area looked somewhat hazy and vague due to the sizzling heat. It was so hot, when people stepped on the sand, they could hear the sound of their feet burning. This was the forbidden place of the Sea of Death. In that place, no living creatures survived. If ordinary people entered there, they would become dehydrated and die within a few hours. Moreover, because of the unique geographical environment, people could not tell which direction they were facing at any given time. The most terrible thing was that there were a lot of monsters there, all of which had adapted to hostile desert environments. As such, these monsters had extraordinary powers and enjoyed living there very much. Boom! Strange sounds echoed throughout the Sea of Death. Instantly, in the depths of the dunes, among glowing lights, a castle arose. The castle was 12 meters high and was built with iron. It was exquisite and magnificent. It had ample space, and all of its available space had been smartly utilized. It was a movable grand castle, dashing across this desert's forbidden land, looking down on everything. It had a caterpillar base, which was several meters high. In a modern person's view, the castle looked like a huge caterpillar truck. The castle was running fast in the desert, blowing sand and dust everywhere. A group of giant iron-headed lizards were chasing it, as if they were chasing enemies on the battlefield. However, as the castle turned around, its giant base crushed past the iron-headed lizards, crunching them into pieces as it went. The few surviving panic-stricken lizards immediately fled. Finally, the castle went deep into the desert's forbidden land and stopped at a huge mountain ridge. The bare mountain ridge was black and it stretched high into the sky. As this mountain range formed a natural blockade against sandstorms, inside it, a calm small world existed. There was a pure supply of groundwater that gushed out of the ground and formed lakes. This was especially significant because water was the source of life. Thanks to this water source, a small green zone had gradually appeared in the center of this forbidden desert area. However, Zhiyu was still not satisfied with this big toy that he had made. He had attempted to master alchemy, but all he had been able to make was this bizarre castle. I can't believe that after failing to make a floating city, I even can't make something that runs with 2 feet. The caterpillar base is so ugly. In fact, it's abominable. Zhiyu mumbled to himself. After his breakthrough in mechanical alchemy, Zhiyu had made this castle, which had been a dream of his since childhood. However, after driving it around the desert a few times, Zhiyu was no longer interested in it. When Zhiyu was trying to make a floating castle, he realized that it was almost impossible with his current capacity. So, he had given up and made this castle instead. To keep it moving, he had added the caterpillar. But, the final product turned out to be totally different from what he had imagined. But, Eva was very interested in this big toy, so she drove it around all day through the desert, and she and Zhiyu lived together within it. As the whole Sea of Death was uninhabited, they could drive fast without bumping into any obstacles. However, some businessmen who passed through nearby regions of the Sea of Death, as well as Batco residents who lived in the nearby oasis, could see the moving castle from afar. The story of the moving castle had spread to the remote areas of Batco via traveling merchants. Everyone was saying that there was a mysterious and horrible mobile castle that was kept deep in the desert. People who saw it were warned to not approach it, as once anyone entered the desert, they would never be able to get out. Zhiyu didn't care about all these silly stories and only focused his attentions to his own affairs at present. He and Eva drove around all day, seeing different scenery, racing with animals in the desert, running along the water source and observing the rising and setting of the sun. As such, he found these days to be very pleasant. One day, the mobile castle stopped at a black ridge. Once it stopped, the caterpillar folded itself up and went inside the bottom of the castle, which was located next to the ridge. Eva, who controlled the mobile castle, walked down the stairs and saw Zhiyu in the laboratory, playing with a bronze statue ghost. This ghost had undergone tremendous changes compared to the original bronze statue ghost. Chapter 206, Letters from Por. The transformed bronze ghost was lighter than before and was able to fly. Its combat capability had also improved, so much that hundreds of flying bronze ghosts could be dispatched at any time within this mobile castle. Unfortunately, its metal brain cells still couldn't replicate. Lu Zhiyu had yet to discover the reason for this limitation. Although Lu Zhiyu had made some progress in developing mechanical alchemy, it had failed in the end. However, it was gratifying to note that Lu Zhiyu's Lord of Dreams of mid-level mythological template and domain projection had both gradually improved. This indicated that the underworld would develop as planned. Since the underworld had welcomed the first batch of underworld priests, the whole underworld began to operate smoothly. Following this, a large number of dead wizards, demons, and monsters died, and powerful awarenesses began to enter the underworld. Although mere projection couldn't produce anything, it could interfere with the changing of substances. This was the ability of illusion to interfere with reality. With a large number of awarenesses merging into the underworld, over time, the whole underworld would change dramatically. After the trial in the underworld, good awarenesses were imprinted, then sent to reincarnation. After several reincarnations, they would gradually be assimilated into the underworld sun. The wicked were sent to purgatory, then gradually assimilated into the underworld sun after suffering greatly. Some impurities couldn't assimilate to the sun, so they stayed in the illusory underworld, which made the underground world undergo some changes. The lands and rivers of the underworld were gradually solidified by the power that the awarenesses and souls brought. Because of these scattered impurities, the whole underworld began to change from the illusionary form to a specific form. In the entire half-bit wall of the underworld, unexpected changes had taken place, and this was only the beginning. As the awarenesses of the deceased continued to increase, Lu Zhiyu looked forward to what the underworld would look like in the future. After the prototypes of the bronze statue ghost version 2.0 were completed, Lu Zhiyu immediately started to use them. They unfolded their huge wings and rushed out of the window into the sky. They were extremely fast and flexible. They're good. Lu Zhiyu became excited. He looked at Eva. Only then did Lu Zhiyu discover that there was a raven perched on Eva's shoulder. "Hello, Mr. Anthony, the master of the tower. I'm your postman, Piquet," the raven said to Lu Zhiyu. Its appearance made people laugh. It stretched wings, as if in a salute. Its pair of bright eyes looked smarter than the average person's. Lu Zhiyu recognized that this was a good friend of his student Boer. Boer had Piquet deliver important letters. When Lu Zhiyu saw the bird, he knew that Boer might need help. This was because he had told Boer before that, if he ever needed help, he could come to Sea of Death and find him. "I was just saying that, but I didn't really expect this guy to come to me. He has been the tower master for so many years. Is there anything that he can't solve?" Lu Zhiyu asked. Piquet laughed, but its laughter made people feel thrilled. The bird then said, "Boer was very mysterious about this letter. He did not tell me what it was about, but it should not be a bad thing." Piquet opened his bag and took out 2 gilded letters, the first of which was written in Finnish. "Why are there 2 copies? Who is the other one for?" Lu Zhiyu asked, while he opened one of the letters. "Sure, it's a good thing," he announced after reading a few lines of it. Eva asked curiously, "What good things does Boer want to tell you, master?" Lu Zhiyu shook his head and said, "It's not from Boer, it's from Wolf and Wendy. They have built a wizard academy in the Elf Kingdom in the Yelan continent, and it has made some impressive achievements. So, they couldn't wait to send letters to tell me all about it." He then added, "Wendy named the academy the Kerala White Academy. I remember how this little girl laughed at me and said that my wizard tower was dark and ugly. I'll go and see what kind of wizard academy she built. Ah, that fairy girl. I don't like her. She always said that I was ugly. How could that be? I was the most beautiful one. Look at my beautiful tail, so soft and shiny, and among all of the others, I could still say that I'm the most eloquent," Piquet said. Lu Zhiyu pinched Piquet's mouth. He knew that the bird could talk for days and nights if it was not stopped. Lu Zhiyu then opened the other letter from Boer, in which Boer greeted him and explained the recent situation in the Wizard Tower, as well as the changes happening in the whole Western world. Boer also mentioned his student Edward, who was very grateful for learning dream witchcraft. There were not many blood wizards in the Wizard Tower at present. The reason for this was that every blood wizard needed a spell-casting organ of a magical beast, and magical beasts were extremely wild. Even an extraordinary wizard found it difficult to catch one. Therefore, there were not enough blood wizards. Much of the same effect was occurring with the dream wizards. To become a dream wizard, one must first have the Philosopher's Stone, then transfer it into the Stone of Dreams. Whether it was the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone or the making of the Stone of Dreams, for ordinary wizards, it was almost impossible to collect all of the necessary materials. Adding to the difficulty, the current production process of a dream stone was very difficult and had a success rate that was extremely low. This further restricted the likelihood of becoming a dream wizard. But Lu Zhiyu knew that, as time went on, it would become easier. For instance, for the process of becoming a blood wizard, at first, only Boer had succeeded. Yet, now the number of blood wizards was growing constantly. Over time, dream wizards and blood wizards would become more and more common. Then, the blood wizards would eventually become the typical category of all wizards. When Lu Zhiyu finished reading the letters, he was in a very good mood. Eva took the letters from Lu Zhiyu and folded them carefully. She then asked, "Master, are we going to Yala to see Miss Wendy and Mr. Wolf's Wizard Academy?" Lu Zhiyu thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, wait till I finish upgrading of the mobile castle, then we will drive the castle there." Eva asked in surprise, "Ah, but didn't you say that, in order to build a floating city, there are insurmountable problems that couldn't be solved in a short amount of time?" Lu Zhiyu immediately replied, "Of course, as it is not yet possible to create a floating city that could stay in the air. But, we can still think of some way to let it fly for at least a short period of time. I have already made some progress regarding this. Once I finish, I will drive the whole castle through the sky of Maria's world and land directly on the mainland of Yala." Chapter 207, Revived Ghost. An elliptical-shaped castle had been formed under Lu Zhiyu's manipulations. The beauty of mechanical alchemy was that its products were made up of metallic cells. Even though these products did not contain any intelligence, consciousness, or the ability to think, they did possess some life characteristics. For example, they had the capabilities of growing, repairing, maturing and modifying themselves. Since Lu Zhiyu had been the one who designed their life template, aside from the insufficient technology to develop a metallic cell brain, which rendered them a bit empty-headed, everything else had grown exactly according to how Lu Zhiyu had wanted. To decrease some weight off the iron castle, Lu Zhiyu had designed a plan to modify it. Now, aside from the top part that still resembled the shape of a castle, the lower parts currently looked like a giant egg. Also, aside from the metal bottom and the main structure of the castle, the interior houses and rooms had all been built using a light wood. After modifying the flying castle, a large number of bronze gargoyles had then decorated and constructed its interior, and just like that, a brand new castle appeared in front of Lu Zhiyu's eyes. Everything that was happening on the outside could be seen from within the control center that was located in the middle of the castle. Since he had stopped the castle in the oasis in the middle of the Forbidden Group within the Sea of Death for a while already, it would take some time for him to get going again. Lu Zhiyu sat in the middle of the control center, while Eva stood beside him, curiously watching Lu Zhiyu as he fiddled with the controls. She was very interested in seeing how Lu Zhiyu could fly this thing. "Start the engine." As he gave the order, the track wheel in the bottom surface of the castle retracted into the castle and blue flames shot out of its bottom. The heat of the flames melted the soil and sand on the ground, while the castle rose up to the sky. "Transform to flying mode. Unfold the wings," he shouted. Then, two mechanical wings popped out from both of its sides, while the castle glided up into the sky. From the ground, it looked like a giant egg with wings had just flown into the clouds. Soon, the flying castle was surrounded by clouds. Then, the flying castle finally reached above the layer of clouds and was exposed to the lights from the sun. At this moment, the flying castle was driving directly on a layer of clouds, and the sunshine was no longer golden as usual, but had instead become a mottled color. Eva was so amazed by this scene, she let her tiny mouth fall wide open. In fact, no one who had come from the ground would not be amazed after seeing such a beautiful heavenly view for the first time. While Lu Zhiyu was laughing, he patted the metal ball in front of him and opened up a map of Maria's world which was projected in front of him. On the map, aside from the endless sea, there was the All-End continent, Swirl and Yala. The Arctic, which was covered in ice all year, and the Dragon Island that had recently appeared in the volcanic island region where the Dragon Rajas gathered was also depicted on the map. Compared to when Zhiyu had first created this world, the whole world had since become much more lively. This was because everything was developing further and improving day by day. In fact, its evolution was so fast, it even surprised Zhiyu. Now, looking back, he honestly felt like he had created this world only yesterday. Target is Yala, Forest of Life, he instructed. In the southwest region of the central province, which was the kingdom of the Church of Light, and next to the Mara kingdom, there was a triangular gap that existed. Within that gap was a mountain called Andromeda Mountain. Its name came from its shape, which resembled that of a lady who was lying on her side. On the peak of Andromeda Mountain, there was a massive snow mountain. The water from the mountain would flow down into the Mara kingdom and form large areas of wetlands in the northern part of the kingdom. This is actually what had created this dense forest and enriched environment in the first place. Even the largest river in the kingdom, the River of Life, also known as the Nami River, had originated from here. The flow of the river had flooded a large area in the south region of Andromeda Mountain, soaking everything with water. As such, the whole area was full of thick water condensation and had a very rotten smell. This place was called Rotten Marsh, and it was full of danger, as many dangerous beasts resided within it. Since this area was not fit for humans to inhabit, it had become a no-man's land. In Rotten Marsh, a person in a black cloak and was tightly wrapped in bandages. From underneath his hood, his hollowed eyes that contained green flames were shockingly terrifying. This was a ghost with no goals or memories. He was walking on earth after having woken up. As such, he had lost everything. Even the fragments of some of his memories were so disjointed, they seemed like mere scenes or flashbacks from another person's life. Who am I? Am I Adnos? No, I am not him. Or am I? Yes, I am Adnos. Now that the lonely ghost had returned from his long rest, he hated humans. As he soon discovered, his current power could easily kill any human because of how fragile they were. So, if he could remember any of his old tricks from his memories, he could effortlessly destroy many of them. He had walked out of the city of Babus and had traveled through many cities and villages, but wherever he went, he never fit in. This world could not accept him. So, he had nowhere to go but to this forsaken place. Adnos stepped onto the muddy ground, while avoiding the deep holes in the swampy land. Then, one step at a time, he walked into the depths of Rotten Marsh, slowly leaving behind all of the human societies that refused to accept him. At that moment, a strange humming noise came down from the sky. Adnos could clearly sense it, and as he looked up, the green flames in his eyes flickered. He saw a flying castle, which had just separated from the clouds. Its metal body and its two huge wings made it look like some kind of strange bird. It then flew across the sky above Rotten Marsh and slowly disappeared. As Adnos stood in the middle of the swamp, surrounded by flooded grasslands, the wind blew in from Andromeda Mountain and lifted up his cloak. Adnos looked up at the sky and wondered. What on earth was that? Meanwhile, the flying castle also triggered another being on top of Andromeda Mountain. The being reached out its head from a cave within the snow-covered main peak, then shouted towards the sky. Within the flying castle, Zhiyu was currently sunbathing in a room on the top floor, while Eva was making coffee for him. They could see the sunshine and the beautiful views from the glass window, but they were not at all aware of the revived ghost below, much less the familiar-looking black dragon. Chapter 208, The Fate of the Ordinary. In the 71st year of the San calendar, 10 years had passed since the last war between the orcs and the humans, which marked the dissolution of the Crete Empire. After the end of this dynasty, which was once called the Bronze Dynasty, the Crete Empire had become an area with no ruling king. 8 years after Saintess Kelly's ascendance to the Divine Kingdom, Pope Hodap, though not as gifted as her, had developed the Church of Light to its peak. After achieving that historic milestone, he had passed away. The chaos and conflicts of power within the realm, along with the losses that it suffered in the last war, including the destruction of many armies, resulted in the Church of Lights no longer being capable of controlling its central province. The powerful king of Rosa Doro fought and died in the Sumerian plains of the Crete Empire. The Mara kingdom only had a young queen, which left it quite vulnerable in the eyes of most people. As for the other nations, they didn't even have the military power to send forces into the central province. As such, all of the major noble families had declared their independence from the central province, which had brought even more chaos to the entire region. The half-orcs that were sold as slaves and then exiled, had now moved to the central province and set up their own factions. Joining them were some orc tribes that took the chance to move in from Red River Plains. Thus, the central province had now become a region inhabited by humans, orcs, and half-orcs. As a result of the central province's constant conflicts, many practices that differed from any other human nations and orc nations were born. While many orc merchants and human merchants had been trading here, as this area had become a somewhat safe zone for humans and orcs, the line that had previously divided them had been blurred. As such, there were many unusual occurrences. For example, humans were living together with orcs, half-orcs were conducting business with humans, noble human families were hiring orcs as guards, and orc tribes were hiring human academics as advisors. The Holy Civil Empire of Orcs, as promised in the peace treaty that was signed 10 years ago, restrained themselves from invading any human nation. Thus, peace had finally seemed to arrive. In the capital of the Holy Civil Empire, Sarga City, Verdhandi was inside the palace. She was wearing a blue gown and her blonde hair was tied back beneath her crown. Outside the spacious palace, numerous guards stood at attention, while inside the palace, many priests of the faith of the sun were praying. Behind layers of curtains, an extremely weak woman could be seen. She seemed to be on death's door, not having much time left. She was a woman from the race of wolf people, with wine-colored hair and red wolf ears. She was about 40 to 50. This woman was none other than the wolf people princess, April. In stark contrast to Verdhandi's youthful appearance, April's had deep wrinkles on her face. However, as one could still see, she had once been an alluring beauty. For women, especially pretty women, aging was the most terrible thing that could happen. Hence, April's looking at herself aging, while her loved one's appearance remained unchanged was the biggest punishment she could possibly have been cursed with. Part of why these signs of age and wear were so evident on April was that, when she had given birth to Dulmidi, even though there was nothing wrong with the witchcraft of the Boar people's wizard Uruk, this kind of rule-breaking witchcraft had taken a great toll on her body and drastically decreased her lifespan. Even though Uruk had warned her about this possible negative effect, she had still insisted on going ahead with it. Because the witchcraft had damaged her so badly, even the healing of the church or normal wizards couldn't cure her. In fact, none of the ordinary methods would help treat her condition at all. Verdhandi leaned on the side of the bed, holding April's hand. Her skinny shoulders were trembling, which made her seem so sad and helpless. In contrast, April seemed very calm and peaceful, as if she had already resigned herself to her approaching death. "It is fine, Verdhandi. Don't be sad, okay? It is really fine. I am already over 50. Death is a part of life." April touched Verdhandi's face and ran her fingers through Verdhandi's shiny blonde hair. Her lion-like shining pupils were now constantly constricting, keenly watching Verdhandi. Then, she suddenly laughed. "Everyone will one day reach the end of their lives. Besides, I am afraid of getting old, as my beauty would only continue to fade, while others stay so vibrant. I am very happy to go now, Verdhandi." Verdhandi couldn't hold herself together any longer, so she burst into tears. "April, thank your support all of these years. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Really, thank you from the bottom of my heart." Verdhandi held April's hands tightly, as April struggled to pull herself up. She then stuck her face next to Verdhandi's and kissed Verdhandi's lips, just like she had back in the Amos icefield, when Verdhandi had carried her while she was sick. Thus, everything was like a loop, having started with a loving and nurturing kiss, then also ending as such. "I now have to thank you, and I also have to thank God for me allowing me to fall in love with a son of God." As she finished her sentence, it was as if April had lost all of her strength. She let go of Verdhandi's hand and dropped back onto her pillows. As Verdhandi leaned her head over the bed, her crown dropped and her soft silky blonde hair scattered everywhere. At the same time, her usual majestic expression suddenly became soft and weak. Meanwhile, the priests of the faith of the sun, who had been waiting outside and praying, rang the bell that represented the ascension of one's soul to heaven. Then, they recited the words of mourning from the scripture of the sun, praying for April's soul. Many knights guarding this area also got down on one knee to show their respects. At that moment, some noise came from the corridor outside. It was Dulmidi, who was walking with rapid footsteps. As she rushed into the door, this sad scene met her eyes. Dulmidi was wearing a full suit of armor and holding her helmet in one hand. She had just returned from the border. Arriving upon this scene, she suddenly dropped the helmet on the ground, revealing her hair blonde hair, which was the same color as Verdhandi's, but was kept even longer. However, her face bore an uncanny resemblance to April's. Dulmidi then knelt on the ground, clearly emotional. She didn't know what to do. Then, she suddenly lifted her head and turned to demand an answer from Verdhandi. Why didn't you save her? Verdhandi answered in anger, this was your mother's choice, so how could I have saved her? This is the fate of all mankind. These are nature's rules that even Saintess Kelly and the Pope of the Church of Light can't escape. Dulmidi got agitated and her pretty face turned red. But, you are the Lion King Will. You are the son of God. How could there be something that you cannot do? Verdhandi said, I couldn't do anything because that was her specific request. Dulmidi wiped away her tears and pointed her sword towards Verdhandi. Immediately, a group of guards rushed forward and surrounded her. Verdhandi signaled them to back off and quietly looked at Dulmidi. Lion King Will, I hate you! Dulmidi shouted. She had grown up listening to the legends of the Lion King Will and had been proud to be the successor to the emperor since her childhood. However, Verdhandi had never acknowledged her as her own child. Therefore, she had never received those maternal feelings from Verdhandi. Hence, her admiration and affections were never reciprocated. Her admiration for Verdhandi had now been replaced with rage, as she now suddenly burst out and slammed the door behind her. Chapter 209, The Change in the Kingdom of Elf. The thick clouds accumulated into layers, and they were changing into many shapes as the wind blew. The flying castle flew past the clouds amid the night sky, finally arriving near Yala. The flying castle wasn't fast or flexible, so Lu Zhiyu had deemed it useless for battle or other applications. However, it was pretty good for transportation. In this era, there was not much danger in the sky anyway. Aside from some rare flying magical beasts, nothing would suddenly attack the castle, so it was a very peaceful trip. Within the flying castle, Eva was resting in bed. As for Lu Zhiyu, he had closed his eyes in the bedroom and started to meditate. His consciousness flew into the world of 0-degree dimension to feel the mysteries of another dimension, as well as the power of origin held within that world. Meanwhile, the wings of the flying castle glided through the sky, separating the clouds. Under the night sky, the stars twinkled and the whole world was calm. Yala hadn't changed much. The elves who used to all live in the Forest of Life had now split into 3 groups. The separation of the Kingdom of Elf allowed them to leave the Forest of Life and build different cities in Yala. However, the whole continent was still like a desert in regards to civilization. The entire elf population was no more than 200,000, which was not much more than a slightly populated larger human city. Hence, it was barely worthy to mention. The elves' long lifespans and their lack of threat of being invaded, had provided no motivation for them to change their way of living. In fact, the last time something happened that brought about any change to the elves was the death of the Tree of Life. Its destruction had brought huge calamity upon them, which made them reconsider their futures. Soon after that, the seed of the Tree of Life was given to them by Lu Zhiyu, bringing with it hope. At that time, many of the elves decided to leave the Forest of Life to go and seek a brighter future. This was when the Kingdom of Elf had split into 3 groups. This was also the catalyst for the establishment of wizard schools. This made sense, as the majority of the elves were curious about the wizards, and they were especially amazed by their strange witchcraft and extraordinary powers. Most importantly, they admired their talent and wisdom. From the elf wizards, they could learn things like music, architecture, art, literature, and smithing. This was mind-blowing, especially for the elves that were into art and culture. The elves who hadn't even finished exploring the whole continent of Yala had realized that, in this vast world, they were not the only civilization, and that on the other side of the ocean, there was an even more enriched and colorful world. Box no vel com. Deep in the Forest of Life in Yala, near the Grand Canyon in the south of the city of Sylve, there was the Hagrid Grand Canyon. It was this Grand Canyon that had once changed the elves' hearts, prompting them to explore the east. In this area, a wide river flowed, then formed a huge waterfall as it reached the Hagrid Grand Canyon. The river quickly fell into the Grand Canyon, like a stream of white silk, creating thousands of layers of white fog. As for the high ground that stood next to the waterfall, a snowy white beautiful tower had been erected there. The river flowed next to the tower, and an S-shaped stone bridge went over the river, leading to the gate of the tower. There were flowers blooming everywhere, and birds and animals would drink from the river. Underneath the tower was an abyss, and on the other side was an endless dense forest. Seeing the tower from the riverside, with the white clouds as a background, it was almost like the tower was actually connected to the clouds in the blue sky. The main body of the tower was a castle, which had a high tower that was surrounded by other buildings. Between the tower and buildings, there were stairs and bridges that connected them, and even more stairs spiraled up through the insides of the castles. At this moment, many elves were walking within a special tower. This was the wizard school of the elves, which was held in the Kerala Tower. At this moment, Wendy was teaching a class within one of the great halls of the Kerala Tower. They were on level 3 and the waterfall could be seen right outside the windows. It was terrifying, but equally breathtaking. The witchcraft from the wizard tower mostly originated from a basic witchcraft called the body modification technique. Therefore, we do not take basic witchcraft lightly, as it was these things that built the basis for the higher levels we have attained ever since. Wendy said. She then added, "What I am demonstrating now is the basics of alchemy, known as the hand of the wizard. This is also one of the most basic witchcraft techniques, and it is essential for the study of alchemy." Wendy's voice spread across the great hall, while the elves in white robes listened to her carefully. Sylr, a language that was very different from human languages, echoed within everyone's ears. There were not many wizards within the Kerala Tower. In fact, there were only about 10 qualified wizards and a few apprentices present. The ones that were in the Kerala Tower now were mostly newcomers, and on top of that, a lot of them wouldn't even be considered as wizard apprentices. Instead, they had come here to study music, architecture, art, and literature from the human world. Look at the sky. Something is dropping from the sky. It is not dropping, but flying down. In the middle of Wendy's lesson, the great hall suddenly became noisy, with many of the students talking at once. Wendy got very angry at first, but then she noticed that everyone was looking out of the window, and as she looked too, several big things with wings slowly descended from the clouds. A giant iron castle, which had lowered down from the clouds, was slowly coming closer to the Kerala Tower. Meanwhile, everyone in the Kerala Tower walked outside and looked up to the sky. They opened their mouths widely, as they had never seen anything like this before. It was far beyond their imaginations. However, Wendy could see that, underneath the base of the castle, there was a silver mark that represented infinity and the wizard tower. After remembering the letter that she had sent earlier, Wendy knew right away who was controlling the giant iron castle. "All right, be quiet everyone. No need to panic. This is mechanical alchemy, a product of witchcraft from the wizard tower." Wendy spoke very calmly to the other elves, her words immediately raising many comments from among them. The wizard tower? They were already able to build something this big in the sky. Oh my god! If they can send a castle up into the sky, do they live in the sky as well? Then, how are they any different from the gods? At that moment, Wendy might have seemed calm on the surface, but she was very shocked as well, as she thought, oh my god, did the teacher actually drive that thing around half the world to get here? Every elf was leaning their head to get a better look at the flying castle, which was getting bigger as it was getting closer. It then went in a circle around the tower. As it flew, blue flames were constantly coming out from behind the castle. It then landed in some nearby grassland. Chapter 210, The Kerala Tower. As the giant flying castle landed, a dozen wizards immediately flew from the Kerala Tower and stopped in front of it. They already knew that the castle was from the wizard tower, as they had recognized the symbol at the bottom of it straight away. Aside from Wendy and Wolf, the majority of the wizards had never seen Zhiyu before, but they had already speculated who the person flying the castle was. It could be none other than the founder of the wizard tower, the legendary Great Wise Anthony. If they weren't just now seeing the flying castle with their own eyes, there was no way that they would believe that someone else could have managed to produce something like this. Then, as the two giant double-layered wings slowly retracted into the castle, its gate opened and flipped down, turning into a staircase that reached to the ground. A black-haired man wearing a silver-edged white robe came down the staircase, followed by a silver-haired girl who was wearing a black robe. They then looked towards Wendy and Wolf. The sister and brother gathered in front of Zhiyu and hugged him. Wolf was the more mature of the two, so he didn't say much, but Wendy behaved like a giddy little girl, hanging onto Zhiyu's neck in excitement. "Teacher, you actually came. I missed you so much. You should stay here longer," she said and smiled. Zhiyu started laughing and patted Wendy's back. I came right when I got your letter. After Wendy let go of Lu Zhiyu, she looked at Eva. She already knew that this was the alchemical life form that he had created. As such, she was amazed by her. Hi Eva, we meet again. Wendy said kindly. Hi, Ms. Wendy. Eva replied. Lu Zhiyu looked around the Kerala Tower, seeing that everything there, from the composition to the scenery, and even the choice of location or the architects were all superior to the school he built. In fact, looking at the Kerala Tower felt like looking at a garden from the dream world, which was surrounded by rivers, green mountains, and the blue sky with white clouds. The waterfall only further reinforced this feeling. Wendy carefully observed Lu Zhiyu's expression and then, like a little girl, she proudly asked, "What do you think? Isn't it pretty, just like the fairyland?" The elf apprentices were also curiously looking at Lu Zhiyu, as many of them had never encountered a human before. Furthermore, Wendy's girl-like behavior was equally shocking to them, since Wendy had always been a strict teacher in their eyes. They never imagined that she could have such an innocent and romantic side. Lu Zhiyu carefully looked around the Kerala Tower and realized that he couldn't find any flaws in it. The Kerala Tower was indeed more sunny and well designed than his wizard tower. Ahem, this looks like you copied mine. Doesn't it look similar to my wizard tower? Lu Zhiyu asked. Ah, teacher. Wendy didn't know what to say, so she just blushed shyly. Alright, I won't tease you. It is indeed very pretty. Congratulations on finally establishing your own wizard school. While they were small talking, Lu Zhiyu followed Wendy into the tower. Along the way, many good-looking elves were giving him curious looks. The wonderful tower was inhabited by equally pretty elves, and wherever they arrived, many elves bowed down and greeted Lu Zhiyu and the instructors, allowing him to once again appreciate the culture and beauty of this race. While the elves curiously observed Lu Zhiyu, he was also observing them. He noticed that the elf wizards were more interested in creations and illusions, as well as the study of things like mechanical alchemy, plant breeding, magical beasts, animal breeding and pharmacology. As for blood witchcraft, it was not as popular here, since the majority of the elves thought that this kind of witchcraft was blasphemous. Also, due to their long lifespan, they wouldn't be very keen on life-extending techniques. The elf race was much more compatible with the witchcraft system. Aside from some elves that lacked the abilities to connect to the magic network, all of the other elf wizard apprentices could become qualified wizards with their long lifespans alone. As such, the ratio of level 4 wizards here would far exceed that of the humans. However, humans excelled in both raw power and in the advancing of the wizard system when compared to the elf race. Lu Zhiyu walked across the white Great Hall, which was decorated beautifully. There were many plants placed within it, and the hall was decorated with many delicate paintings and statues. Even the rails for the spiral staircase looked like artwork. Instructor, a new branch has appeared in the line of the wizards, the Dream Wizards. Did you know that? Wolf suddenly asked Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu nodded. I had heard about this from Boer and his student Edward. He completed the Dreamcraft system. His idea for the Stone of Dreams was truly brilliant, as it lowered the training difficulties and raised the efficacy of Dreamcraft. Wendy heard this and said, "We think that Dream Wizards are very compatible with the elf race." After they pondered this for a while quietly, under the guidance of Wendy and Wolf, Lu Zhiyu visited the entire tower. The overall model was copied from the system of the Wizard Tower, so it was quite well done. Later, in the lounge on the top floor, Lu Zhiyu sat down and asked, "Just say it, what did you two call me here for really?" Wendy hesitated, then said, "Me and my brother have been preparing to become Dream Wizards, and we also know how to create the Philosopher's Stone, so we have been preparing for that for a long time. However, we were hesitant, because if we fail, our minds will suffer a lot of damage. So, we figured that since you are here, we thought that we could." Lu Zhiyu knew what she was getting at, so he immediately agreed. "Sure, let me have a look at the Stone of Dreams. How far has your preparation gone?" Both Wendy and Wolf had become level 3 wizards a while ago. Even though they were still far from breaking through to level 4, it was time for them to choose their paths, and compared to being a blood wizard, the path of Dream Wizard would be better for both of them. After staying in the Kingdom of Elf for a while and helping them improve some of the system and the techniques to create the Stone of Dreams, Lu Zhiyu took Eva and drove the flying castle away from Yala once again. Along the way, Lu Zhiyu looked around the whole world, particularly focusing his attention on the current situation with the Dragon Raja in the Dragon Island, as well as with the mermaid race in Swirl. These two races had been born far later than the humans and the elves. As such, their groups were still weak, and there was no system. However, they were still slowly developing. It just needs some time. After Zhiyu observed quietly for a while, he left those areas as well. After having wandered around the whole Maria's world, Zhiyu landed the flying castle on an island somewhere in the south. He then handed over the controls to Eva and went through the dimension door, returning to Earth. Roar! Adnos, who had only his skeleton remaining, had just gotten burnt to a crisp, charred black. He was currently fleeing from the main peak of Andromeda Mountain. As he slid down the mountain and landed at its base, most of his bones scattered. He then kneeled, trying to put himself together, bone by bone. At that moment, the monster-like roaring had appeared behind him again, shaking the entire snow mountain. At the main peak of the snow mountain, a black titan dragon was hovering in the sky, roaring with rage and looking for the being that had just provoked it. The fight that Adnos had put up against the titan dragon had been an utter defeat. No matter which witchcraft he had tried to cast upon the dragon, it had no effect at all, as the scales of the titan dragon had extraordinary resistances and could easily block any small witchcraft that Adnos possessed. Even the curse that he cast with all of his power could only cause a little bit of damage on the dragon, which was not enough to take its life. Adnos wasn't expecting something this strong to be in this world, yet he had no intention of giving up or feeling discouraged. This was because he had his eyes on that titan dragon, especially the body that the dragon was guarding, both of which really excited Adnos. If he could get his hands on them, he certainly could obtain an even stronger power. Adnos still felt a bit hazy and was struggling with retaining his memories. Think. What other powerful witchcraft was in those memories? Chapter 211, The Fire of Ghost. Witchcraft? Curses? Forming an army of ghosts with the ghoul modification technique? Which is my strongest power? Adnos was wearing a completely torn and broken black robe and was being followed by a dozen normal soldiers that had been turned into normal class ghouls by the ghoul modification technique. These ghouls had traveled across the wetlands of the Andromeda Mountains. In fact, these soldiers were only hunters and farmers who had come to hunt or had mistakenly entered the wetlands, so they could only be modified into normal class ghouls and not into death knights, let alone be transformed into super powerful king class ghouls. Even though his mind power had reached the level of level 3 wizards as soon as he had woken up, since he had lost his blood witchcraft, his army of ghosts and the king class ghouls, Adnos' power levels had now been weakened to the minimum. As his skeleton foot stepped over the vines and splashed in the dirty pond of the forest wetlands, his skeleton head suddenly looked down into the pond. From the reflection of the rippling water, he had just noticed the pale green flickering flames inside his eyes. What is this? Adnos suddenly realized that he had not been focusing on the flame inside of his head since he had risen from the grave. As such, he had no idea as to how the flame was formed nor what the flame even was. Adnos squatted over the water and continued to look down. At this moment, he noticed that his life had undergone the most strange transformations and that his structure of consciousness was completely different than that of an ordinary human. Is this a soul? Why does it take the form of a flame? It looks similar to the form of the Philosopher's Stone, but why does it transform like this? The Philosopher's Stone was the materialization of mana, so is there a correlation between mana, the Philosopher's Stone, and the soul? Adnos felt that if he could solve this mystery, he could discover and gain the most original and strongest power in the world. As Adnos pointed his finger to his forehead, he saw the flames in his eyes flicker even more intensely before slowly breaking out. It was as if his soul was being torn apart. In this moment, he realized that his soul was burning and his soul flame had not yet reached the complete structure of a level 4 wizard's. This was because it was flawed. Or, it could be said that, for the structure of one's soul, the form of the flame was abnormally mutated to begin with, or it was not the right path of evolution for a soul. Do I only have 10 years? Adnos had just realized that the power of the soul flame could only last for 10 years, and after that, Adnos would die. However, his mutated soul flame was far stronger than normal souls. In other words, it possessed an extremely strong devouring power. As such, it could devour and turn others' consciousnesses and souls, then turn them into nutrients. However, this extreme power had a drawback, as it would hurt others, but also would harm him in the process. Even knowing this, Adnos didn't feel any fear. Instead, he felt a hunger and strength surging constantly from within his soul. This was a power that was surpassing the last Adnos, the power that involved the origin of souls and the power of the gods. So, this is the power of the origin of death. I have discovered the truth of this world. Adnos kneeled down in the dirty pond, rubbing his face excitedly with his skeleton hands. The soul flame within his eyes felt like the warmth of his soul burning. Ha 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 ha. His sharp laughter was like the squeaking sound of old doors closing. Adnos laughed towards the sky while holding his face with both of his hands. I really am the lucky one. I will bring the honor of death upon everyone in the world, then let them all taste its beauty. How very interesting. This is such a wonderful world. Meanwhile, the black dragon Giska was resting in a giant cave within Andromeda Mountain. Giska was a strange one. As Titan dragons were accustomed to, Giska had been raised by a human, his master, Rooney Elvis. Giska was fiercely loyal to Rooney Elvis, which was unimaginable for an evil and greedy black dragon. The black dragon lay on the cold, hard snow in front of a cave. In the depths of the cave, there was an ice coffin and the body of an elderly old man who was wearing a golden mask. He was none other than the founder of the kingdom of Rosa Doro, the dragon-riding king that had ended and replaced the Lumen kingdom, the legendary gifted man, Rooney Elvis. Since his death 10 years ago in the Sumerian plain, after he was pierced in the head by the spear of Dulmidi, his body had been brought here by the black dragon Giska. The loyal dragon had wanted to protect his body. After Giska awoke from his nap, he looked at Rooney Elvis' ice coffin. He then turned back to lick his wounds. The curse of Adnos had damaged his body, but with the strong regenerating power of the Titan dragons, the wounds should have healed by now. However, there was a strange power that was hindering this process. Giska had never met a strange being like this before. He knew the existence of wizards, had seen magical beasts with extraordinary powers and priests with the power of God, and had even fought temple knights on the battlefield. However, he had never seen a skeleton that could still move. That damn skeleton! Next time, I am going to twist his skeleton head off. Giska was licking his wounds, while letting out raging dragon roars, when a sound emerged from just outside the cave. Then, a giant fireball came straight into the cave. The light and the fire suddenly brightened up the whole cave. Giska reacted in an instant, breathing his fire to stop the fireball. The two flames collided, instantly melting an area of snow before they dispersed into a ring of fire. After Giska stopped breathing fire, he couldn't hold in his anger and rushed outside with his wings. This power, this scent. God damn it, it's you again. This time, I will let you taste the wrath of the black dragon Giska. Giska rushed outside the cave and then quickly opened his wings, surging into the sky. Soon, Giska spotted a man in a black robe. Amid the white snow, his black robe was eye-catching, just like a fly in soup. Chapter 212, Zombie Dragon. The black dragon Giska spread its giant wings and looked down at Adnos. Its fearful vertical pupils stared right into the skeleton that was standing in the snow. You damn thing! How dare you show yourself in front of me again? This time, I will burn you to the ground. The black dragon turned its long neck and opened his mouth. As soon as it lifted its head up, an intense fire instantly moved across the sky and, striking down onto Adnos like a pillar of light. This time, I am not the same as I was last time. Adnos yelled. As he lifted his head, the cold wind on top of the snow mountain made the torn black robe shake violently. Adnos quickly concentrated his mind power to his hand and blocked the dragon's fire with a mind power force field shield. Thus began an epic battle between a Titan dragon and a skeleton on top of a snow mountain. As Adnos' round shield collided with the dragon's fire, it was weakened, then starting being consumed gradually. Adnos then lightly jumped away before zooming around the mountain. The ice and snow got carried along the wind, forming into upward torrents that flooded towards Adnos in an attempt to trap him and pin him down. The whole snow mountain was surrounded by a huge water tornado. All the while, the Titan dragon was attacking Adnos from above. The force of just one of Giska's tail strikes would be enough to scatter the skeleton of Adnos, and if he were to be held down by the claw of the Titan dragon, he would not be able to get away, no matter how rigid his bones were. Thus, there were no good ways for a wizard to fight against a Titan dragon. The Titan dragon kept chasing Adnos, suppressing his survival space, while the curses, fireballs, and poison gases that were cast by Adnos continuously disturbed the Titan dragon's vision, preventing Giska from catching up to him. Box no vel co m. Adnos then rushed into the cave. Seeing this, Giska let out a loud roar, then also zoomed inside the cave. This completely triggered Giska, who shouted, "Don't you dare to touch my master! You damn skeleton! If you dare to touch him once, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!" Giska's loud roaring had shaken the entire cave, and in the heat of his anger, the Giska didn't realize that he was not speaking in the human language anymore, but in the ancient dragon language of the Dragon Raja. At the moment, Adnos was sitting on top of Rooney Elvis's ice coffin, which was fixed in the wall more than 20 meters above the ground inside the cave. Adnos looking down onto the raging titan dragon that had just crashed into the cave. "Who said you could sit up there? Get down!" The dragon lowered his body and lifted up his neck, and his scales were opening and closing because of his intense rage. Adnos looked at the black dragon and asked, "So, this is what you cared about? Truly interesting. A dragon that was raised by a human." Adnos' attitude was quite high and mighty. He tilted his head to look at the black dragon, then opened his jaws wide in laughter. "Do you see him as your father? Are you a dog? Ha 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 ha, a dragon dog!" Giska looked at Adnos, completely filled with rage. He then tightly blocked the exit of the cave with his huge dragon body. He looked once again at Adnos and shouted, "You can't run! I am going to tear you into pieces and put your damn head in my feces! I will shame you forever!" While the Titan dragon was speaking, flickers of fire were coming out of the corner of his mouth. He was clearly waiting for the best time to strike. Adnos stood up and looked down at Giska, again showing the same level of pride as the last Adnos had. He then asked, "Why would I need to run? The only thing you should be worrying about is you, little puppy." Adnos opened both of his arms and stared into the black dragon's eyes. In the dark cave that was brightened only by flickers of fire, his eyes collided against the Titan dragon's raging pupils. "You arrogant bastard!" The black dragon jumped up, trying to trap Adnos. However, Adnos had no intention of running away. Instead, he jumped down and struck straight towards the black dragon's face. Giska was shocked by this sudden move and screamed, "You are looking to die!" The black dragon then opened his huge mouth, ready to spit out flames and burn Adnos to cinders. However, Adnos was covered in his green flame, and suddenly, before Giska could release his fire breath, Adnos broke into Giska's shocked pupils and reached his brain. Adnos laughed madly. "Come! Be one with me! Be a part of me!" Giska suddenly felt like his brain had been ignited in flames. The burning sensation had soon filled up his entire body. "What is this? How is this possible? My dragon glass, my consciousness, my mind power! What did you do to me? Are you eating me?" Giska uttered the questions in agony. He felt like this was the most sadistic torture in the world. Giska proceeded to crash around in the cave, roaring in pain. He felt the power from Adnos constantly devouring him and assimilating him into Adnos' very being, turning Giska's power into his own power. Giska wanted to escape outside to cut off the connection between him and Adnos, but he noticed that Adnos had grabbed him tightly, not allowing him to escape. At that moment, Giska came to the terrifying realization that he would die here. The cunningness of his opponent had completely superseded Giska's imagination. "Monster! You're a monster! I am going to kill you!" Giska crazily charged into Adnos, trying to take his life along with him. However, as Giska spread his wings and tried to fly up to reach Adnos on the top of the cave, he was too weak and simply fell back to the ground. Giska struggled for a while, yet was still unable to get up. Then, his body shape started to transform into his ghost form, while his consciousness and strength were slowly devoured by Adnos. However, the last thing that Giska saw was the ice coffin of his master, Rooney Elvis. Giska's shiny vertical pupils were leaking out human-like emotions at this moment, as tears began to leak out from the corner of his eyes. "Master! My father! Rooney Elvis!" Then, Giska's giant head was finally crushed into the ground. The giant dragon body shrank down immediately, turning into a black and horrifying zombie dragon. Adnos then levitated in the air and finally completed his ghost witchcraft. Countless memory fragments, as well as Giska's personality and consciousness had all flowed into Adnos' mind, and as his soul flame strengthened, even its color deepened. The zombie dragon then spread its wings and flew away. After Adnos extracted the ice coffin on the ice wall, he jumped on the zombie dragon and rushed out of the cave. Chapter 213, The Skull of Silicon-Based Life. The Amazon rainforest in northern South America stretched over 8 countries. In fact, it was the largest, most diverse rainforest in the world, resulting in its being called the lung of Earth. A few motorboats were going down the river at the moment, entering the depths of the rainforest. This particular river was the Marañón River in Peru, which was the source of the Amazon River. As Zhiyu passed the valley of the mountain Andes in a helicopter, he saw a wondrous multi-layered waterfall. This place was already in the depths of no man's land, making it a paradise for animals and other strange species. Box no vel com, why do we have to get out of the helicopter here? Zhiyu asked. Because there is an unknown magnetic field that will interrupt helicopters and other transports, so we can't access there, sir. Instead, we have prepared boats and paddle. While Zhiyu was listening the instructor's reply, he was disembarking from the helicopter and boarding an awaiting boat. There were 7 to 8 mercenaries already sitting in other boats behind theirs. As they made their way to the depths of the rainforest, Zhiyu observed all kinds of animals, including colorful insects, snapping turtles with sharp teeth, and some other beasts that were drinking on the side of the river. Zhiyu also noticed that the beasts here were all bigger compared to the size of the ones outside of the rainforest. They were also much more aggressive. In fact, their wooden boat had already been attacked by giant crocodiles and bull sharks multiple times. After they continued down the river, once they stopped their boats and were camping that night, they were then attacked by many giant otters. Luckily, they survived the attack. However, Zhiyu soon began to realize that the closer they got to their destination, the more frequently they encountered the giant beasts. Zhiyu had been tracing the remains of the silicon-based life forms all along the way, as he was very curious about their origins especially. He also wanted to understand how they got their powers, as they were clearly not from Earth. According to the information that was gathered by Nicholas Debye, the remains of silicon-based life forms were initially discovered by an ancient indigenous tribe, but with further research, he found that in ancient times, these remains were worshipped as gods by the indigenous people. After even further research, they had discovered a temple that was hidden in the depths of the Amazon rainforest, which was supposedly right around this area. Bling! A strange life force field and wave resonance immediately spread out and covered a large area of the forest. Even though neither the instructor nor the mercenaries noticed it, Zhiyu clearly felt it. The place you were talking about, is it in this direction? Zhiyu, who was wearing a full camouflage suit, turned around and asked the instructor. The instructor looked amazed. Yes, how did you know? They soon arrived at the ancient temple, which was covered in green vines and moss. But, when they lightly brushed the vines away, they could see the ancient marks on the temple. Zhiyu scanned the temple with his mind power and instantly had an image of its 3D structure in his head. He could see that this temple was about 30 meters tall, but that 20 meters of it were buried underground. Moreover, all of its entrances were blocked by collapsed walls or were buried in the ground. The instructor quickly said, "This is it. However, if we are going to dig into this place, we might need more manpower." Zhiyu quickly responded, "No need." There was no way Zhiyu was patient enough to wait for the slow process of digging. So, he put up his hands and the ground immediately started to wiggle. Then, the surrounding soils gathered at his feet and the ground was slowly elevated. The temple that was buried underground was slowly being raised up. "Oh my god, what's happening?" The instructor was panicking. "Wow, are you a wizard?" When the mercenaries noticed what Zhiyu was doing, they were so shocked, they had their mouths open. "This is a supernatural power. It's so cool. You're like a mutant." One black guy was cheering and shouting like crazy. The miles of soil that had been covering the temple were lifted up by Zhiyu by brute force, and finally, after being buried for 1,000 years, the temple was revealed once again. The huge temple was made of stone, and there were giant statues, a stone gate, and some broken stone pillars at its main entrance. The moment Zhiyu lifted the temple up, he felt that there was a change in the temple. All of a sudden, as a strong power condensed within it, a strong wave came out of the temple, causing changes to the magnetic field of the area. This is not good. Zhiyu wasn't expecting that his being inside the temple with his consciousness had disturbed it. Then, his digging it up by brute force had caused its immediate retaliation. A ray of intense plasma suddenly burst out of the temple, evaporating everything in its path with intense energy and light. Zhiyu immediately released his mind power force field, tightly blocking the plasma attack. Once the plasma beam struck on his shield, the whole world turned white, as the particles of the beam had struck the sky like fireworks. Lu Zhiyu had spread himself into the form of the Lord of Dreams, surrounding the whole area. Then, he quickly noticed that there was a metallic skull looking in his direction on the 15-layered huge altar, which was in the core of the temple. "I got you." Lu Zhiyu quickly zoomed through the many layers of walls. He arrived at the altar and quickly grabbed the metallic skull. He then trapped the skull within his mind power force field. Meanwhile, the mercenaries and the instructor were still outside, surrounded by melted earth that had been scorched by the heat. There was also a giant fissure that had emerged from within the depths of the temple. The ground still had black smoke oozing out of it. In fact, nearly everything had been ruined by that plasma beam. This scene sent a chill down everyone's spines as they all stood still and were shivering non-stop. Chapter 214, Extraterritorial Civilization. The high platform in the central hall of the Divine Palace had 15 steps, all of which were nearly 20 meters high and were paved with huge stones. The ceiling of the palace was inlaid with precious crystals, which looked like stars, and Lu Zhiyu observed that this was actually a star map. On the surrounding walls, there were some abstract murals. These murals depicted gods fighting or falling from the sky and people praying to gods for eternal life. The murals made Lu Zhiyu think of the barbaric era thousands of years ago, when the early human beings had witnessed the battle between these silicon-based lives and worshipped them as gods. Lu Zhiyu's research taught him that, thousands of years ago, the destroyed silicon-based lives fell from the sky. Then, their scattered bodies were picked up by tribes in the Amazon basin, and their heads were worshipped as gods by the tribes. Currently, the right hand that Lu Zhiyu held was from a human-like creature whose bionic form was very similar with human beings. When Lu Zhiyu looked at it, it was also observing Lu Zhiyu. Its electronic bionic eyes were constantly sending out signals to scan Lu Zhiyu, trying to gather energy to attack him. However, it could not harm him, as it was locked up in his mind power force fields. Why is an extraterrestrial silicon-based life so similar to human beings? Either they were made by a kind of life form that was close to human beings, or the emergence of human beings had some connection to them. Suddenly, Lu Zhiyu frowned, as he had all kinds of thoughts racing through his mind. Are human beings also the products of experiments, and are we also just like guinea pigs in laboratories? Warning! We are approaching a dangerous, dark red target. Danger! Code recognition. Found, enemy aircraft. Destroyed. Self-destructive device damage. No self-destruction. The silver metal head in front of Lu Zhiyu was constantly struggling to send out information that it had collected, but it was being blocked by Lu Zhiyu. Since Lu Zhiyu couldn't understand its language, he used his mind power to penetrate into its core. Only then did he discover something very striking. How could a silicon-based life have no awareness? Is your head just an ornament, like the ghost copper toys I made? You clearly are a life form, but how could a wise life form have no awareness? Lu Zhiyu had always thought that this kind of silicon-based life must be a perfect intelligent creature and a complete life form. If it was not man-made, then, just like other ordinary life forms, it must have awareness. After all, if it had no awareness, Lu Zhiyu could not use unconventional methods to access its memory and information, but could only take it back and let others decode it in a conventional way. Lu Zhiyu's desire to know the origin of this silicon-based life grew even stronger. Lu Zhiyu held the silver metal head tightly in his hand and saw a layer of kyanite gradually cover its surface, freezing it thoroughly. Even the transmission of information inside the metal brain was stopped at this moment. At this time, the entrance sparkled with a torch light, illuminating the entire hall. Several mercenaries, who were carrying green backpacks, guarded the panicked guide and slowly went inside. Everyone was shocked by the presence of Lu Zhiyu and started shooting at him. Lu Zhiyu ignored them and said to the guide, "I need everything, including the star map and all of the materials that have words on them. Take them all back." The guide was terrified and kept nodding non-stop. In his view, the man in front of him was not a human being at all, as no one could resist such an attack. After all, it was beyond the science and technology of the modern era. Moreover, the man in front of him was completely uninjured. When Lu Zhiyu finished speaking, he opened the dimensional door and returned to the Pacific Ocean. Burn Island Underground Base. Now, the entirety of Burn Island had been transformed into a completely different shape. It had become a huge sea fortress, where every day a large number of robots were constantly doing work. Meanwhile, at the Robot Manufacturing Research Institute, Lu Zhiyu sat off to the side and watched Fabio Rossi, who was standing in front of several computers. At the center of the laboratory, a silicon-based life brain had been dismantled into dozens of parts. Oh, that's wonderful! The plasma gun can be reduced to such a small size, and the bionic metal brain computer at the core has far exceeded our imagination. I want to see, Lu Zhiyu exclaimed. In addition to Fabio Rossi, scientists from many other departments had gathered here. Among them were 2 linguists who had been specially invited by Lu Zhiyu. As many of the people present couldn't stand Fabio Rossi's amped-up energy, they stepped far away from him. This guy had been excited ever since yesterday. Even without rest, he had kept a state of constant excitement, and there was no sign of decline. Lu Zhiyu asked, Fabio, when can you crack it? I want to know the information inside its brain. Fabio immediately said, its electronic password is somewhat similar to some of our ancient numbers. Damn it! Do these guys use our human numbers, too? I'll be ready in a minute. There were a lot of codes appearing on the computer screen. Lu Zhiyu even used the SS Eternity sub-brain to help him analyze the internal information of the silicon-based life brain. He was very eager to know what was in that brain. Lu Zhiyu then turned towards a linguistic expert, who held a large number of pictures and was doing comparative analysis on a computer. He then asked, any progress? One of the older white men said, this language is very similar to one of the languages we saw in Egypt. During the days of the early pyramid construction, a similar language was used. It was known as the language of the god of the sun, but I need more samples to do a true comparison. When Lu Zhiyu heard that, he was not happy at all. Instead, he felt a little sad. Sure enough, these things were closely related to the origin of human beings and the development of their civilization. At this point, Fabio suddenly turned around and said to Lu Zhiyu, Boss, it is not a robot, but a silicon-based life. You thought they had the ability to live and think by themselves, and I actually think you were right. Lu Zhiyu did not want to mention awareness yet, so he said, but, at present, we found that they do not have the ability of self-thought, and they were operating in accordance with established procedures. Fabio said to Lu Zhiyu, Boss, this kind of mechanical life can't be treated as a normal life form. When Lu Zhiyu looked at Fabio, he immediately understood that he might have been wrong before. You say this kind of life is similar to artificial intelligence, and that it is commanded by a master brain that can think and have intelligence. So, these machines are only part of them. Fabio snapped his finger and exclaimed, Yes. Boss, they are no different from AI. Everything is controlled by a master brain that has an enormous computing capacity, one that is far beyond our imagination. All other machines are just tools and consumables. This is AI and mechanical civilization. He took a breath and then continued, but, I am sure that this intelligent brain must have problems or has left the Earth long ago. Otherwise, there would be absolutely no room for our human development and survival. This kind of existence, even if it is only the primary artificial intelligence and mechanical civilization, is not something that human beings could confront. Moreover, their current science and technology level seems far more advanced than we could even imagine. At this time, Lu Zhiyu saw a row of blue characters suddenly appear on the computer in front of Fabio. Immediately, Fabio jumped up from the swivel chair and shouted, Success! Chapter 215, The Spacecraft Under an Antarctic Ice Sheet. In Antarctica, under endless snow and peaks of ice, an enormous city was completely covered by ice and tilted into the depths of the sea. There used to be a prehistoric lake in this place, before the Antarctic continent had frozen, and there had even been birds and flowers. However, after thousands of years, it had become the coldest area in the world, a place where no one ever set foot in. The whole huge city was completely covered by ice sheets. The temperature was -70 degrees most of the year, and it was always as dark as night. The city was located between Antarctica Ice Dome A and the South Pole. It would take anyone a long time to get here, whether they were coming from China Kunlun Station in Ice Dome A or America Amundsen Scott Station at the South Pole. A journey of such a vast distance was enough to kill most people. At this moment, a team of scientists from Amundsen Scott Station drove 7 or 8 snow cars, all equipped with searchlights, to the depths of Antarctica. They took nearly half a month to get to their destination, as the conditions were rough and the snowmobile constantly needed repairing. Dr. Matt, have we reached our destination yet? A scientist asked. The Antarctic continent was in complete darkness, except for the stars in the sky. You could even see the auroras in the cloudless sky, which looked like floating ribbons. The whole world was quiet. If not for the bone-chilling coldness, the science team would have enjoyed this beautiful scenery very much. Now, they just wanted to go back to warmer weather. Besides, there was not enough fuel and food, and they only had 3 operational snow cars left. If something were to go wrong on the way back, the whole team would die here. However, Dr. Matt, who was an American man in his 50s with grey hair, still looked energetic. He ignored the question and exclaimed excitedly, "Find it! It's here!" Dr. Matt pointed to the star map in his hand, then compared it with the stars in sky, saying, "Look, this is where we are on the map." This was actually a prehistoric lake. Before Antarctica was icebound, it had been a huge land lake of 2,000 square kilometers. Its presence was a miracle, but no one knew whether it was a freshwater lake or a saltwater lake. Everyone skied down the glacier cliffs of the prehistoric lake to get a closer look. Hours later, they found a huge, abyss-like ice crevice, from which they could enter safely into the frozen prehistoric lake. They then erected brackets and rope baskets and used them to gain access to the inside. As Dr. Matt hung on one of the ropes, nearly a kilometer below the ice-covered prehistoric lake, he saw the dusty city in the gleam of his flashlight. The group shouted in surprise. "Here it is, Atlantis! We finally found it! Here it is! There really is a city down here!" Underneath their feet, half of a metal spire emerged from the ice cap, the top of it glittering like a lighthouse that was summoning ships that were lost in the sea. Matt stuck to the ice and observed the interior scenery. He then shouted, "Let's go down and have a look." As Matt gradually approached the spire, he found the building's surface was so smooth, it didn't even feel like metal. There weren't even any lines or bulges on it. Several members of the team arrived beside him and also looked at the spire. Suddenly, someone said, "It's not like a city, but more like..." Matt looked at him, then interrupted him suddenly. "A spacecraft. Don't you think so?" The team nodded, and everyone felt it was unbelievable. Many of them began asking many questions at once. How could it be possible for such a large thing to fly? What kind of fuel could supply such a large spacecraft? Impossible. At this time, the spire suddenly shone even brighter, and a strong wave swept across the ice crevice. Then, a burning light glowed out of the spire. "What's that? Damn, this ship has a self-defense system. It found us. It's really a spacecraft." Before they finished ohing and ahhing, lights swept through the ice crevice. Large pieces of blue ice splintered in an instant, and the whole crevice collapsed, while those who were in the crevice were all evaporated by a strong force. Other group members, who were observing everything from above the ice crevice, were shocked. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared from the ice crevice and shot directly into the sky. The ground shook sharply, causing several members of the team to fall to the ground in an instant. Before they knew what was happening, they saw several bionic robots flying out of the ice crevice. The fierce plasma gun fired suddenly, and the members of the scientific research team who were above the ice, along with their supplies, were completely destroyed. Then, the robots made one loop on the ground before returning inside the ice crevice. They then entered the building from the door at the spire. Nobody knew what had happened on the Antarctic continent, and the entire team that was led by Dr. Matt would only be documented as a sad example of a failed Antarctic exploration. "Orion, from Atlantis, an alien civilization?" Zhiyu asked. "Orion Nebula, to be exact," a linguist replied. "Orion Nebula? Would such a place even have a civilization? Are you kidding? It's impossible that a species could survive on it," Zhiyu said in disbelief. "It depends on what civilization it was. There might be some strange species and civilizations," another linguist said. Zhiyu looked at the star map and became lost in his own thoughts. Orion was at the center of the map, indicating that the civilization behind this silicon-based life was probably a civilization from the Orion Nebula, which was about 1,500 light-years away from the solar system. Also, the language that they used was identified by 2 linguists as the language of Atlantis. Even though they had identified it, they could still only recognize some of the words, as it was impossible for them to fully comprehend the whole content. The information inside the brain of silicon-based life, which was given the code name Cain, was also deciphered by Fabio. This was because they had needed a person who was fluent in the Atlantis language to translate it into information that human beings could actually read. Then, who can read this kind of writing? Lu Zhiyu looked at the two linguists and asked. One of them said, Dr. Matt can. But, to be honest, we used to think that this civilization was a legend. Only he believed that it was true and had been looking for it for a long time. We had no idea that it really existed. He paused, then smiled, and said, it seems that Matt was right. His discovery will astonish the whole world, as he discovered that Atlantis actually existed on Earth. Lu Zhiyu had no interest in the so-called shocking news. He just wanted to find the location of this Atlantic civilization immediately. So, he asked, where is Dr. Matt, then? Gu Kaoran said to Lu Zhiyu, Boss, Dr. Matt set up a scientific team a few months ago and entered Antarctica. He has not returned yet. Lu Zhiyu nodded. Then, when you hear from him, contact me immediately. Although this last bit of information was a bit troublesome, Lu Zhiyu was still satisfied with today's progress. Most importantly, besides Cain's left hand, the Vatican clan had brought back most parts of his silicon-based life body. At present, Cain's whole structure had been carefully analyzed. The research institute could only slowly analyze and imitate some of its core technologies, but Lu Zhiyu could still use them as a reference. Such a ready-made and powerful mechanical bionic robot, if combined with Lu Zhiyu's mechanical alchemy, would play a very powerful role in Lu Zhiyu's future endeavors. Chapter 216, Towards the Abyss. The decaying swamp forests in the Andromeda Mountain were darker and wetter than they had been a few years ago. Legend had it that, in the depths of the Andromeda Mountain, there was a demon that could control death and manipulate souls. Specifically, he dealt with human souls that fell into his hands. These specific souls belonged to those who could not rest peacefully in the underworld. There was also a black horrible death dragon, along with headless death knights who were riding incubuses and countless ghosts that were unwilling to leave. These creatures all wandered among the dark swamp forests, taking the lives of the living. Every night, the voices of the undead could be heard. They were singing songs in the decaying swamps. All those who entered the depths of the Andromeda Mountain could not return, so it had become a forbidden place. If one crossed the swamps into the snow-covered northern region, they could see that the dragon cave above the snow mountain had changed a lot over the years. Originally a shallow and broad cave, due to continuous excavating, it now had a labyrinth-like basement. Adnos, who had inherited Li Weisai's knowledge system, seemed to have also inherited Li Weisai's love for underground mazes as well. At the bottom of the cave, a demon was digging. Its body was covered with scales, and its claws were sharply drilling deep into the ground. Several stories below, a square hall had been formed. Steam lamps that were commonly used by wizards were hung on the walls, illuminating the entire hall. It's wonderful. Adnos stood on the steps, above which was a throne made entirely of bones. A giant dragon dozed under the steps, as Adnos laid his palm on the head of a pale young man who was tied up tightly, trembling and howling. Adnos carried a blood-red crystal in his hand. With a flash, which was emitted by the blood-red stone, the young man lost his breath and collapsed onto the ground. The flame in Adnos' skull became hotter, as if someone had added a handful of firewood to it. Adnos held his head high and had a happy smile on his skeleton face, which was made only of bones, not flesh. Yes, that's it. I want more power. Adnos became frantic, as if he were possessed. As he weaved towards the hall, the awarenesses of more than a dozen young men, who were shackled under the stage, were instantly transformed into soul fires and floated up into the air. They then flew into Adnos' skull, like birds returning to the nest. This feeling, which was almost like he was high on drugs, made Adnos unable to stop. It was at this time that he looked down at a lady in a gorgeous red dress. A green light popped out of his eyes, revealing his hunger for her. The lady panicked and fell to the ground. He could now see that she had a cotton-wrapped baby in her arms. Even though she was terrified, she still held the child tightly, keeping it safe by her side. She then cried out, "You said that I only have to offer sacrifices to you, then you would grant my wishes." Adnos laughed wildly and said, "Of course, there is a contract between us." Adnos then went down the high steps and picked up the child in the lady's hands. The child was just over 2 years old, and his face was as pale as a corpse. The lady knelt before Adnos and said, "Please, save my child. I will do anything you want." The child had died of an illness, and it was impossible to revive the dead once their awarenesses had dissipated. However, Adnos could replace the child's awareness with a soul fire. As one's brain was the storage of all memory, as long as the memory was the same, the child's essence would at least remain the same once it had been revived with the soul fire method. "Yes, this is a great form of redemption," she said, greatly relieved. The lady in front of him was the wife of a great lord in the kingdom of Mara. Since his last failure, Adnos had become more cautious, especially now that he was questioning his own strength. However, to further increase his strength, Adnos needed constant sacrifices, and this lady and her son seemed a very good option at the moment. So, Adnos put the child on the altar and applied the healing and body modification technique. The child's face turned red, so he brushed the child's face with his palm. As he did so, flames arose within his ring, and the child's pupils immediately ignited a miserable green flame within them. After a strange laugh burst forth from his tiny body, the light in the child's eyes was instantly extinguished. Then the child stood up slowly. The lady looked both surprised and happy. She then took his hand and the two went out together. Adnos waited until they left, then suddenly became furious. He smashed the table and lights on the walls, screaming all the while. "Damn it, it's happening again!" Adnos was trembling. His skeleton body was shaking constantly and his head kept twisting from front to back. His arms flailed about in a haphazard manner. In total, he seemed crazy. "Who am I? I'm Adnos. No, 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 I'm Black Dragon Jiskar. I am Asia. No, I'm Bashir. I'm Marseille. I'm..." Adnos covered his head with his hands and constantly fell into self-doubt. Even his voice and facial expressions kept changing, as if a large number of personalities were taking over his body. After a long time, Adnos managed to suppress a large number of the personalities in his awareness, then went to sit on the throne that was made of bones. Adnos had found this awful side effect to his ability when he began to devour other people's awarenesses. Every time one awareness was swallowed up, it would be integrated into his own soul fire. The stronger the awareness, the more it interfered with Adnos' own awareness and soul fire. Thus, Adnos' personality had now become crazily twisted to the point that he couldn't control it anymore. In fact, it was only getting worse. Adnos knew that, should this continue, he would gradually be swallowed up by thousands of other personalities, thus becoming a collective mess of innumerable personalities. He would become a complete crazy monster. What a cruel choice! He felt stuck in a hopeless situation. If he didn't devour others, he would die. But, if he did devour others, he would become a monster. Adnos decided that he would rather be a monster than sit and wait for death to come. After all, engulfing awarenesses was addictive. The growth of power was extremely satisfying to Adnos, so his desire for it only expanded. Even thinking of devouring a new awareness made Adnos tremble with excitement. Chapter 217, Demon. Have you heard of the demon? Nope. Never heard of it. The kingdom of the undead lies deep underground, and in the depths of the decaying marshes of the Andromeda mountain, there is a demon who can bring the dead back to life. The demon can communicate with the undead and return their souls to their bodies. The demon breaks the rules of death and the gods, and if one signs a contract with him, one can trade hundreds of people's lives for just one soul. A group of people were discussing this mysterious demon while gathered on the street. It was said that if you went through the decaying marshes and swamps while calling out the demon's name, a headless death knight would come to meet you. Then, if you said your wish and offered adequate sacrifices, the death knight would satisfy your wishes. Has anyone ever made such a deal with this evil existence? Aren't you afraid of being cursed by the gods? I heard that the young master of the Viscount Ivar's family did. Over the years, numerous stories had spread. These were tall tales that only served to further increase the terror that people had of the entire Andromeda mountain area. Originally, the name of this mountain was attached to a sense of holiness, but now it only seemed to give one a gloomy and dark feeling. In the dark snow cave, a large number of transformed skeleton soldiers were keeping guard. There were also death knights, which had transformed from ghouls, as well as strange beasts present. The complex underground cave route was like a labyrinth, and in the central hall, just behind a cobweb of underground passages, Adnos was leaning over a table, grabbing a charcoal pen. By the light of the steam lamp, he was reading the Tactical Deployment Circle of Witchcraft, which was made up of more than a dozen large scrolls. The ground was littered with innumerable research materials about necromancy, body remodeling, soul fire and the Philosopher's Stone. Adnos was so excited, his mind reeling with many thoughts at once. The Witchcraft Tactical Deployment Circle of Philosopher's Stone is amazing. The soul and power have such commonalities. I finally found the way to acquire mind power. Adnos was modifying the Tactical Deployment Circle. As his soul fire had originated from the combination of soul and the power of the Philosopher's Stone, he was looking for a way to use this to transform other lives into the undead in batches. Here, and here, these should be modified. I don't understand here. What is it for? This is the place where the magic network is connected. Gah! It should be revised to devour the awarenesses of the living. Adnos could not stop his brain from flitting to and fro with many thoughts. Finally, he created the desired witchcraft from the original Tactical Deployment Circle of the Philosopher's Stone. I'll name this witchcraft the Song of the Undead, Adnos declared with excitement. Adnos threw away the pen, while sheepskin scrolls were gathering up automatically before his eyes, then instantly bound themselves together to become a thick book. Adnos waved, and a few big gold letters appeared on the newly created book's leather cover. The letters read, Book of the Undead. This book contained detailed records of the transformation of the undead and the creation of various undead creatures. It especially dedicated several chapters to the Song of the Undead, which was the most horrible witchcraft. After adding information regarding Liwai's Owl Knight Regiment, Adnos Ghoul Regiment, and Adnos Undead Army, Adnos finally completed the Book of the Undead. This made Adnos extremely proud. He had surpassed Liwai, as this achievement in witchcraft was far more outstanding than Liwai's. I am the most powerful, and I am the real king of death. I will control the world of death. Even among the wizards, priests, holy knights, the great sage Anthony, pharaohs, and even Maria, no one can beat me or control me, not even the gods. Looking at his masterpiece, Adnos was fueled with infinite courage. He would not be afraid of anything anymore. At this moment, what he had used to fear no longer existed. Now, he had regained his true identity. As winter was approaching and snow covered the whole world, an orc knight team from the north had just crossed the snow-covered swamps and reached the depths of Andromeda Mountain. A female knight, who was wearing a thick fur cloak outside her armor, rode through the snowy forests with her cavalry and arrived at a huge stone tablet. A blood-red symbol was engraved on the huge stone tablet. When translated in the language of the Finks, it meant death, which indicated that from here onward, all who passed this place would enter the world of death, and the living shall not be permitted to enter. Dulmidi had completely grown up. She was now a true female knight. As her red cloak blew in the wind, the cavalry behind her were silent, awaiting her orders. Dulmidi raised her hand and looked around. She then saw a strange horse that was rushing out of the forest amid the hazy snow. It was a black horse that had a single horn on its forehead. This strange unicorn had been captured by Adnos in the depths of the decaying marshes. Adnos had then turned it into one of his undead minions. Now, it was no longer holy. In its pupils, there was only darkness. As it ran, was wheezing, and its mouth was constantly emitting black flames. It looked like a tragic monster that was running out of hell. She could now make out that a knight without a head was riding the unicorn. He was covered in rusted armor and carried a sharp sword. At his broken neck, where his head should have been, only a green flame shot forth. Suddenly, Dulmidi felt that the knight was very familiar. She looked closer, but couldn't remember anything specific, so she asked, "Who are you?" "I'm the Headless Knight. I see that you have the ring of the contract. Tell me your wish and offer me your sacrifices, then I'll guide you." The knight's decapitated head, which had been apparently attached to the side of the unicorn all along, suddenly answered Dulmidi. Chapter 218, Wishes and Sacrifices. In a fury, Dulmidi drew her sword and pointed it at the Headless Knight. "Do you know who you are talking to?" The Headless Knight replied in a cold, robotic voice, "What are your wishes and sacrifices?" With a wave of one hand, Dulmidi gathered the snow to envelop the Headless Knight's feet, trying to freeze him to death. But, the Headless Knight pulled the reins and escaped immediately, somehow having instantly turned all of the ice and snow into water droplets. Dulmidi's face turned stiff. She finally recalled the familiar memory. Dulmidi looked at the Headless Knight in surprise. "You're the Dragon Rider, the old king of the Kingdom of Rosa Doro, Rooney Elvis." The Headless Knight stood still, refusing to confirm or deny her claim. I'm simply the headless knight now, and as I said, I see that you have the ring of the contract. So, tell me your wishes and your sacrifices, then I'll guide you. Dulmidi immediately remembered this old king that she fought with on the battlefield, while he was in his teens. It was the first battle that had brought her fame. Although Rooney Elvis had died at her hands, the brave old king had won her respect. Damn you! How dare you blaspheme the corpses and souls of the deceased? Dulmidi ranted. She was so angry, she rushed forward with a long spear, turning the ice and snow into blue crystals in an instant. Die, you invader! The headless knight then charged towards Dulmidi. As the horses' hooves passed one another, black flames rose and a long burning trail of smoke appeared, melting the ice on the ground. The surrounding air warmed up in an instant. The headless knight took out his sword and again headed straight for Dulmidi. At this time, a large number of death knights and skeletons emerged from the forest behind him. Dulmidi, who had inherited the ability of a third-class dragon, was far more powerful than the headless knight, who had only acquired his power from the incubus. As such, it was no surprise when her spear penetrated the headless knight's chest instantly. But, this was not enough to kill the headless knight. For the undead, as long as the soul fire has not been extinguished, they would go on and on forever. The ice suddenly surged upon the headless knight and froze him instantly, along with his horse, the two immediately forming a giant ice crystal. At this time, a large number of undead creatures rushed out of the forest. With a wave of Dulmidi's long spear, the wind and snow swept up from the ground and instantly covered everything in front of her. The white snow covered everything in sight, including the dozens of skeletons and death knights, who were soon frozen into ice sculptures. The rest of the creatures were all cut into pieces, having been slashed by Dulmidi while she angrily headed for the main peak of the Andromeda mountain. While Dulmidi led the cavalry up the northern slope of the snowy mountain, a black corpse dragon appeared in the sky, emitting a strong breath that was filled with an aura of despair and death. Riding atop the corpse dragon was a figure who was dressed in a black robe. As the figure rose directly into the sky from the snow peak of the Andromeda mountain, ordinary people could only see a black speck, but Dulmidi could feel the strong mind power, so she knew that it was an extraordinary being. Thick, black clouds continued to come together, and a severe hail fell. Although it covered only a small area above the hillside, such a supernatural phenomenon could only be achieved by a level 4 or above. As Adnos had devoured the awareness of the black dragon Giska, as well as a large number of other awarenesses over the years. He had already realized level 4, which had enabled him to interfere with celestial phenomena on a small scale. Hence, he was able to cause such huge head-like hailstones fall from the sky and land on the ground with a strong impact, smashing holes in the ground. Currently, with so many hailstones falling down, everyone felt dizzy, as if the sky and earth were spinning around them. Dulmidi and her knights were surprised by this power. A large number of knights jumped off of their horses and ran away to escape the hail. Although the knights escaped, a large number of their horses were killed by the hail. Dulmidi quickly used witchcraft to form a huge ice shield to protect everyone around her. As hail continued to fall on the shield, the thick ice that was covering the snow peak suddenly melted, sending a torrent of water sweeping over the mountain and covering everything. Boom! After a long time, there was a violent explosion. Dulmidi looked at the black dragon and figure in the sky. Although she was arrogant, she knew that she could not beat this monster, as his force and level far surpassed hers. Adnos took control of the corpse dragon and flew towards Dulmidi. Although Adnos had no voice organ, it was not a big thing for him, as he used his mind power to enable an air vibration, which made discernible sounds for him. Adnos had then designed a bone-based speaker in his throat to project those sounds. The Prince of the Holy Civil Empire, Her Royal Highness Dulmidi, Prince of Lion King Will. The sound that was projecting these words was like a fingernail that was scratching a blackboard. Adnos grinned and looked at the beautiful lady in front of him. Even though she looked somewhat awkward at the moment, she still looked at Adnos proudly. She lifted up her head high and demanded, "Dirty dead thing, how dare you even speak to me?" Adnos did not realize that, even though he had completely suppressed her power, she would still be so proud. Although the first meeting between Adnos and Dulmidi had been unpleasant, Adnos did not really mean to hurt this noble knight in front of him. He merely wanted to give her a warning. As Dulmidi was likewise worried about the power that Adnos had just demonstrated, the two parties decided not to fight in the end. After asking Adnos several questions, Dulmidi immediately left the Andromeda mountain with her cavalry. After all, even the thought of staying in this dirty place and breathing the same air as Adnos made Dulmidi feel sick. "She'll be back again," Adnos declared, while he rode the dragon to the foot of the mountain to unlock the Headless Knight and the other monsters that Dulmidi had frozen. Adnos patted the unicorn's back as he restored the head of the Headless Knight. The huge wound in the knight's chest also was healed and completely disappeared. Adnos said to the Headless Knight, "As she is the one who killed you, next time, let's have her taste the hatred and pain of death thoroughly." Chapter 219, Temptation. The waves along the coastline continued to pound the beach beneath the city of Danilo. A large number of merchant ships used this as a port for trade. On the docks, a huge amount of goods was gathered. This scene was very rare in other countries, but a large number of people came here to barter and trade, as this was a major hub of commerce and industry. Decades ago, Zhiyu and Handi had ended their tour around Alan and immediately went to the Orcish kingdom. From then onward, Handi had started down her legendary path to becoming the Emperor of the Holy Civil Empire. Kori, the first patriarch of the Faith of the Sun, currently served as the bishop of the Grand Church of Danilo, bringing the Faith of the Sun to its peak and forming a standoff with the Church of Light. The people in Danilo were much prouder than those who lived in the Imperial Saga city, which had only been established for a few decades. Danilo, on the other hand, had survived for hundreds of years. The whole Aten province, including Danilo, was now governed by Prince Dulmidi Iranbari of the Holy Civil Empire. Dulmidi had taken over as governor, staying far away from the imperial city of Saga, as she was reluctant to return there. Next to the Grand Church of Danilo, inside the governor's house. Amid a snowstorm, under a cloud of darkness, a strange guest had arrived. "You are in pain. You feel betrayed by your father. You have finally discovered that your father, the great Lion King Will, is not omnipotent," Adnos said to Dulmidi softly. "Shut up! You are not allowed to mention my father's name," Dulmidi screamed. While he was sitting in the study of the governor's house, Adnos finally took off his hood, but his whole body was still covered with bandages. Hence, only the flames jumping in his eyes revealed his identity. Adnos thought that the noble knight in front of him was very interesting, so he continued in a coaxing voice. "You feel sad and angry, but you can tell no one. You yearn for love from your father, but you don't get the desired response. As long as you revive your mother, everything can go back to normal. You see, only I can help you." "Shut up!" Dulmidi stood up and pointed her sword at Adnos. "Maybe it's my tolerance that makes you think that you can get something from me, but I will never make a deal with you." Adnos stood up and pulled up his hood. "Maybe your highness just needs some time to think about it. I'll stay in Danilo for a while." Adnos headed towards the door and laughed. He then said, "I look forward to your next invitation, your highness." Dulmidi watched Adnos leave, with several knights following him. Dulmidi would never believe that such a monster would be so generous. As Adnos stepped out of the door, Dulmidi angrily cut the table in half with a sword. Dulmidi knew that this demon was up to no good, but she was struggling herself. She hesitated, but knew that she would had to make a choice. Within a few days, there were some rumors flying around the city, with many saying that a doctor from the south could revive the dead. Could it be that the legendary doctor is the Saint Bourcalermo? Is that the legendary Bourcalermo, who wrote the Calermo medical coding? Except for him, how could such a technique exist? Is Boer even alive? Is it true that all of the dead can be saved? People were all discussing this mysterious doctor, which quickly made the Bourcalermo's name known to a large number of people in the city. Hence, everyone was looking for the legendary doctor. Hearing of this commotion, Boer disappeared completely. He hid himself well, so that even wealthy nobles who held a vast amount of treasures could not find him. Within the hall of the governor's house, Dulmidi looked at the 9 people in front of her, all of whom had been saved by this so-called Bourcalermo. Dulmidi had asked these people to come here so that she could meet them personally. Everyone clearly remembered what happened before they died, and even their tempers, personalities and behaviors were just the same as before. This convinced Dulmidi that these people were really telling the truth. They had all really died a few days ago. Moreover, one of them was even a servant in the governor's house. Dulmidi was understandably shocked by this revelation. Her hands were trembling. She had finally been convinced at this moment, so she made up her mind. "Mother, I can see you again. We can live with father as before, just the 3 of us." Dulmidi leaned back on her chair, lost amid happy thoughts and tears. Upon seeing her in such a state, everyone around her retreated, leaving only her guards beside her. After a long time, she calmed down. "Tell that guy to come and see me," she said to a nearby guard. As Adnos stepped into the study, he saw that the table in the study was changed. He then raised his eyes to meet Dulmedes. "What do you want?" Dulmedes stared at Adnos coldly. Although she believed that Adnos had the ability to bring the dead back to life, Dulmedes would never believe in Adnos' generosity. Adnos clapped in delight and said, "You are very straightforward." "Your Highness, that's very good. Then, I'll cut to the chase. There are two artifacts. One is the Sword of the King, which represents the kingship of the world, and the other is named Pharos, after the god. During the war in the Sumerian plain, Lion King Will killed Saintess Kelly, the goddess of the Church of Light, and the gods took back these two artifacts in anger, so that they would never appear on the earth again." Dulmedes looked at Adnos coldly. "So, what are you getting at?" Adnos raised his head and looked at Dulmedes. "Well, I know that there's one more treasure. It is said that your power comes from a dragon crystal in your body, so, I want it. After all, the power of God's gift is much more interesting than anything from those priests and holy knights." Dulmedes stood up and said angrily, "No way." Adnos burst out laughing, "Is it not as important as your Highness Mother's life? Or are you, like me, one who can give up everything in the pursuit of power?" Chapter 220, The King of the Dead. Some people in the city were discussing the recent construction program. "What is this for? I heard they're renovating the square. And the sewers, all of which need to be dredged. Ah, they were built more than 100 years ago. Should they be dredged now? But, it makes sense. We are getting more and more people in Danilo. The original sewers are not modern enough. When floods and storms come, they do not work. So, it should be sorted out properly." Underneath the governor's house, a huge hole was excavated and then set up as an altar. This hole was then covered with stones that had been infused with witchcraft. The entirety of the whole underground space was covered with one sheet of strong rock, making it impenetrable. Then, a large number of witchcraft and alchemy materials were placed in its center. There were also many fragments of the Philosopher's Stone placed within it, which were the main notes of the Song of the Undead Tactical Deployment Circle. Adnos had finally reached an agreement with Dulmedes. However, Adnos harbored evil intents and Dulmedes never intended to fulfill her promise. Hence, they were both lying. Adnos had said that, since the queen had been dead for a long time, they needed to set up an altar to bring back her soul. He then requested that the rich people of Danilo and Dulmedes collect a large number of witchcraft materials. In the underground altar, there was a coffin that was made of ice, in which a young werewolf-like lady slept. She looked exactly like the original April from the Amos Icefield. This was the body that Adnos had recreated in order to win Dulmedes' trust. All he had to do was to revive Queen April. A large number of craftsmen were gathered beneath the governor's house. Under Adnos' orders, they laid out the complex and dizzying tactical deployment circle of the Song of the Dead in the underground of Danilo bit by bit. Although everyone was curious about the eccentric guy who covered himself with a hood, since it was an order from the governor's house, they still obeyed. There are deviations in the nodes here, which must be repaired. Not here. The angle is 3 degrees off. Are the materials I asked for in place yet? You fools, you did this wrong. It's going in the opposite direction. Adnos was shouting out instructions right and left. Many laborers and farmers were called up to help with the effort, and a large amount of supplies were ordered. They began in the cold winter, and were able to complete this underground sewer system by the time the warm and rainy spring had passed. They even built a bunch of smaller canalways amid the underground labyrinth. Thus, a complex canal system was formed beneath the ground of Danilo. The sewer system had a 3-dimensional structure, which was divided into several layers. If there was a mentor of the Wizard Tower, he or she would find this structure very familiar. Adnos had buried a skull that was burning with soul fire at the core of every node, and a large number of soul fires connected with each other. Thus, awarenesses and mind powers were connected together to form a huge mind power force field. Dulmedes stood in front of the altar and looked at her mother in the ice coffin. She was so excited. Adnos stood beside the altar in a black robe. The miserable green flames in his skull seemed to jump out of his eyes with joy, and his mouth opened to the utmost extent as he said, "It will be ready in a minute." As long as we finish the last step correctly, we can resurrect the queen. Adnos was not allowed to go anywhere except this underground altar, where he could be constantly watched. Dulmidi thought that, under such close guard, Adnos could not fool her. Plus, all of the knights and members of the Faith of the Sun in the city were watching him closely as well, so even if Adnos wanted to do something evil, Dulmidi thought that she could easily handle him. The body is ready, so all that is left is to recall Queen April's soul from the underworld. Your Highness Dulmidi, may I begin? Adnos asked Dulmidi. Dulmidi looked at the guards behind her and nodded. Immediately, the guards retreated to the rear. Adnos then stood in front of the ice coffin, then brushed his fingers over the philosopher's stones on the ground, which immediately lit up with green flames. 7 philosopher's stones were lit, one by one, Adnos' hands trembling all the while. The fire in his skull kept surging, and his jaw was constantly shaking. Ha ha! As he approached the last stone, Adnos could not help but laugh. It was as if he was scorning and mocking everything in the world. Adnos looked back at Dulmidi, his mouth open wide. He then said, "Here it I. The moment to witness a miracle." "No, what are you doing? Stop, stop!" Suddenly, Dulmidi had a bad feeling, like a premonition of death. Dulmidi wanted to stop Adnos, but at this time, the green flames suddenly shot forward and covered Adnos' whole body. At the same time, a powerful force hit everyone, knocking them all to the edge of the underground altar. As the soul fire in the central altar ignited, the soul fire skeleton in the nodes of the whole underground of Danilo responded instantly. This surge caused the mind power to continue to spread along the tactical deployment circle, from the foot of Adnos to the whole city, forming into a beautiful geometric structure. This was the largest tactical deployment circle of witchcraft since that had ever existed. A huge three-dimensional tactical deployment circle now covered the whole city of Danilo. As it was late at night and the moon was obscured by dark clouds in the sky, a ray of light that could only be sensed by the mind power rushed straight into the sky and spread out, covering all of Danilo city. Countless people in the city woke up in an instant, all of them feeling that their hearts were being pulled by something fierce. It was as if they were being taken hold of by death. What happened? I suddenly got a bad feeling. Why is the child crying all of a sudden? Tonight's moon and stars are hidden. People in Danilo were all gripped by fear and were yelling in a frenzied panic. Lights on the streets lit up, one after another. No one understood what had happened, but everyone felt out of breath and their hearts seemed to be beating out of their chests. At this time, the miserable green flames suddenly rose from everyone's body, entwining everyone with their evil green glow. All of the people in the city were then transformed into soul fires, and their awarenesses were immediately taken away. Everyone panicked and tried to escape, causing the streets to become crowded with people. But, before anyone could get away, their awarenesses flew out of them. As such, nothing but dead bodies were left on the ground. There were sounds of screaming and of people getting trampled all over the city streets. All the while, a strange flame rose to the sky and locked onto the mind power force field of the Song of the Dead. The whole mind power force field then pooled its force to draw out all of the people's awarenesses, while hundreds of thousands of people continued to die and countless soul fires rose to the sky like sky lamps and stars. What on earth did you do? Stop it! Dulmidi attacked Adnos in a frenzy, but the force field that was above the altar protected him from her. She could not get close to Adnos at all. The knights around her kept falling down as well, their corpses now lying everywhere within the underground labyrinth. Although there were no scars on their bodies, they had no breath left within them. Suddenly, Dulmidi found that her power was gradually weakening and her awareness was declining. It was as if there was a strange force that was devouring her power and constantly wearing down her awareness and strength. Adnos floated in the flames, then looked down at Dulmidi and laughed proudly. The dead are singing. This is the Song of the Dead. Look! Isn't that beautiful? Isn't it such a great honor to witness this moment? Dulmidi looked at the madman. Her eyes were red and she was completely overwhelmed by anger. She felt as if her chest was about to explode. As she looked around her, she realized that the whole underground had been frozen into ice, but Adnos was free from it. You bastard, I'm going to kill you! Dulmidi said. Adnos ignored Dulmidi and spread out his hands. The green flames danced around him, and the whole mind power force field of the Song of the Dead began to fold in an instant. All of the soul fires then flew to Adnos, who said, "Come on! Let's celebrate the birth of the King of the Dead together. Adnos then opened his mouth and swallowed hundreds of thousands of people's awarenesses. Above the altar, countless soul fires converged into a long light river and approached Adnos. This river contained hundreds of thousands of people's personalities and awarenesses, as well as Adnos' own personality. They had all been assimilated, leaving only one single faith, death. All of a sudden, the awarenesses and personalities disappeared. The King of the Dead, which had been the catalyst for bringing together the awarenesses of hundreds of thousands of people, was thus born. Adnos had just surpassed the level 4 before this, yet he had now reached level 7. Instantly, Adnos' whole body was deified, then scattered into sprays of lights that immediately reintegrated themselves into a huge skeleton. Black bone armor and bone spurs grew out of his body, which made him look extremely ferocious. Then, his original miserable green flame became a deep purple color. It was now clear that an extreme strong force and mind power had seized control of the city of Danilo, as a true level 7 creature had appeared. Death. It's the ultimate destination of everything in the world. Adnos roared. With a wave of the bone palm, the whole altar and the governor's house were directly turned upside down. The ground was lifted, and several nearby streets were turned over, revealing the underground below. Numerous soul fires were emitted, and a large number of people who had died in the city stood up and were transformed little by little. As a large number of ghouls, skeletons, and death knights continued to stand up from the ground, their skin and flesh constantly fell off or turned into leather like corpse skin. The undead filled the streets and alleys of the whole city. Dulmidi stood up amid the rubble and looked at her beloved city of Danilo. At this moment, this prosperous city, known as the trading capital and the Pearl of Sea, had been completely turned into a city of the dead. There was no more laughter, only the singing and crying of the dead. As the roars of hundreds of thousands of the undead rose, even the sky itself seemed to be shaking. At this time, a corpse dragon flew down from under the clouds, and the King of the Dead took the reins, then roared into the sky upon it. Did I really cause all of this? Dulmidi stood among the ruins of the governor's house with a miserable grin. She couldn't believe that the whole city of Danilo had turned into a city of the dead. She knelt down on the ground, feeling that all of her strength and even her will to leave had left her. Sorry. Mother, father, I am sorry. I am the worst sinner in the entire empire. Dulmidi's eyes were full of tears, and she looked desperate and sad. At this time, from the hillside of the ruins, the headless knight charged forth, riding a monster. He was wearing armor and leading an army of countless undead beings. Headless Knight, Dragon Controller Rooney Elvis. Did you come to take my life? Do you want revenge, too? I'm ready. Dulmidi then picked up a sword on the ground and fought with the Headless Knight. Numerous undead beings rushed to the ruins and were constantly torn apart by Dulmidi, their discarded bodies forming a high mountain of corpses. Even though Dulmidi was able to defeat these beings, they also wounded her and zapped her of her strength. Thus, at dawn, Dulmidi died of exhaustion among the ruins. Chapter 221, Ghost Outbreak, I. Amos Icefield was located in the North Pole, which was located right at the edge of the human world and the edge of the Alan continent. Standing here made one feel like they were standing at the end of the earth. There were lots of ice shards on the surface of the ocean within this region, and if one were to go further north across the dangerous sea, they would reach the Arctic. At the very edge of Amos Icefield, a high castle had been erected. On the side of the castle that was facing the ocean, a tall statue of a knight had been placed. The statue seemed almost like a guardian that had been charged with protecting the castle. This castle was named Colossus College and was built by the first-generation wizard apprentice Uruk, who was a close friend of Borcalermo. He decided to build the castle in this extremely cold area after he left the wizard tower. Uruk was very upright and old-fashioned, which made him very different from the other wizards. As such, he much preferred to spread the way of the chivalrous knights of the Holy Civil Empire. This meant that he instructed the wizards in his Colossus College according to the way of the knights. As such, his way of teaching was almost like a military school. The wizards at Colossus College were almost all belonged to the branch of blood wizardry, meaning that they were first picked and then trained by the elites within the blood knights from the Holy Civil Empire. This explained how Colossus College was connected to the Holy Civil Empire. Recently, everything was a bit of a mess at Colossus College. Since the news from the southwest part of the Holy Civil Empire had arrived, bringing with it the report regarding the loss of Danilo City, everyone had descended into a state of complete denial. However, the appearance of the King of the Dead and the 100,000 ghosts rushing into the Yan'an province soon forced everyone to accept the facts. This message, confirming their utter defeat, quickly spread throughout the entire Holy Civil Empire. Colossus College was the first to receive this shocking news. As the snow was roaring outside the window of the High Principal's room, an orc teenager asked seriously, "Have you researched everything in great detail? Have you sorted the news out yet?" Uruk was wearing a white long robe, which followed the tradition of the wizard tower, where apprentices wore grey robes, qualified wizards wore black robes, and mentors and the owner of the tower wore robes in other bright colors. Uruk was sitting among the orc wizards, who were gathered in a circle in the principal's room. One of the wizards replied, "We have researched it. Our people from the Yan'an province passed us some messages, which shared the intel that the ghosts are now ruining the province. So we don't have much time left." Many of the other wizards heard this and began nodding their heads in agreement, then offering their own opinions. "That's right. The longer we just sit here and do nothing, the worse this ghost problem will get. Then, before we know it, it will be too late for us. We have to gather every powerful force that can help. This is a disaster. We have to stop it while the problem is still confined to one empire. We can't afford to let this spread further afield." Confined? The 100,000 ghosts army and the unknown King of the Dead can never be confined. Uruk then asked, "That King of the Dead, who, or what, is he exactly? Where did he come from? Is he one of us?" A Fox People wizard answered, "The estimated power level of the King of the Dead far surpasses the level of a level 4 wizard, but since we don't have updated information about him now, he could have become even stronger than what we could imagine." He then added, "The only confirmed fact is that the appearance of the King of the Dead must have something to do with us wizards. As the modification technique of the undead could be found in the wizard inheritance from the wizard tower, we can be certain that the opponent has to be a wizard from the wizard tower. He also has to be a wizard that possesses a high-tier inheritance." Uruk listened to this report with a grim face, then took out his wizard tower badge. As he activated the badge, a mind power force field surrounded him, and he quickly sent this new information directly to the wizard tower. Uruk then announced, "I have requested the wizard tower's assistance and asked them to identify the King of the Dead, but this is not enough. The King of the Holy Civil Empire has surely been informed of all of this by now, so he will be making her own plans. However, it must be difficult to ask for our help. Therefore, we have to go there in hopes that we can enter the palace and meet the king." In the depths of the Black Forest of the Kingdom of Rosa Doro, the Wizard Tower. As several wizards and apprentices were studying in the Wizard Tower library, at the reception table at the entrance to the library, a silver tactical deployment circle suddenly appeared on the hairy stomach of the Sphinx Pyros. He immediately stopped working and rang the bell behind him. He then shouted, "Emergency shutdown. All apprentices, please leave the library immediately, as we will be closing in 10 minutes. The Sphinx Pyros then picked up the earth phone that was hanging on the wall behind him and spoke into it. "Master Boer, I have just received an urgent notification from Master Uruk at Colossus College. Messages could be sent within a short distance by apprentice badges or the signal transmitter that was within the Wizard Tower badge. However, sending messages across the continent, like what Uruk had just done, could only be accomplished with wind ravens or by using the authority of the Wizard Tower badge." As Boer saw the projection coming out of the eyes of the Sphinx, then watched as Uruk was explaining the details of the outbreak in the Orc countries and the Yan'an province to the assembled group, his thoughts wandered to the dozen mentors who were gathered there nearly a continent away, many of whom were second and third generation wizards. "Well, what do you think?" Boer asked the group via the telecommunication system. Everyone immediately launched into a heated discussion, but there was no unanimous conclusion. Without actually seeing the situation on the field, even though he wouldn't think that Uruk was lying, it was still really hard to imagine this King of the Dead and his huge ghosts army. However, there was proof that a famous trading city, Danilo City, had been lost in one night and 100,000 people had turned into ghosts. Furthermore, the death of Dolmidi had really terrified everyone. However, since this only happened within the Orc countries, and since most wizards were just selfish beings who didn't intend to help, they didn't really want to interfere in the war, but were mainly intrigued by the existence of the King of the Dead and the Ghosts' army. However, there were some wizards that looked into the future and had expressed the opinion that they should respond to Uruk's request for help. After all, wizards were still depending on the human society, and without the human society, the wizards could not survive for long. Even though this happened in the orc countries, the human nations could very well be the next ones targeted. Boer listened to everyone's opinions, but didn't say anything decisive. After the meeting, he turned to Edward and asked, "Are you familiar with this situation? There are only a few people that are capable of holding such a wizard inheritance, and even less who could achieve something like this." Edward looked down and thought for a moment, then looked up at his teacher and said quizzically, "Knows." He then shook his head in denial, thinking better of the idea instantly. "No, it couldn't be. No, that is impossible. He is already dead, completely dead. Back then, Boer immediately pulled out a stack of files and threw it on the table, interrupting him in mid-sentence. In recent years, within the Mala Kingdom and Andromeda Mountain, there were legends that told of some undying creatures. So, I ordered someone to check the grave in Adanos. It was open, and empty. Boer looked Edward in the eye and shouted in excitement, "It could only be him." Boer then turned around and said, "What happened back then, I should be held accountable for it as well. I'm the one who taught him this wizard inheritance. Thus, the calamity that he brought upon the human and orc nations should be my responsibility. In fact, I will go there myself to take back everything I gave him." Verthandi was sitting alone on her throne in the palace hall. 100,000 ghosts had just devoured the entire Danilo city, and in only a few days. They had defeated all 10,000 of the Ice Mace Holy Knight army of the Yan'an province, thus ruining the whole province. When news of this arrived in Sarga city, the whole government of the Holy Civil Empire was shocked. No one could believe that, out of nowhere, the province was ruined by these ghosts from the south. The government immediately arranged for the nearby provinces to send forces into the two main frontiers of the north and the eastern parts of the Yan'an province to help stop the army of ghosts from advancing further. At the same time, they helped to take in refugees from the Yan'an province. Meanwhile, Verthandi had given orders as the king of the Holy Civil Empire, arranging for the Northland cavalry to be deployed in the south and the Holy Knights from other regions to come to the frontier as soon as possible. 10 days from now, 200 soldiers were scheduled to be assembled, then altogether, they would take out the Ghost Army and the King of the Dead in the Yan'an province. The army would be led by the leader of the Holy Knights, Ibu. Since Verthandi had lost her Sword of the King, she was not much stronger than Ibu. On top of that, it was times like these that she couldn't easily leave Sarga city as a king. However, after she finished giving orders, Verthandi asked everyone to leave the palace and shut the gate. She sat alone on the throne and was lying on her hands holding the sword. April. Dulmidi. April. I didn't protect her. It was all my fault. April suddenly appeared in Verthandi's mind, as well as a few memories of how Dulmidi used to hold her cloak behind her, shouting that she was going to one day be a great knight, just like her. Dulmidi was different from her, as she had been mentored by Lu Zhiyu since she was young and travelled around the whole world. In contrast, Dulmidi was just a stubborn little girl that grew up in Sarga city. For this reason, Verthandi knew that Dulmidi wasn't the right vessel to be a king and didn't have the potential to rule the Holy Civil Empire. Many more memories flashed through Verthandi's head, including those from her childhood in Air City, her father Runthir Irnbel's teachings, and even how she used to pull her father Runthir Irnbel's leg while fooling around playfully. Is this punishment? What have I done to deserve this fate? Verthandi lifted her head, her eyes filled with loneliness and grief. Chapter 222, Ghost Outbreak, 2. 78th year of the San Calendar. Many qualified wizards quickly gathered in a small village near the Kari River. Boer Kalermo was leading a group of around 30 wizards from the Wizard Tower. They were spending their days and nights traveling across many countries, while riding the flying beast known as the Cloud Eagle. After journeying many days and nights, they finally met up with the wizards from Colossus College that were being led by Uruk. Boer, who was the master of the Wizard Tower, then led a group of wizards into the ghost-infested Danilo city. Once they arrived there, an intense fight broke out within the city. The master of the Wizard Tower had turned himself into a magical eagle, then fought against Adanos, the king of the dead. His magical eagle form had a powerful regenerating power, and when it was paired with Boer's powerful defensive abilities and dream witchcraft, he could really hold his own against Adanos. This was because, even though Adanos had become a level 7 mythical creature, he still did not have a low-tier mythical creature template. In fact, he only had the immortality, mind control power, and devouring power of a mythical creature. At this time, the presence of blood witchcraft and the projection of the dream wizard were wreaking havoc within Danilo city. All throughout the city, evil dragons roared, witchcrafts collided in the sky, and many illusions and monsters were projected and materialized. These illusions and monsters appeared in the sky above Danilo city. Their special abilities were tearing the sky apart. After this went on for a while, under the overwhelming attacks of the King of the Dead and the ghosts, the wizards were slowly defeated. In fact, none of the wizards returned from the battle alive. The force that had consisted of nearly half of the elite powers of all of the wizards was hence wiped out. And, since the witchcraft ritual, the Song of the Dead, could not be repeatedly used in the battlefield, the King of the Dead was unable to mass-produce soul flame-based ghosts. This resulted in most of the creatures dying straight away, as their consciousnesses were dissolved and returned to the origin of the world. However, Adnos had succeeded in capturing many people alive, and was thus able to transform them into ghosts. In this way, the size of the ghost army was still growing. Meanwhile, after noticing that none of the wizards returned from the battle, Ibu, the leader of the Holy Knight's army, knew that it was time to attack. Thus, nearly 200,000 soldiers crossed the river, entered the Yan'an province, and waged war against the army of ghosts. Within the Kari River, numerous bodies were floating downstream, then piled up, blocking the river's flow and dyeing the water a crimson red. Those bodies stacked up like mountains, spanning all the way from the Kari River to the Yan'an province. Last time something like this had happened near the Kari River was when the Church of Light and the Crete Empire had invaded the kingdom of Menkor. That confrontation had ended with the king of the kingdom of Menkor drowning himself in the Kari River, bringing with him the sword of the king. After the invasion, the whole kingdom of Menkor was filled with dead bodies. Dong dong! Dong dong! Dong dong! Footsteps were heard approaching, as horns were being played by death knights, summoning all of the ghosts to gather. At this moment, within the Yan'an province, the ghost army crossed the river as a pack. The death knights, who were riding skeleton horses, crossed the most narrow part of the Kari River amid the sound of the horns. Countless ghosts crossed the Kari River, leaving Danilo city to head further into the Holy Civil Empire. Looking at the scene from the sky, one could see that a massive death army that was composed of only monsters and the dead covered the whole earth. The ghost army was so dense, taking just one look at it could make one feel chilled to the bone. The last creature in the army formation was the zombie dragon, which was flying in the sky. Huge gales of air from its giant body and wings could be felt everywhere. Even the black clouds were following the zombie dragon as it was moving. The entire ghost army was like a single entity. They were strengthened by the power of the zombie dragon and the King of the Dead, which made them all the more terrifying. Roar! Pushed by the dragon's roar, the army sped up their pace as they headed towards the east. After crossing the Kari River, if they were to keep heading east, they would reach Saga City. Nothing could slow them down now, as they had defeated the only army capable of doing so less than 1 month ago. In that battle, Holy Knight Ibu, who led the army of the orcs, was severely injured by the storm and was eventually defeated by the hundreds of thousands of ghosts. The Holy Knight Ibu and Alan had died one by one, as the army of ghosts attacked them and the orcs relentlessly. These ghosts were almost impervious to all attacks, as they wouldn't die unless their soul flames were destroyed completely. Therefore, they defeated the orcs easily. Although the orcs had managed to kill many of the ghosts, their elites, the Northland Cavalry and other Holy Knight groups, were dying just as quickly. In fact, after the deaths of the Holy Knight Ibu and Alan, their formation had completely broken down. While they were being chased by the army of ghosts, they had tried to cross the Kari River during the night. At that time, countless people were drowned or killed. The ones who survived ran away from the battle immediately. Moreover, the war between the humans and the orcs that occurred about 10 years ago not only led to the end of the Crete Empire and the separation of the central province, it also devastated the Holy Civil Empire. After it had finally recovered after all these years, this battle set the Holy Civil Empire back 10 years. Now, the state of the empire was even worse than before. The King of the Dead carried deep resentment in his heart, sharing that same sentiment as the 100,000 ghosts. Hence, he chased after the living, dragging everyone to the abyss of death with him. As a result, many lives were lost, which allowed him to add to his army of the undead. What was even worse, new variations, like special skeletons, skeleton magi, king-class ghouls, and headless knights began to appear in his army. We lost. The King of the Dead and the Ghost Army, they are coming. Ibu's Northland Cavalry was defeated. Even though Ibu was defeated, the evil power with him was too strong. What can we do? We can only run away now. We must go to the north or south. By the time the citizens heard the news that the orc army had been defeated and the ghost army was crossing the river, they had already abandoned their city and run either towards the north or the Red River Plain in the south. Everywhere the ghost army went, they left abandoned cities and villages in their wake. Evacuate. Follow orders. Everyone form a line. Leave in an orderly fashion. Don't mess around, or you will be prosecuted. How could this be? Those undying monsters, are they really coming? Let's go. I heard those undying monsters are coming soon. They eat people alive and will turn us into one of them. I don't want to be a monster. God, why? Is this some punishment? In Saga City, the forces were leaving first. The citizens would then follow them as they moved towards the Premonius province in the north, which was the old capital of the Enjido kingdom. Although Saga City was big, it lacked defensive capabilities, especially any that were adequate to protect them from beings like the King of the Dead and the Ghost Army. Also, there were not many forces left in this part of the empire. This was because the forces could only gain more manpower once they retreated back to the military origins of the Holy Civil Empire, which was located at the base camp in the north. There, they would prepare to fight against the army of the King of the Dead once more. A large number of trailers and horses passed through the wide gate, all of which were heading north. Many people joined the group, forming an endless line on the road. Countless orcs brought their sons and daughters, abandoning their warm, sweet homes. No one knew what their destination was going to be like when they arrived. Many orcs cried when they left the city. They were sad because they knew that they may never return. The densely populated Holy Civil Empire suddenly became empty. The king, Verdhandi, had stayed behind in the Church of Kori, as it was agreed that she would be the last to leave after everyone evacuated. Once everyone was gone, she would follow the caravan with her royal guards. Only in this way could she ensure that the noble families and the citizens had left safely. She sat alone in this church that was named after the first patriarch of the faith of the sun. She kneeled in front of the statue of God, wearing a loose white shirt. She remained there until sunset, praying to God. Chapter 223, Ghost Outbreak, 3. Verdhandi was fervently praying, begging for answers. Why did this happen? Are you punishing me? It was all my fault, right? Otherwise, why would so many people die? Why? Answer me, please. Suddenly, the statue of God brightened up, illuminating everything around Verdhandi. As the whole world turned white, she was transported to another kingdom. Verdhandi opened her eyes and looked around. She realized she was standing on a giant stage that was surrounded by 4 sets of stairs. Looking down the stairs, she saw that there were all kinds of temples everywhere. On top of the clouds in the sky, many mythical creatures were running around. There were even legendary Pegasuses and unicorns. There was also a giant gate, which led to the Divine Kingdom, that stood far away in the sky. As she looked down and saw clouds passing beneath her feet, she felt as if the whole Divine Kingdom was surrounded by heavenly marshmallows. Verdhandi suddenly looked up, and above her head, dozens of divine thrones were floating in the air. They were also surrounded by clouds, which seemed very surreal. The divine thrones were arranged in a circle, the largest of which had a giant illuminated figure seated upon it. As the figure's fingers moved slightly, Verdhandi started to float up through the clouds, then came to rest right in front of the giant blurry shape. Former Level 1 Authorizer, Verdhandi Aron Bell, requested to connect to the Divine Kingdom. The shape looked at Verdhandi, his emotionless voice sounding almost robotic. Verdhandi was shocked. God? Who are you? The shape was still staring at Verdhandi. I am the admin of the Divine Kingdom. My name is Gaia. As Verdhandi looked around, she realized that all of the other thrones were empty, which made her a bit confused. Why are they all empty? Where are the other gods? What about the goddess of Sun Maria and Pharos? Gaia sat still on the divine throne, while a light scanned across Verdhandi. He then said, "Access authorized. You can listen to the answer. All the divine thrones are currently empty, as no one has reached the divine throne yet." This made Verdhandi even more confused. What does that mean? Gaia replied, in other words, aside from our creator, there are no other gods. Verdhandi looked around the whole divine kingdom, then looked at the empty divine thrones. She then turned back to stare at Gaia. She felt like her faith was crumbling at this moment. No god? Verdhandi asked blankly. No god. Gaia answered definitively. Verdhandi was so angry, her voice started to crack. How could that be? How? Are you telling me that everything I have believed in this world, it was all a lie? Verdhandi was beside herself with grief and confusion. As tears began to roll down her cheeks, Verdhandi pointed at Gaia and asked, Tell me, what is all of this really about? Before Gaia had a chance to answer, Verdhandi suddenly noticed something and demanded, Where is the creator that you were talking about? Who is this creator? I demand that you let me see him. Verdhandi was constantly wiping her tears away, while frantically looking around. It is you, isn't it? Only you, and all you. Runir Aranbel or Feroz. No matter who the hell you are, I want to see you. Show yourself. Her voice echoed throughout the deathly quiet space, yet no one responded. Then, Gaia responded mechanically, The creator is not in this world. Request to connect has failed. You don't want to see me? Is it because of Saintess Kelly's death? It was all my fault, old man, please come see me and save the orcs. No matter how loud and desperate her shouts were, she received no response. She was devastated. However, as if Verdhandi had a sudden idea, she said excitedly to Gaia, Upon my authority, I request for the power of the Divine Kingdom, so that I may drive out the King of the Dead and his ghost army. Gaia scanned Verdhandi once again, then said, Access denied. Target no longer possesses level 1 authority. Request denied. Verdhandi was so frustrated, she began to shake. The light of the Divine Kingdom was shining upon her, but Verdhandi could only feel the coldness of this place. How could this be? She kept murmuring to herself, clearly in denial that she seemed to be failing in her mission. All the while, Gaia was still repeating the same phrase, Access denied. Target no longer possesses level 1 authority. Request denied. He then added, The requested for connection to the Divine Kingdom has ended. Connected has ended. Boom. Verdhandi felt like the Divine Kingdom was suddenly starting to crumble around her. She instantly fell down from the Divine Kingdom to the ground. By the time she opened her eyes again, she realized that she was once again in the Church of Kori. Where am I? Verdhandi stood up, murmuring a bit incoherently. She was clearly feeling lost. She walked outside the palace. As she looked around, she saw Saga City slowly becoming more empty, while the groups of people were tearfully with their loved ones. I will defeat them, even without you. I will protect my own empire, she yelled, raising her fists to the sky in defiance. As it was located to the north, Primoneus was much colder than Saga City. At this time, the orcs from the empire had either fled or died at the hands of the ghost army. As the army of ghosts kept expanding, many elites were produced. In fact, the size of the army had increased to 200,000. Without the Song of the Dead, the size of the army was increasing at a fairly slower rate than usual, but only in the perspective of the ghosts. In the eyes of the orcs and the humans, this rate of expansion was still fearsomely fast. Moreover, vast varieties of higher class ranks of the undead were constantly being added. These include the special undead like king-class ghouls, skeleton magi, and headless knights. They were leading the army of ghosts, chasing their enemies towards the north. As the ghosts' army marched onward, the whole northern part of the Alan continent was covered by a black cloud. This made all of the orcs shiver, even from afar. Even though the army of ghosts hadn't arrived yet, the population had already started moving further away. As a result, the once lively Holy Civil Empire now had not a single trace of the living left within its southwest region. The ghosts invade the cities, while the dead come out from hell, devouring everyone. No one can go to heaven or hell. Everyone will be trapped in the King of the Dead's control, not living or dying, only doomed to this eternal suffering. In rural pubs and in human cities far away from the Empire, the bards were singing about the darkness in the faraway lands. Even though no one had seen it for themselves, this fearsome description was still enough to chill their hearts as they drank their ale in awestruck horror. As for the northern orc cities, the screams and cries became the background music to the devilish scene. As the orc refugees moved from the south, they brought fear and darkness with them to the north. As the numerous orc refugees stood in line to get their daily rations, there were many other refugees and children scattered throughout the streets, huddling up together to protect themselves from the chilling weather. They were trying to stay hopeful, but it was a struggle within their minds to do so. The king will stop those damn skeletons. We must stay strong. We will be victorious at last. The armies of Skinless, Mysia and Beira are coming, so we might still stand a chance. We have not lost yet. If we win the next battle, we can return to our homes. Many orcs began to head to the north of the old ruins of the Engido kingdom. This was where the Holy Civil Empire would be having their final battle against the Ghost Army. All of the forces from many different areas gathered at this spot in Primo News. As they realized that they were on the brink of extinction, the orcs were filled with fervor and bloodlust. The whole of Primo News, as well as many other surrounding cities, converged to form a frontier. Many soldiers rushed in, each of them holding shields and swords, while they climbed up to the top of the city. Even the orc wizards had all gathered here, as they were now on the brink of extinction as well. Meanwhile, the message of the Ghost Army's arrival came, as some of the Ghost Army leaders had been spotted in Blanc City. Thus, the Black Cloud had officially reached the north. The pursuing Ghost Army was ready to annihilate the Holy Civil Empire and turn the whole northern Alan continent into their kingdom of the dead. Chapter 224, Return. Countless Death Knights rushed to the north from all surrounding directions. They were all heading straight for Primo News. The recent fall of Blanc City had bought the orcs some time, allowing the remaining refugees to safely retreat. After all, if the orcs were to lose one more battle to the King of the Dead, they would be completely annihilated. Roar! The King of the Dead is coming. Vert Handy stood at the top of Primo News, looking up at the black dot in the sky. Following the roar of the zombie dragon, the weather had completely changed. The sunny sky slowly became dark and heavy. They are waiting for nightfall, as decreased visibility is nothing for the ghosts. However, for us orcs and humans, it will be devastating. Vert Handy murmured, fear creeping into her heart. As the Ghost Army got closer, everyone could see that it was really a group skeletons that was being led by countless Death Knights. There were also many higher-tiered undead in the back of the formation, leading their own factions of the army. There were even different types of soldiers, who had put on all of the armor and weapons that they had stolen from fallen cities. Their terrifying forms sent chills down everyone's spines. The orcs again looked down at the sea of countless skeletons, Death Knights, Headless Knights, and Skeleton Magi. Some of the soldiers were just seeing the Ghost Army for the first time, and the terrifying sight shocked them to their cores. Then, from the black cloud above, snow began falling. The air became colder and colder. As chilling winds blew past the soldiers, their fingers became so numb, they could barely hold their swords properly. Toot! The horns suddenly sounded, announcing that the ghosts were on the move. Vert Handy, who had never left the wall, as she had been waiting for them to start their attack, then yelled, "It has finally begun!" As she pulled out her long sword, countless orc knights and soldiers did the same. The lights on the walls of Primo News were reflected by the swords and shields of the army, as all bore their arms together in solidarity. Humility, justice, mercy, heroics, fairness, sacrifice, honor, spirit. Following Vert Handy, every soldier chanted the most famous chant in the Holy Civil Empire at the top of their lungs. Vert Handy pointed forward with her longsword, then said, "Today, all we need to do is defeat this ghost army. If we stay strong, we will be victorious." She then added, "I, King Will of the Holy Civil Empire, will not leave this city. Victory or death." Everyone on the wall, as if their hearts had just been lit on fire, then repeated her words, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Victory or death." While they were shouting, the Ghost Army started their attack. Countless ghosts carried siege weapons and shields to the walls. They then charged the walls with their siege tanks and arrow towers. Primo News was not the only city under siege at this moment. In fact, all of the major war bases and their surrounding cities were also under attack. However, the most important base was still Primo News. As such, the main forces of both the Ghost Army and the orcs were all gathered here. This was because the entire Holy Civil Empire would be brought to its knees if only Primo News would fall. Hence, this was the most important battle of them all. Many skeleton magi used fireballs to bombard the walls. The catapults were also launching flaming rocks into the city. The ensuing chaos was a blur of fire, screams, and surging special powers. The witchcraft of the skeleton magi and the special powers of the king-class ghouls collided against the sword flashes of the holy knights. Sometimes, a hole in the wall would appear, having been blasted through by some secret dark spell. But, it was always quickly blocked by the spike towers within the city. Amid the thunderous attack, countless orc soldiers rushed out to tightly block the ghost army from entering the city. After 23 days of constant battle, many bodies and skeletons were scattered outside of the city walls. The bodies were stacked up in piles against the wall. Some places even had bodies stacked up to half the height of the walls. As the weather was below freezing now, the corpses had been frozen, like cured meat. This caused them to smell absolutely disgusting. Many holes in the walls could not be repaired fast enough, so the soldiers tore down many houses and churches in order to use their materials to block the holes. The bodies that were constantly being dragged down from the walls slowly kept stacking up. The smell of death seemed to be spreading across the entire city. The cold weather had frozen all of Primo News, causing it to resemble an ice castle. There were wounded civilians and soldiers everywhere in the city, and many of them died from the harsh weather conditions. Furthermore, there were constantly reports of fallen cities. At the moment, the only cities left standing were Primo News and a handful of surrounding cities. As for the ghost army outside, they had grown in size, having regrouped yet again. Even though they had also been fighting for 23 days, the terrible weather and the night battles seemed to have little effect on the ghost army. However, while the ghost group was regrouping, their attacks had become less frequent, almost non-existent for a time. But, they attacked only enough to remind everyone of their presence, and to let everyone in the city know that the King of the Dead would be back for all-out attack soon. The horns were again sounded by the ghosts, and the soldiers stood up immediately, fear creeping into their hearts. They were surprised, however, as this time, they were attacking in the morning. Is this the final battle? Is the damn King of the Dead finally going to show himself? One of the soldiers asked. Just as he finished speaking, the ghosts suddenly rushed in like a riptide. However, this time, there was a giant black dragon behind them. The black zombie dragon instantly appeared, spreading its wings and covering the whole sky. Vert-Handi stood on the wall. Her armor was damaged and covered in blood. Dragon. It is a real Titan dragon. That is not a dragon. It is a zombie dragon. It's an evil dragon, crawling out from hell. That is a being even more evil than an evil dragon. Everyone looked at the sky and shouted in awe. The snow was grey, not white, and the black clouds were still covering the sky. Even though the sun was up, the whole world was still gloomy and dark. As the zombie dragon appeared, many wizards from Colossus College, as well as the holy knights charged into the sky. Vert-Handi followed closely behind them, holding her holy longsword, which was pointed right at the King of the Dead. The King of the Dead pulled on the reins, bringing the zombie dragon to a dead halt right above Primo News. As its giant mouth opened, the black clouds started spinning. A giant flame appeared in its mouth. Since the zombie dragon had become one with the King of the Dead, its dragon breath was now imbued with a special power. The flame shot out from its mouth like a pillar of light, spanning across the sky and striking the ground. As it landed, the flame spread out and destroyed large areas of the city, lighting the entire city on fire. Almost everyone that charged towards the King of the Dead had been ignited by the flame and was burned to nothing in an instant. The soldiers didn't even get to scream before they were turned into ashes. At this moment, all of Primo News fell deathly silent, and the soldiers that were holding longswords and shields were all shocked. Many of them stared in wide-eyed wonder and asked man questions. What is that? Is that the King of the Dead? Oh God, how could you let such evil exist in this world? As they stared in amazement, the zombie dragon kept moving its wings, causing the black clouds to spin even more intensely. Countless strangely shaped ice formations then fell to the ground, covering the whole world with ice. Suddenly sensing something, the King of the Dead turned around to see a knight flying in the sky. He had surprisingly dodged all of the ice, as well as the flames of the zombie dragon. It was Vert-Handi. The King of the Dead reached towards her with a giant claw that was surrounded by black fog. However, she dodged it swiftly, then wheeled around to strike at the King of the Dead with her shiny longsword. At this moment, a swift tail strike of the zombie dragon spun Vert-Handi off into the sky. Then, with its hand gesture, the dragon shot many ice poles towards Vert-Handi, which covered the ground where she had fallen. As Vert-Handi's armor was pierced by the ice poles, she was now covered in blood and unable to get up. Meanwhile, countless ghosts had rushed into the city. Alas, Primo News had fallen. Seeing this, Vert-Handi's face turned pale. She drug herself to the city wall and looked at the countless ghosts that were rushing towards her. She then cried, "Ah! Is this my fate? I don't accept this fate." Countless death knights rushed towards the wall, all swinging their knives. As the orcs had been defeated, this was a new era, the era of the ghosts. They would take over the northern Alan continent, turning this place into the kingdom of the dead. The king of the dead also cried out from the sky, "Death is the end of everything. The end of the world starts now." Every soldier stood up and looked outside the city walls, where the ghosts were rushing towards them like a riptide. As they held their swords tightly, they could only feel despair. As the horns blared in the background, many death knights and headless knights screamed like monsters as they rushed into the city. Meanwhile, along the walls, a giant shield suddenly appeared, protecting all of Primo News by blocking the attacks of the ghosts. Countless ghosts ran into the shield and were immediately turned into dust. A large amount of ghosts also disappeared in the same manner. All of the ghosts were now clueless and confused, as was the king of the dead. "What is happening? What is this?" a ghost wondered aloud. At this moment, the black clouds in the sky were suddenly pierced by a large ray of light, which drove out the black cloud that was being controlled by the black dragon. The sun shone once again on top of Primo News, its warmth causing everyone to feel like they were in heaven. Chapter 225, Judgment. As everything had happened so suddenly, it took a while until everyone finally reacted. After returning to their sense, they immediately started to cheer. Many soldiers at the top of the city even started crying and kneeling on the ground, crying out, "The evil ones deserve this bad karma. God has not forsaken us. He answered our prayers." The king of the dead also looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he saw an intense ray of light that was shining down from the sky. All the way from the void of the Bitwall, the giant divine kingdom was projected onto the sky. The projection of the divine kingdom even covered the entire battlefield, as well as all of Primo News. On both the sky and the ground, everything was surrounded by the holy light of the divine kingdom. Then, as the clouds subsided, a giant gate of the divine kingdom appeared. As the massive realm of suppressive power was covering the entire area of the divine kingdom, all of the ghosts, the king of the deads, and the zombie dragon's special powers and witchcraft were suppressed. This left the ghost army befuddled, and many of them wondered aloud. "What is this? God! What is this power?" The king of the dead instantly sensed the power of the realm. It was a power that far surpassed his grasp and imagination. It was a power that even surpassed his origins. At this moment, the gate of the divine kingdom opened. Instantly, a shiny angel appeared at the gate and spread her giant illuminating wings. It was Archangel Kelly. Judgment. As Archangel Kelly held her hand, a giant pillar of light struck down from the gate of the divine kingdom. The pillar immediately traversed thousands of meters to instantly pierce through the king of the dead and the zombie dragon. The dragon instantly disintegrated into countless little particles, then faded into the air. As for the king of the dead, he was struck and had fallen, but had tapped into the energy of countless ghosts on the ground and returned to life. This was the immortality property of mythical creatures. As long as the undead were still under his control, he would not die. "I am immortal. Even God can't kill me. Ha ha ha. I am the god of the dead. I am." Before the king of the dead could even finish his sentence, he was struck by another ray of light. However, he immediately rose again, thanks to the ghosts. He then shrieked, "You cannot kill me. I am undying, the undying king." Countless lights struck the ground as if they were weaving a fish net. The king of the dead died again and again. He screamed again and again, but then rose again from the dead once more. Large amounts of skeletons constantly gathered each time, merging together to rebuild the body of the king of the dead. It was as if they were all retaliating and against and defying God's natural order of life and death. However, even despite the skeletons and ghosts' efforts, this last time, the king of the dead could not do anything other than remain moaning on the ground like a pitiful lost dog. His powers were completely suppressed by the power of the realm. "Realm of light!" Archangel Kelly shouted from above, while a much more intense light was launched from the divine kingdom. The light was like the sun, glazing across the ground and instantly evaporating anything in its path. It wiped out all of the ghosts and everything on the ground. As every ghost was fading away, the king of the dead was constantly dying, then being revived by the ghosts. Every time he was revived, he was painfully killed again. "How is this possible? I am the god of the dead. No one can kill me. No one. His crazy voice was roaring and echoing in the sky. The voice was so grim, it could make one feel the pain of hell itself. However, the king of the dead could do nothing but look at the irresistible power that was annihilating him and his ghost army. No matter what he tried to do, he was powerless. Countless soul flames gathered in the air to form the consciousness of the king of the dead. This was the manifestation of all of the consciousness of the dead, but without a body. As such, it was exposed in front of everyone. Under the realm that was covered by the divine kingdom, the soul flames were slowly being separated, while countless consciousnesses were being taken apart. The once sky-piercing soul flame was now being separated into parts, until finally, its core part was exposed. It was Adnos. Meanwhile, the ground rippled like water. Black waves rippled across it, as the entire ground became more and more surreal. Then, a black underground world appeared. The core of that world was a bright black ball. Countless black hands extended from the core, then grabbed the soul flames. Many of the soul flames were guided to the divine kingdom. The soul flames were then directed to one of two paths, heaven or hell. The soul flame of Adnos was the only one that was left behind. The divine kingdom in the sky and the underworld on the ground appeared simultaneously. This scene shook everyone within Primo News, rendering them utterly speechless. No one had expected this. At this moment, Archangel Kelly suddenly spoke from above. Judgment. Adnos, you are to reside in hell forever. Adnos was then tightly grabbed by thousands of black hands, which dragged him down to the underworld. His memories were immediately erased, then he was thrown into the river Styx. Adnos was then transformed into a rower, who was wearing a black robe and was covered completely by bandages. He had to row on the black boat forever, tasked with transporting the important souls across the river Styx. This was an important task, as all of the souls that fell into the river Styx would lose their memories. Even the souls that were just crossing it would experience immense pain and suffering. As for Adnos, he could never leave that boat. Moreover, due to the influence of the river Styx, he would never again have any memories. Thus, he would forever be known as the mindless rower. Lu Zhiyu suddenly appeared at the corner of the wall. He was holding a core of consciousness that had been separated from the soul flames of the king of the dead. It was the consciousness of Dulmidi. Lu Zhiyu held onto the heavily injured Vert Handi. After a blink, they were both transported inside the palace within Primo News. He put her on the throne and tidied up her clothes and hair. Lu Zhiyu reached out his hands and was trying to heal Vert Handi, when she quickly opened her eyes, then reached out and held his hands tightly. She then weakly said, "You have come." Lu Zhiyu went down on one knee and leaned on the throne. He looked into her eyes and said, "Yes, I have returned." Vert Handi's eyes were blinking as she asked, "Do you still hate me?" Lu Zhiyu knew what she was talking about, so he shook his head. "I was very angry with you, but you are my daughter. Whatever you do, I will always forgive you." Vert Handi's face was filled with joy, but it was also very pale. She had no intentions of living much longer. Vert Handi looked into his eyes and shook her head. "I was happy, but let's end it here. My life has been good enough. I have all I have ever wanted, even though I still have a lot of regrets. Besides, long life is a curse, old man. Not everyone has the courage to face living forever." Hearing her words, Lu Zhiyu suddenly fell silent. As Vert Handi ran her fingers through Lu Zhiyu's black hair and tucked his messy short hair behind his ear, her eyes were full of kindness. "Even though I still don't understand what God is, I have to think that it must be lonely, right?" she asked. Lu Zhiyu grabbed her hands and brought them up to touch his face. He then smiled and said, "You were the one who brought color and brightness to my life." Vert Handi nodded and smiled. "I am glad." After saying that, her pretty face suddenly paled. "I am so tired. I am really exhausted, so I need a break. Old man, please hold my hand." Lu Zhiyu held her hands and asked, "If you had another life, what would you want?" Vert Handi's eyelids were shaking as she slowly closed them. She then replied, "I would want to be with you all the time." Lu Zhiyu leaned on the throne for a while in silence. Then, he suddenly heard cheering from the outside. Lu Zhiyu then picked up her body, turned around, and slowly faded into stardust, taking her far away from this place. 103rd year of the San Calendar, the Wizard Tower, the Black Forest of the Kingdom of Rosa Doro. There was a massive party happening. Every wizard mentor, all of the working staff, and every student had gathered in the Great Hall of the Wizard Tower. According to the recommendation of my fellow mentors, the fourth master of the Wizard Tower is Edward Guillermo. One of the mentors announced. Edward had grown up, and had now become more mature. He put on the silver-edged wizard robe, which was a symbol of one's being the master of the Wizard Tower. The robe had a silver mark on it that represented the Wizard Towers, and it was attached with a badge of the Wizard Tower. Everyone was cheering, including the students and their mentors. Ever since the wizards were suffered heavy losses 20 years ago in the Battle of Danilo City, this was the first time that a new level 4 wizard had appeared. Everyone was hoping that Edward could inherit his teacher Boer's last wish to make the Wizard Tower even greater. Now that he had done so, the whole Wizard Tower was so hyped. Com. There were decorations everywhere, like it was some kind of a festival. Amid all of the hubbub, no one even noticed the giant flying castle that flitted over their heads in the sky. The giant castle was flying in the air and was covered by many clouds. Its base was a metallic semi-sphere that contained different layers of units, including a control room, a storage room, a laboratory, and a library. The top portion of the castle was the living section, which had large areas of beautiful Western-styled houses and lush botanical gardens. At the moment Lu Zhiyu was reading in one of the studies. Eva had brought some tea to him. Not long after he took his first sip, two little girls rushed in, clearly in an argument. Papa! Older sis was bullying me. It was because you were being so stupid. The two blonde girls grabbed Lu Zhiyu's leg from both sides and pointed their fingers at each other. Lu Zhiyu quickly looked at the younger one and asked, if she is always bullying you, why do you keep following her around all of the time? The two of them looked very similar to one another. In fact, they kind of looked like Verdhandi and Dolmiti. However, these girls had wings. The older sister had white wings, while the younger sister had black wings. These two girls were clearly not humans. In fact, they were angels. Moreover, they each had level 4 powers from the day they were born. Once they became adults, they could even reach level 7. However, reaching that level of maturity would take them a long time. At the moment, these two angels were running around Lu Zhiyu, still fighting. He grabbed each of them, one under each arm, and ran out of the room. Stop arguing. Let's go play outside, he said as he carried them towards the sunshine. Com. From outside, they could see layers of clouds floating underneath their feet, and the sunshine was bright and warm. They could also see human cities and villages on the ground underneath them, as well as farmlands that were intersecting with lakes and forests. Where are we going? Yeah, Papa, where? Let's go up and fly way up high. The angel girls were talking over one another, as they were very excited. Ah, but will we be melted by the sun if we were to fly too close to it? Lu Zhiyu laughed. Chapter 226, Flying Castle and Soul Worm. Lu Zhiyu was in the base control room of the flying castle. The whole base was made of cold, hard steel. Aside from a glass ball that was at the control center, there was only one levitating chair. Footage from in and outside of the castle was projected onto screens from all directions. As such, Lu Zhiyu was able to connect to the control system of this flying castle if by sitting on that one single chair. The control system was foolproof, and anyone who had awakened their mind power could use it. This was an important facet, as it was not always Lu Zhiyu that was controlling the flying castle. However, most of the time, he had it in autopilot mode. Lu Zhiyu looked at the ring that was floating in the glass ball in the control center. This was the ring that had been taken from the bionic robot of Atlantis. It was a very unique piece of technology that could create repulsion between the object and the ground. The technology was not exactly negative gravity, but it was close enough. Lu Zhiyu was excited as he imagined the applications of this levitation. For Atlantis, this was an easy piece of technology, and it had already been mass-produced and minimized in size. After Lu Zhiyu took one ring from the bionic robot's head, he had called it the levitation ring. The control room that Lu Zhiyu was presently within, which was at the base of the flying castle, was actually weightless. As such, its floating force could support the whole flying castle. He only needed to adjust the repulsion force between the levitation ring and the ground in order to lift off or land the flying castle. Moreover, even when the flying castle was in the astral, the levitation ring could provide enough gravitational force to stabilize the environment inside the castle. It seems like the technological power of this civilization has not progressed as far as I had imagined it would by now. It is still in the realm of the human imagination, but there is nothing we can compete against yet. After Lu Zhiyu had familiarized himself with the levitation ring, he then modified the flying castle. However, it was still a long ways from being able to travel in the astral ecosystem and life cycle. There is so much to consider. Where should I begin? Lu Zhiyu's brain was racing furiously. Ideas were constantly popping up, which he quickly made into blueprints and drafts. Then, the door behind him suddenly opened. At that moment, two little kids rushed in from the outside, then immediately started to fly. Even though they did not spread their wings, since it was a weightless environment, when they opened their arms, they just floated around in the control room. Papa! The egg you made before, it hatched. The older of the two sisters, Vert Handi, said to Lu Zhiyu, while gesticulating excitedly with her hands. Yes. It really hatched. The younger sister Dulmidi nodded non-stop. Hatched into something this long. A long worm. Blarg. Super disgusting. As the two girls were playing off of each other's comments like people do in an improv comedy show, Lu Zhiyu burst into laughter. However, once Lu Zhiyu quickly realized what they were talking about, he stood up from the levitating chair in the control room, then flew towards the inner cabin door. That is not an egg. It is an embryo. It really hatched? Let's go and have a look. Lu Zhiyu yelled on his way to the door. This embryo was a creature that had been created by Lu Zhiyu during an impulsive whim. This was not an ordinary creature, but a special creature that was in existence somewhere between energy and conscience. Even though it had many flaws, Adnos had been able to use it to discover the system of soul flames. Moreover, it greatly inspired Lu Zhiyu in further discoveries. So, the structure of conscience and soul can not only be presented a single form, but can also be presented in the form of a soul flame. Lu Zhiyu explained to the two girls. When he had created it, he was trying to create a creature that could exist between conscience and life. In this way, it wouldn't just be a conscience that could not interfere with reality. However, such a creature would be quite different from normal life forms as well. This development would also help evolve Lu Zhiyu's understanding of soul and consciousness. After Lu Zhiyu and the two girls went through the steel tunnel, the door behind them closed and the lights were shut off instantly. All of the projections immediately disappeared as well, as the room switched into idle mode. Upon their entering the laboratory, all gravity force returned. As such, Lu Zhiyu landed gracefully, then walked on the floor normally. The two girls almost fell on the floor as soon as they crossed the threshold, but were luckily grabbed by Lu Zhiyu before that happened. They looked around, noticing that there were many empty incubators in the room. Within the incubator that was the furthest away, there was a semi-transparent worm. It opened its mouth, which was filled with sharp teeth. It was ramming into the glass wall, trying to escape. The worm had transparent skin, and through that skin, one could clearly see that there were no organs within its body. In fact, only a black flame could be seen at its core. It was a soul worm, a life form that sat in between the soul world and the normal world. The two girls followed Lu Zhiyu, one on each side of him. They pressed their hands and faces on the glass wall, opening their big eyes to observe the worm inside the incubator. Wow! Did you see that? So scary! As the two kids put their hands together and made faces of disgust, they commented in amazement at this unique creature. They were disgusted by the ugliness of the worm, but were also curious about it. Lu Zhiyu opened the incubator cover from above, then gently brought out the soul worm and placed it in front of the two girls. They quickly covered their eyes, and were screaming, but they were also trying to look at the creature from the gap between their fingers. Lu Zhiyu held the worm tightly. It was twisting constantly, trying to bite Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu could see that this worm really existed, but he still could barely believe it. Even though Lu Zhiyu had created it, he didn't expect that it would have hatched so soon. Moreover, it was much more stable than he had expected it to be. The soul worm also had an insanely impressive lifespan. Without restrictions or outside influences, it could exist forever. But, the soul worm was also like a soul flame, meaning that it was constantly consumed. So, when external forces caused it to be sucked dry and run out, it died. However, also similar to soul flames, it had a strong devouring power and the ability to constantly evolve. It could also connect the magic network in order to push its own evolution. However, without cells and life templates, this form of evolution was uncontrollable. Thus, the speed of its evolution and reproduction would be much faster than normal life forms. If I were to create a world with this type of life form, wouldn't it be like a natural divine kingdom? Then, the endless birth and consumption of the creatures would constantly provide nutrients to the divine kingdom, thus making the natural divine kingdom much stronger. Furthermore, this new divine kingdom would be different from my divine kingdom, which was solely a world of conscience information. This one would be the real kingdom of God, strengthened by the soul of the believer. This way of evolution seems like it would be way faster. Lu Ziyu's head was filled with countless ideas. As he clenched his fist tight, the first experimental soul worm disappeared into dust. Since it was born from the original power of conscience and source form, it would naturally return to its origin after its death. Ah! The worm died. Poor thing. The two girls opened their mouths wide. Lu Ziyu then grabbed them and said, all right. Forget about the worm. Eva must have made something tasty for us prepared in the kitchen by now, so let's go eat. Chapter 227, The Abyss World. The painting world was a two-dimensional space. It was the first world that Lu Ziyu had created. Compared to Maria's world, it only had length and width, but lacked the third dimension of height. After the downfall of that dimension, Lu Ziyu had cast away the map of the world in a far-flung corner. At the moment, Lu Ziyu was looking at the pile of scrolls within the flying castle. Finally, he had found the map amid this pile of papers. Now, this broken and rotted world had, after all this time, once again been taken out by Lu Ziyu. Everything in that world was currently broken. Even the sun had ceased to shine. There was no light or warmth, and without gravity and order being present to regulate everything, the world was a total mess. Ah! This feels like it was so long ago. Looking at the first world that he created was making Lu Ziyu emotional. As Lu Ziyu reached out his hand, it was as if an unseen power pressed it into the painting world. The rules inside it started turning and changing immediately. Reset world. Back to zero. Modify. The strange dimensional world in the astral was changing massively, as it was being controlled by an unseen power. The world quickly transformed from a mere flat piece of paper into a three-dimensional world. However, unlike Maria's world, the interior of the world was composed of countless bubbles. Each bubble was insulated from the other, like a beehive's honeycomb. It was all chaos inside, as the gravities were random and haphazardly arrayed. Therefore, there was no official up or down directions. There was no light or sun either, only rocks and floating islands, which were colliding with each other. Those rocks went through the gaps between the bubbles, then went up or down haphazardly. As Lu Ziyu reached out his hand again, it was as if there was an unseen force that dragged the painting world from the edge of the bitwall to the center of the bitwall, depositing it right next to Maria's world. Com. However, this right next to only was a relevant description of distance in terms of bitwalls. In reality, it was still a distance that would take a level 7 mythical wizard more than 10,000 years to fly across. Confirming time flow speed. Lu Ziyu called out, carefully confirming the time flow in that world. Since the astral was pretty stable, it had a time flow that was similar to Maria's worlds. When compared to Earth, this time flow speed was about 100 to 1. However, for this newly created world, Lu Ziyu could control the speed of time flow inside easily, like it was on autopilot mode almost. Regarding different worlds, because the rules within them were different, time within each would naturally flow differently. In other words, the more complete the rules were within a world, the closer the time flow would be to the astral. Create magical network. Lu Ziyu yelled, while he connected to the zero-dimension world. He opened the source form channel and set up the whole magical network to cover the whole world. All of the source form that Lu Ziyu had saved during the last decade had decreased drastically due to those series of actions. The whole bitwall world was now sitting on Lu Ziyu's hand like a toy. He could play with it and manipulate it however he liked it. Whether it be resetting, modifying, solidifying or adding new rules, with enough source form, Lu Ziyu could do all of these things effortlessly. Lu Ziyu had finally stabilized the whole bitwall world. Now, the time flow, when compared to Earth, was 1 to 8,000. When it was compared to Maria's world, it was 1 to 22. In other worlds, 1 year in Maria's world was 22 years in this world. One step to go. Up to this last step, the world embryo that Lu Ziyu had imagined was pretty much finished. Feeling pretty satisfied with the success of this latest project, Lu Zhiyu then returned to the flying castle. While he was leaving, he took the scrolls that were hanging on the demi-bit wall in the dimensional castle. After returning to the flying castle, he noticed that the top of the castle was covered in a layer of special glass. At this moment, the inside of the flying castle was completely insulated from the outside. Even normal people could live in this environment now. Now, the air pressure, air composition, gravity, temperature, and other survival variables were controlled effortlessly by the flying castle system. Inside the botanic gardens, there were even artificial sun plates that enabled the vessel to mimic real sunlight and warmth. The entire flying castle was now enclosed, creating a small world of its own. However, mobility and acceleration were still major problems, as it was currently still too much of a dream for the world to travel in the astral. However, it was not a big problem for Lu Zhiyu. At the moment, Vert Handi and Dolmidi were busy bullying a little lion. It was Vert Handi's pet lion. Dolmidi had picked her own pet as well, which was a parrot that actually could carry a conversation with people. However, after they had each picked their pets, Dolmidi felt that Vert Handi's pet was better than her pet parrot. Therefore, she kept trying to take the lion away from Vert Handi. The poor lion was now being dragged around by the two little kids, their immense strengths almost tearing it in half. After the lion saw Lu Zhiyu, it cried out sadly for help, which scared the two girls enough that they finally let it go. The lion quickly ran into the nearby bushes in the botanic garden and disappeared. "Alright, let's not bully the little lion. Papa will take you to see something more fun," Vert Handi said. "I didn't bully the little lion. My older sister was just not allowing me to touch it." Dolmidi pouted. "The little lion is mine. Your parrot is at the top," Vert Handi shouted. "I don't want my parrot. I want the little lion," Dolmidi protested. After they finished arguing, the two sisters looked at Lu Zhiyu. Vert Handi then asked, "Papa, Papa, what are we going to see today? Are we going to see big fish, like the big fish that we saw in the ocean the other time?" Dolmidi asked. "Com." Lu Zhiyu quickly answered. "No. We have seen all of those things already. This time, we are going to see the outside world." Eva had already set up the programs in the control room. She had also prepared more seats for the girls. Upon entering, Lu Zhiyu sat in the main seat, while everyone else sat in their own seats. Lu Zhiyu's mind instantly connected to the flying castle control system as he got into the levitating chair in the middle of the room. "Sit tight. I'm going to go faster now." As the flying castle was booting up, the projection of the views from around the flying castle appeared. The sun in the sky, the ground below, and the clouds around the castle all appeared on the screen. Then, the flying castle was quickly launched into the sky, the continent underneath it becoming smaller and smaller. As the speed got faster, they went over the bit walls. After traversing the layers of the astral world, they finally reached the outside of Maria's world. That was so fast. The world is smaller and smaller. Wow! We are really outside of our world. It's so pretty. As the girls were exclaiming back and forth to one another, even Eva opened her mouth wide in surprise. This was her first time leaving Maria's world. What's more, no one besides Lu Zhiyu had ever seen the full map of Maria's world, not to mention observing the world as a whole from the outside. Maria's world was like a giant sphere, and a light source on the bit wall was orbiting around the world to provide it with light and warmth. Then, as the flying castle accelerated again, they passed a surreal barrier and a dimensional gate. As they passed the endless distance of the astral, they came out on the edge of another bit wall. The world was pitch dark, and its interior was a mess. It seemed very dark and scary. Vert Handi and Dolmidi looked at the dark bitwall world from their levitating chairs, both exclaiming at once. "This world is so scary. It's pitch black. There is nothing here." Lu Zhiyu put the flying castle in cruise mode, then flew around the bitwall and observed it for a while. He then said, "This is our target. Vert Handi, Dolmidi, and Eva, welcome to the Abyss World." Chapter 228, Species of the Abyss World. Eva suddenly felt like everything in Maria's world seemed to be passing away. She and Lu Zhiyu had seen countless people sacrifice everything for just a piece of land, for the sovereignty of a country, or for beliefs. Was it that important? People didn't even know how big the world was outside their own country, much less outside the Alan continent. They only saw the narrow world that surrounded them only as far as their naked eyes could see. But, Eva had found that the whole world was only a drop in the ocean when compared to the astral. Eva suddenly felt that her vision had expanded. As the floating city left Maria's world, it seemed to have also taken the shackles away from her. "Let's go in," Lu Zhiyu said. After observing the external situation of the abyss world, he immediately started the engine and went directly into it. The newly formed abyss world was much smaller than Maria's world and was very barren. When Lu Zhiyu controlled the floating castle to penetrate the bitwall and enter the abyss world, he saw that Eva, Vert Handi and Olmidi all appeared quite numb and were very quiet. "This is the abyss world? How could this be?" Lu Zhiyu asked. The speed of time had accelerated in an instant, but the three people who crossed the bitwall did not adapt to the change well at all. The speed of the castle rapidly changed, and they seemed to be controlled by an inexplicable force. It was only when they all had entered the abyss world that all of this slowly returned to normal. That was so weird, but also fun. Eva didn't quite understand what had just happened, so she looked at Lu Zhiyu for some explanation. Lu Zhiyu explained, "The instability in the abyss world causes the speed inside the world to be different from within the astral. When external objects enter the abyss world, they become subject to the adjustments and assimilations of the internal rules of the world." The abyss world had a honeycomb-like structure, which was made up of layers of space bubbles. Countless meteorites and floating islands floated in its darkness, some of which spun rapidly against each other. Some space bubbles were rich in substance, while others were completely empty. Lu Zhiyu reached out, and a small fireball appeared in his hands. The fireball kept growing until it finally became Hugel. After that, Lu Zhiyu compressed it, forming it into a highly unstable black spot. When Lu Zhiyu threw the black spot out of the floating castle, he immediately took control of the floating castle and drove it out of the abyss world. As the black spot drifted into the abyss world, the forces emanating from it distorted the surrounding meteorites and floating islands. The strong erosive forces even began to interfere with the real world, making everything seem to transform into a half-soul and half-material state, like a soul worm. After the black spot passed through more layers of space bubbles and reached the center of the abyss world, it stopped, spun violently, then exploded. Suddenly, a great energy burst forth from the core of the abyss world and radiated through numerous space bubbles, then spread out into the whole abyss world. This caused the whole abyss world to undergo some dramatic changes. Everything became radiant and flooded with light, and countless soul worms began to emerge everywhere. The whole world began to show signs of life. A large number of floating islands and meteorites were transformed into bases for worm cultivation to accommodate the vast number of worms that were being born. After their births, the worms began to absorb the energy, which allowed them to strengthen themselves and continue to grow. Some of the worms would eat the other worms, and the remnants of a large number of dead soul worms would then be integrated into the floating islands and the meteorites. The meteorites would then continue to grow and eventually became floating islands, which would then slowly expand and become continents. Meanwhile, within the numerous space bubbles, different changes were taking place. Each space bubble was like an isolated small world, where the innumerable soul worms that devoured each other would actually become advanced creatures. Lu Zhiyu drove the floating castle out of the abyss world, so that he could observe the changes inside of it from the outside via projection. He saw that the advanced creatures didn't have a common form. Some were muddy monsters, some were giant one-eyed monsters, some were innumerable ugly vines entangled together, and some were like tree stumps and roots. There were also monsters with wings and bodies, like flesh bugs. They were flying around the world, constantly spraying venom that could decay souls. Their fluttering wings even had disgusting, twisted muscles on them. Moreover, some of them even had countless eyes. When they opened them eyes, their eyes could radiate lights that would destroy the souls and all of the materials that were in front of them. There were so many strange creatures like these, too many to count and describe. All kinds of these creatures had been born in the abyss world within the last few years. They were indeed strange and terrible. Wow, that's terrible. So many bugs. No, they are even more disgusting than bugs. Eva said. Having parked the floating castle outside the abyss world, Lu Zhiyu began to record the changes and new species that he observed. Looking from outside the abyss world, the internal speed of time was more than 20 times faster than it was on the outside, so everything seemed to be moving really fast. As such, a few years had passed inside, but only a few months had passed on the outside. Hence, the species of the abyss world had grown and evolved at a rate that was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Eva and the two others soon grew bored with simply observing, so they went to the botanical garden to play with the poor lion. Is the evolution disordered? Eva asked. Well, it certainly is not just going in one direction, Lu Zhiyu said. The previous Zerg world and Maria's world had both been influenced by the real world and by Lu Zhiyu's knowledge. As Lu Zhiyu had received a modern education, he suffered from some constraints. As such, the shape and ability of the creatures that he created and transformed were only able to be within the imagination of human beings. In the abyss world, the creation of a species was not affected by cell and gene templates, like in humans, so there was no influence garnered from Lu Zhiyu. Hence, these species evolutions were not controlled by Lu Zhiyu, so the shape and ability of many of the species in the abyss world were beyond even his imagination. For example, some of their shapes were distorted and exaggerated, and their evolution was disorderly and filled with unknown variables. For Lu Zhiyu, it was like opening up a door to a whole new world. Countless creatures, born from a large number of soul worms, whistled through the abyss world. Although there was no warmth in the silent abyss world, countless creatures were still being born. Clearly, the energy in the whole abyss world was slowly changing. Later, these creatures would travel to the edges of the space bubbles, enter other space bubbles, then come into contact with more advanced species. The abyss world would then use their energy to evolve into a special divine kingdom, just as Lu Zhiyu had expected all along. However, creatures in the abyss world were still relatively weak at the moment, and their evolution was still full of defects. For example, after the creatures were born, they would die quickly. As such, Lu Zhiyu knew that it would take a long time to turn this world into a divine kingdom and expand it into a world that was larger than Maria's world. Chapter 229, Devil Species. This was a dark and silent world. For countless monsters, their days consisted only of killing and swallowing each other, and evolution was their only focus. At the center of the abyss world, at the core of the black spot where all energy was born, a huge floating island existed. This was where countless creatures were constantly being born, only to later disappear. Suddenly, a giant soul worm emerged from the floating island. It had a big mouth, which spun a web and then turned itself into a cocoon. A few days later, it emerged again, but this time it was a monster with a ferocious head and no body. However, 4 claws could be seen sticking out from both sides of its head. Unlike other monsters, this monster had a high degree of wisdom. In fact, it was very smart. After it was born, it had selectively devoured other worms, which had made it grow big and strong. It also selectively transformed soul worms into life forms like itself, then quickly made them its subordinates. At first, the same kind of monsters grew on the central continent, constantly occupying the whole continent and killing and devouring other monsters. They did this in order to establish their own monster country in the central bubble of the abyss world. Among the numerous other bubbles, many were experiencing similar occurrences. The evolution is out of order, Lu Zhiyu said to Eva. Survival of the fittest, Eva said. Lu Zhiyu observed the interior of the abyss world through a picture scroll. The smartest monster, which was huge like a castle, was floating in front of countless other monsters of much smaller sizes. With a loud collective roar, all of the monsters cheered at the same time. These monsters occupied the central continent of the abyss world and were the most powerful ones within it. The higher their levels, the more claws they had. These claws were like countless fierce whips that were constantly waving around and making sharp noises. The monsters used their mind powers and awarenesses to communicate with one another. Although they had no proper language and were not conscious beings, Lu Zhiyu could understand a bit of their intercommunications. Stiqua. King of the Devil. All of the other monsters bowed before the smartest huge monster. He was Stiqua, King of the Devil. The King of the Devil stood on the dark peaks in the central continent and declared his power and authority over all of the other monsters. As he spoke, red flames came out of his mouth and surged up into the sky, illuminating vast areas of the continent and turning the whole world red. In the light of the fire, countless monsters' shadows appeared. Lu Zhiyu took a record of all of the monsters that were led by the King of the Devil and named them the Devil Species. This was the first official species ever to be recorded in the abyss world. In his record, Lu Zhiyu wrote, Name, Stiqua, Species, the Devil Species, Birthplace, Abyss World, Ability, the Shadow of the Blade, the Flame of the Devil, and Devouring Awarenesses and Emotions. What interested Lu Zhiyu most was the species' ability to devour awarenesses and emotions. This ability was related to the origin of consciousnesses and souls. From his perch outside the abyss world, Lu Zhiyu observed and recorded the strange monsters for a long time. Lu Zhiyu found that these monsters' life forms were very close to the mythical creatures. However, they did not have the immortal bodies and longevities that mythical life forms possessed. But, in terms of some special abilities, they were very close to mythological life forms. For example, because mythological life forms could actually ignore space, the transmission of awarenesses among mythological individuals were also able to ignore distance. These monsters also had this amazing characteristic. But, as these monsters were born in the abyss world, they were also limited by the abyss world. If they left, they would become homeless and die. Thus, they were greatly dependent on the abyss world, a world very similar to the divine kingdom. In fact, if they entered the astral or other worlds, they would not be able to fit in and would eventually die. After discovering these characteristics, Lu Zhiyu did not attach much importance to them, but regarded them as a kind of original ability of this special species. Seeing that the operation of the abyss world was on track, Lu Zhiyu was now ready to leave. Besides, the cold and lonely astral and the dark and terrible abyss world were far less attractive than the colorful Maria's world. Moreover, Lu Zhiyu had stayed outside the abyss world for nearly a year now. Although he could get almost everything inside the floating castle and there was a botanical garden that had an artificial blue sky and artificial sunlight within it, they consumed too many resources. Plus, his life here was too boring compared with his life back in Maria's world. Let's go back. I don't like it here. Let's go back and see the snoring fire-breathing dragon. And the silver dragon. All of the small little group echoed his desires, each shouting their demands to leave this place. Even Eva told him in secret that they had run out of the majority of their fresh food and vital materials. Although they planted a lot of crops in the botanical garden, the area was too small to produce all that they needed. Thus, it was clearly time to get out of here. As Lu Zhiyu prepared to go, he bound together some manuscripts that he had written records on, sealed them with a leather cover, then put them on the shelves beside him. Amid the children's cheers, the floating castle left the astral, soon reappearing just outside of Maria's world. It then penetrated the bit wall and returned into Maria's world. Chapter 230, The Book of the Devil. As the sun in Maria's world was bright and shiny, the cover on the floating castle was finally able to be taken off of its base. Verthandi and Dolmidi lived happily in the floating castle for a long time. The castle had a playground, library, a botanical garden, and even some strange buildings that Lu Zhiyu had built on the ground floor. Their favorite part about living there, however, was that they could see the stars from nearly every corner of the castle whenever they looked up to the sky. Now that they were back in Maria's world, both of them were very happy. One day, they were playing around in the castle, when they rushed into the study where Lu Zhiyu was usually resting. At this moment, however, Lu Zhiyu was not there. So, they started horsing around in Lu Zhiyu's room, hitting each other with couch cushions. Then, they found a heavy book on the table. "What is that book?" one of them asked. "I don't know. I haven't seen it before," the other replied. The book had a thick cover with a fearsome skull on it, which attracted the attention of the two children. Dolmidi picked up the book, opened it and found that it had a large number of pictures and explanations about the devil species in it. "Wow! The monsters of the abyss world," Dolmidi said. "Put it back, or Daddy will be angry," Verthandi requested. "No, let's just have a look. It's so interesting," Dolmidi said. "Dolmidi." Verthandi wrinkled her nose angrily and was going to grab that book, when Dolmidi ran out with it still in her hands. They kept chasing each other around on the lawn square, and at last, at the guardrail along the edge of the property, Dolmidi was caught by Verthandi. While they were squabbling, the book suddenly fell down. They were stunned, each of them holding onto the rail and looking down at the falling book. Below them were layers of clouds, under which were the sea and mountains, as well as many villages and cities along the shore. Now, the floating castle was moving towards the east of Maria's world. The black cover book then passed through the clouds and disappeared. "Did it fall into the sea?" Dolmidi asked. "Papa is going to scold us." Verthandi stared at Dolmidi. "It's your fault. If you didn't chase me, I wouldn't have dropped it," Dolmidi said. "Dolmidi, you are a bad girl," Verthandi shouted at Dolmidi. As the girls were arguing, Verdhandi began to hit Dulmidi and continued to scold her. Meanwhile, the black book kept falling, its pages turning in the wind. Finally, the wind tossed it to reveal its front cover again, which, in addition to a black scary skull, revealed a line of Finnish symbols that meant the Book of the Devil. Then, buffeted by the strong wind that was blowing, the book completely broke apart, scattering into numerous large sheets of paper. Eastern Tutton. In recent years, Tutton's maritime trade had become more and more developed. Although a large number of children of the sea and a large number of beasts were still wreaking havoc in the sea, the humans began to master some extraordinary powers. Also, ships coming from the distant Church of Light territory continued to reach all parts of the Alan continent. Although ocean exploration and trade across the continent had not yet been successful, the territory of the whole Alan continent had gradually been explored by human beings, which was a major leap in progress. Decades after the death of Saint S. Kelly and the first pope, the Church of Light had been broken into numerous internal divisions. Without artifacts and spiritual leaders such as Saint S. Kelly, who represented absolute theocracy, no one could command the Red Cardinal bishops and the temple knights in the various kingdoms and principalities. As the new Pope of the Church of Light was unable to command Red Cardinal bishops and temple knights outside of sovereign territory, the parishes began to gradually become independent. Although they still were under the control of the Church of Light nominally, they started to build their own relationships with the nobles of various kingdoms and principalities. Also, as the parishes of the Church of Light began to make contacts within the local community, including the nobles, many aristocratic fleets began to employ knights and priests of the Church and sent them out to conduct missionary work in distant places. Thus, the activities of the Church of Light had been further expanded, which had also led to the increased development of maritime trade. Many of the priests were considered to be great asset aboard the ships, as their extraordinary powers were enough to fight off some offshore monsters and ordinary magical beasts. Some fleets, however, were unable to hire priests to come aboard, but they could choose wizards who had mastered the devil powers. Akkad was a first-generation priest, as well as being a student of Anthony the Great Wise, who was the founder of wizard alchemy and the alchemy system. When Edward, Boer's disciple, had become a level 4 wizard, Akkad had given up his position as master of the wizard tower and chosen to travel. The first generation of wizards, with the exception of Boer, had experienced successive failures at this level so far. The most talented among them had his mind power severely damaged and lost the possibility of achieving level 4. Among the others, some suffered direct collapses of their awarenesses, while others almost died. As such, their success rate was much lower than Boer had predicted. Akkad had been stuck at the threshold to level 4 for a long time. Although his mind power was strong enough, he was still uncertain about it. Now that he was beginning to age, Akkad had to make up his mind soon. After all, Akkad was now over 100 years old, and most of his contemporaries had already passed away. For Akkad, this trip was also his final shot for a breakthrough. Akkad slowly approached the legendary Tutton in a big boat. This huge eastern country was a city-state alliance country. The king was elected by each city-state and served for a term of 7 years. Number 7 was of special significance to the Tuttons, and the atmosphere in the province was quite different than that of the Church of Light. In recent years, missionary priests of the Church of Light began to arrive here, but little progress had been made. The rejection of wizards here was not as strong as that of the Church of Light and the Orc Kingdom. But, because it was too far from the core of the human area, there weren't many wizards in Tutton. The Tuttons nearby the docks were somewhat scantily clad. In fact, many of the men were naked, while the women's clothing showed off their long legs. Near the dock, a large number of vendors had congregated to sell their wares. "We have arrived, Mr. Akkad. Do you need anything else?" the captain asked. "No, thank you," Akkad said. "All right, Mr. Akkad," the captain politely sent Akkad off the ship. Akkad was wearing a black robe. He looked about 50 years old and had a beard and numerous wrinkles on his face. Suddenly, several cries came from the market area, which attracted everyone's attention. "Help! Help! Hold him down!" "What happened?" Akkad heard the crowd shouting. Among the crowd, he immediately saw a man who was covering his neck with both of his hands and whose skin was melting and seeping out mucus. The person then turned into a translucent state, little by little. Appalled by the sight of him, the people around him instantly retreated. Many timid people were frightened and fell to the ground in shock. "Er, er, er, er." The man pinched his neck as if to strangle himself. Several people around him wanted to hold him down, but they were suddenly thrown to the ground by an enormous force that came from out of nowhere. The man opened his mouth, and inside it, there was a fist-sized eye that looked evil and fierce. "Step away! It's a curse from hell. He's possessed by the devil!" Akkad shouted. A large number of vendors fled in a panic, while overturned fruits and vegetables were everywhere. The market was in a total mess. At that moment, Akkad waved his hand as a fireball hit the monster, causing it to turn green. Its mucus was like gasoline all over his body, and the whole man was lit on fire in an instant. The monster closed its mouth, turned into a flame, and finally died. As there was an awfully bad smell coming from the blazing fire, everyone who smelled it felt dizzy and nauseous. Before its death, it uttered an agonized scream that seemed to come from the pit of hell, and a large number of people could not help covering their ears. Everyone watched as the monster was engulfed by a scorching flame, then finally burned into ashes. Some were hurt by the power of the eye, while some were too frightened to move. The busy coastal market had now become deathly silent. Chapter 231, Eyes from the Abyss. The Tuttons' buildings were tall, beautiful, and totally different from the barren world that the people the Church of Light had imagined. The Tuttons had a unique culture, an impressive education system, and a rare understanding of the world. Tefis was a city within the Tutton dynasty. It was a coastal trading state city, that was prosperous and beautiful. It has especially prospered during the past 10 years, with more and more development in the maritime trade having occurred. At the present time, Akkad, who had just arrived Tefis, looked grave. Since he was a doctor from the West, many people had put their trust in him. This was because Western doctors had great reputations due to the Kalermo medical coding book and Boer Kalermo's medical reforms. As such, wherever they went, doctors were respected and welcomed by the people. The sheriffs who had just rushed to the market, after learning the identity of Dr. Akkad, immediately placed the newly injured and comatose patients in a small building next to the market. As he treated the injured, Akkad recalled the thrilling scene that had just taken place. He shuddered while remembering the one-eyed monster and its extraordinary and evil power. Akkad felt strange and scared. "Do you think this has anything to do with the wizards? Are they doing some evil experiments?" one sheriff asked. "No, I've never heard of such power. It's not blood witchcraft at all," Akkad replied. "Is it the mysterious power of the Tuttons?" Another sheriff interrupted with his own question. As it was the first time that Akkad had been here, he did not know what kind of mysterious power existed in Tutton. "So," he said, "I'm not sure, but this power is really weird and wicked." Akkad felt uneasy. Some of this power went beyond even his perception. Akkad opened his suitcase, which was like a treasure chest that was filled with all kinds of different equipment, medicines, and such. Akkad went back to the makeshift operating table, only to find that the body that he had been working on, which was supposed to be a human body, now seemed to have been affected by some kind of radiation, which had caused a terrible change to take place. Moreover, the one-eyed monster in the body had disappeared, too. At this time, there was an abrupt sound of footsteps outside the door. Several soldiers came in. They were the sheriffs in the eastern part of the city, where the market was located. They were also responsible for the tax collection and the resolution of disputes in the city. Most of the sheriffs had brown hair, while some had golden hair. One red-haired middle-aged sheriff spoke in the Tutton language to Akkad. "We have identified him and know where he lives. We'll take care of the patients now, as you need to come with us. If we don't discover what is going on right now, I'm afraid there will only be more trouble in the future." Akkad immediately packed up his things and put on his cloak. Even though Akkad's Tutton accent was not very good, the others could still understand him well enough. He had studied the Tutton language in the tower with a servant named Sargon during his childhood. So, Akkad knew at least basic communication skills. "His name is Rocky. He's a vagrant who makes his living by stealing. He lives in the muddy alley in the north of the city. It's a slum." A red-haired sheriff led Akkad to the north of town, explaining to Akkad as they walked. Akkad nodded. "Does he have any family? Has he been in touch with other people lately?" "He has no family. He just wanders in the street and bothers nearby pubs all day. I know him. If he wasn't burned black, I would have recognized him on the spot," the sheriff replied. They finally came to the muddy alley, where a large number of skewed wooden houses were built. There were no streets at all, and most of the corridors were so narrow, they could only allow one person to walk through them at a time. There was foul-smelling sewer water and garbage everywhere, while mice and homeless cats and dogs ran wild everywhere. They finally came to the man's hovel. It was a small shack with only a few boards nailed together. Most of the boards were broken and rotten. When they kicked the door open, a disgusting smell came from inside the room. As they walked in, they saw a low wooden bed that was covered with straw. It had a blackened quilt strewn across it, which was clearly where the stench was coming from. The quilt was sticky, and as Akkad picked up the rag with his stick and sniffed it, he felt dizzy. Akkad immediately threw it back on the bed. This tramp's body had clearly changed beforehand, as the smell in the room was that same smell of mucus. Be careful, stuff in this room is very likely to be poisonous. Don't touch anything. Akkad warned the sheriffs around him, who immediately pulled away their hands. Akkad looked at a piece of paper that was on top of the bed. What is that? One of them asked. Akkad looked over and saw that it was a page that seemed to have been taken off from a book, which had a wicked monster's image on it. This monster looked like an egg, but its skin was as wrinkled as an old man's. It had a lot of eyes, which were not human eyes, nor were they the eyes of any kind of creature that Akkad had ever seen. The pupils occupied the whole white of the eye, and the internal lines were messy and complex, filled with an evil aura. Below the image, a few lines were written in Finks. Name, Eye Monster, real name, Isapron. There appeared to be more words, but they had been torn off, clearly belonging to another page. Akkad watched the picture carefully, especially the Finks words, which made him deeply doubtful. After all, here they were in Tutton, and only those people from the central continent or the Church of Light could speak Finks. What is that? One of the sheriffs asked. Why does it make me feel a little cold when I look at it? This monster looks so evil. Several sheriffs felt uneasy after seeing the picture, especially the monster's eyes, which seemed to move suddenly and look at them. Akkad also sensed a threat, and though he did not sense any extraordinary power coming from the image, he felt that his mind was constantly sending him premonition alarms. As a level 4 wizard like him was strong enough to predict danger, he took these feelings seriously. So, he took the paper off of the bed and examined it more carefully. There is nothing strange about the paper. The ink is also just an ordinary ink. Although the painted is strange, it has no special power. Akkad felt that the anomaly of this tramp named Rocky must have something to do with the picture. Even though saying this made Akkad feel ridiculous, he still believed this speculation. It may be a strange disease. It's likely to be contagious and result in the outbreak of a plague, so please be prepared. If you have any questions, you can ask me. After all, I am a doctor from the West. The red-haired sheriff immediately became nervous. What? A plague? I will have to report this immediately, so that everyone can be aware in the city. Please stay in the city for a while, as we'll need your help. Akkad nodded, then said, of course, this is what a doctor should do. By the way, if you find information related to this picture, please tell me about it. Chapter 232, Divine Incantation List. Lu Zhiyu went to the Divine Kingdom of Gaia and sorted out its internal data. Gaia, in Lu Zhiyu's view, played a similar role to a game console, and the priests and holy knights were similar to the game's players. However, in order to play the game, the player must hold strong beliefs. To obtain access, they need to sacrifice their souls and their futures, their reward being extraordinary power. Players sent requests to Gaia, either by practicing divine incantations or by the strength of their own skills. Then, the Divine Kingdom of Gaia analyzed their requests and gave them feedback. This time, Lu Zhiyu had returned to the Silver Moon and adjusted Gaia's sub-brain. As a result, many new divine incantations appeared in the system. Lu Zhiyu also installed an additional plug-in, which encouraged priests to develop divine incantations themselves. When they uploaded new divine incantations to Gaia, they would receive rewards. Why has it kind of turned into a bad version of online game? Do I need to develop a new system that allows players to exchange divine incarnations for something? But, this will make the internal system become less flexible. Okay, I'll just have to save this for later. After pondering this predicament for a while, Lu Zhiyu decided not to pay any more attention to the development of the Church of Light on the mainland. After all, the influence of the Church of Light was of little significance to him. As long as the extraordinary power continued to grow and the priests and holy knights continued to expand, that would be enough. At this moment, in the large divine palaces and churches of the Church of Light and the Faith of the Sun, numerous god statues shone fiercely. The divine seeds in the bodies of all of the people were updated simultaneously. The divine system that had originally been controlled by Gaia was thoroughly systematized. Saga City, Kingdom of the Church of Light. When the noon bell chimed, the Temple of Light glowed with an intense light. The second-generation Pope, Arthur, who was the former Archbishop, rushed inside the Temple of Light and watched the light shuttling across it, while many people within the temple area exclaimed, "Is this an oracle coming down? And what will the gods want to tell us? How can it be? Gods have not given an oracle for many years." All of people in the temple were shocked. Likewise, all of the priests gathered in the palaces at the same time, their faces revealing the emotions of ecstasy, devotion, fear, and panic. Dong! There was a sound like a bell from heaven. After Lu Zhiyu updated Gaia, all of the priests and temple knights on the Alan continent had a large number of divine incantation imprinted in their minds. Blessing, healing, judgment ray, light shield, light sword, contact curse, lie detection, great power, blood activation, saint baptism. Group healing, prayer, mind chaos, fear, true words. Advent, summon the unicorns, redemption. Even level 7 divine incantations, like call from heaven, seraphim falls, oracle, resurrection and so on were included in the lists. However, divine incantations of this level were all imprinted in grey, as they could only be activated with artifacts, or by special authority. Therefore, at present, they could only be seen by cardinals, popes, and the Patriarch of the Faith of the Sun. Divine incantations from level 1 to level 6 were all sorted out in one long list. Everyone could only see their own corresponding divine incantations, as well as those of the next level up. For example, level 1 priests and holy knights could see level 1 and level 2 divine incantations. This was shocking and amazing. This was because, with this power, a priest who could master 2 or 3 divine incantations was able to guard one region and become the backbone of the church. God! It's really a gift. Resurrection and call from heaven. Can this be true? One onlooker couldn't stop crying. Anyone who saw this list of powerful divine incantations felt instantly overwhelmed, as these divine incantations could only be mastered through self-study and the gods' bestowals. For self-study, a person could learn a few dozen divine incantations in a lifetime, but still wouldn't be highly gifted. In fact, everything had not changed much, it was just that Lu Zhiyu had finally revealed the originally hidden divine incantations, thus promoting the rapid development of the divine system. Now, every divine incantation had its corresponding requirement, and being disciples and saints were really the bottom line and same fundamental factor. Lu Zhiyu used this update to encourage all players to become disciples and saints, as well as to integrate the system into the divine kingdom of Gaia. In this way, Lu Zhiyu was preparing for the future development of Gaia and Maria's world. However, this might not take place for quite some time, as after the tragedies of Li Weisai, Adanos, and the King of the Dead, wizards had suffered great rejection from the mainland. However, they had also attracted countless people to come and want to learn witchcraft at the Wizard Academy. In this way, numerous blood wizards and dream wizards were hiding in the dark, while the presence of ghost wizards continued to grow on the mainland. The power of the divine system kept increasing, while the changes in and progress of wizards became more rapid. 20 years ago, the war cost the Wizard Tower and the Colosseum Academy a lot, but the sting was only felt among the high-level wizards. In contrast, the wizards at the bottom levels had been growing steadily over the past 2 decades. In that time, this group of wizards, which had originally only had a few 100,000 members, had expanded to an extent that no one could even have imagined before. As such, these apprentices and low-ranking wizards had a great impact on the Alan continent. The wizards who were hiding in the dark in cities, as well as young priests and temple knights had also begun to spread their footprints throughout the continent. At the same time, a new generation of dragons began to enter their youth, magical beasts began to multiply, and countless magical beasts were frolicking amid the seas. The extraordinary power of all of these creations really covered most of the Alan continent, and the battle among the extraordinary powers officially started at this moment. Meanwhile, at the floating castle. When Lu Zhiyu returned to a small building at the top of the castle, he heard a sudden cry outside. When Lu Zhiyu looked out, Eva came running up to him, holding Dolmiti in her arms. Following behind Eva, Verdhandi was pouting angrily, a scowl on her pretty little face. Dulmidi, who was being held in Eva's arms, burst into tears. Her pitiful cry could penetrate the castle and the clouds. Looking at Dulmidi's red eyes, Lu Zhiyu asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Zhiyu took Dulmidi and held her in his arms. Dulmidi sobbed, pointed to her sister, and said, "She hit me." Verdhandi glared at Dulmidi. She dropped the book, causing it to fly out of the castle. Lu Zhiyu asked, "What book?" Dulmidi wiped away her tears, pointed to the table, and said, "The one on that table." Lu Zhiyu suddenly remembered that it was the book called the Book of the Devil, the Devil's Picture Book. He frowned. This book was not an ordinary book, and the loss of it could cause a great deal of trouble. Seeing Lu Zhiyu's frown, Dulmidi cried even more passionately. "Dad is unhappy with me. My sister doesn't like me, and my father doesn't like me now either." Lu Zhiyu rubbed Dulmidi's head softly. "You naughty rascal! Don't worry about the book. Let's go to dinner." Although he said these words to soothe her, Lu Zhiyu was really worried about the loss of this book. Chapter 233, Stiqua. The supreme ruler of the city-state of Tefis in Tutton was the mayor. The mayor ruled the city-state of Tefis, along with all of the towns and villages around it, thus making him almost equivalent to the king of a small country. As such, a mayor only accepted the call of the king of Tutton Kingdom. He also had the right to be elected king. But, those who could compete for the throne were usually only the mayors of the big city-states. As Tefis was a newly rising small city-state, although its mayor could run for election, he had little chance of becoming a king. This was especially true since the recent elections had almost all been won by the mayors of the northern city-state of Vansi. After destroying the Batko Empire, Vansi had acquired a great deal of wealth and slaves, thus raising its political status within the Tutton Kingdom. Since that time, 8 mayors from Vansi had become kings consecutively. Meanwhile, a small fishing village on the border of Tefis had recently begun to experience some strange things. Living within this village was a man named Hekfos. Hekfos was dreaming about his village, and it was dark and chaotic dream. Within the darkness, there were countless monsters lurking. However, Hekfos could not see anything, yet he could feel the malice of the monsters. All of this had started when he had gone to the market in Tefis. On his way back, Hekfos had found a piece of paper that had a terrible monster image on it. This monster had a huge, ferocious head and many menacing claws. The image of the monster was deeply imprinted in Hekfos' mind, and every time he recalled it, the image became clearer. Every time Hekfos fell asleep, he entered a dark world where, at first nothing was visible, but gradually, dim shadows would appear. He would then find himself walking on a dark continent where the ground was stone-like. Ah! Hekfos awoke from his nightmare with sweat all over his face. This time, unlike the previous days, he had seen the shadow of a huge creature that was large enough to hide the sky. Hekfos was panicked. Every time he fell asleep, he could feel the terrible monster approaching him, then constantly dragging him down into the abyss. After Hekfos finally saw the figure of the monster, he could decipher that it was a huge monster that was floating in the sky. A large number of claws danced behind it, while its 2 evil eyes looked down at Hekfos. It then conveyed its will to Hekfos, who somehow knew what it meant. "You can't escape, so you might as well embrace me." "No. It's not just a dream. It's the picture that got it wrong. Where do I put it? It must be burned, so I can get rid of that monster." Tortured by his dream and inner thoughts, Hekfos searched frantically in his house and finally found the paper. He was going to destroy it, hoping to eradicate the source of his nightmares. Hekfos burned the paper to ashes, but found that it didn't help at all. The monster was still approaching Hekfos in his dreams. People in the village began to worry about Hekfos, as his behavior became quite manic. Even when he was walking on the road, he would make strange noises, which were the exact same noises as the monster in his dream made. Finally, as he was dreaming one night, Hekfos saw the monster even more clearly. It had a large, pitted head, which had a surface like that of the moon, and its 2 huge eyes and big mouth were terrifying. It also had numerous thick claws that it was waving behind its head. The monster gave out a huge roar, which Hekfos understood to be its name. To be exact, it translated roughly into Stiqua. At this moment, Hekfos felt that something had penetrated directly into his mind, reading his memory and pouring into his mind countless malicious intentions. Hekfos stood vacantly on the continent in the center of the abyss world, looking at the huge monster. He then suddenly laughed wildly, looking like a madman. My master! The king of the devil, Stiqua! Back at the castle, Lu Zhiyu had finally figured out where the Book of the Devil might have fallen. He calculated that it should be on the eastern coast of Tutan. However, its exact location was still uncertain. If it fell into the sea and flew into a corner of Maria's world, then was carried along by the ocean's currents, it was unlikely that all of its pages could be found, even if Lu Zhiyu used the Divine Kingdom to scan for them. This was because it was impossible to scan for all of the information in every corner of the world at the same time, even by using the picture scroll. But, since Lu Zhiyu just needed to find out whether the Book of the Devil had an impact wherever it had landed, the Divine Kingdom scanned through Tutan, immediately showing that the eastern part of Tethys had experienced some strange occurrences recently. As it turns out, numerous pages of the Devil's Book had been scattered around Tethys, some in the wilderness, some in the countryside, and some in the city. In fact, nearly 200 pages of paper had fallen down, of which Lu Zhiyu only found around 100, as the others had been damaged or lost entirely. Lu Zhiyu found that many of the people who saw the monster image from the pages had already been eroded by the power of the devil species in the abyss world. Some people, those who were especially determined, optimistic, and open-minded, were hardly affected. On the other hand, those who were pessimistic or psychologically unstable would continue to recall the image in their mind, until they were eventually driven into madness. The devil species was similar to mythological life forms in that they took the form that was between a virtual substance and a material substance. As such, they could conduct power and information transmission regardless of space. Hence, as long as you knew the image of the monsters and their real names, you could contact them. Lu Zhiyu's book recorded the real name of the devil species. Although some of these people did not know Finks, they subconsciously remembered it when they looked at the monster's image. The book depicted the monster's real name as being not only a name, but also a wave signal that was connected with their soul fire. It was like a telephone number. Once the monster appeared, some of the most extremely pessimistic and paranoid guys could not control themselves and dialed the devil hotline. However, on the other end of the line was not a delicate customer service person, but a monster that was filled with evil desires, which could come across the endless distance in the phone line to catch the caller in its clutches. The devil species in the abyss world would then control these people who had contacted them from the outside world. In this way, many people's awarenesses were devoured by the devil species. As a result, they either died or became unconscious monsters themselves. Lu Zhiyu sat in the library of the floating castle, waving his fingers constantly, while adjusting the projection on the picture scroll. He was observing and retrieving the book pages. He saw that many of those who were associated with the devil had their memories erased after the pages had been taken back. However, Lu Zhiyu figured that there must be some pages that he had missed. So, Lu Zhiyu was now observing a village off the coast of Tethys. What is this? Lu Zhiyu opened his mouth wide. He suddenly saw an ugly and ferocious monster statue that had been built on a wooden altar above a square. A young man, who was dressed in black, was standing in front of the altar and preaching to a large number of villagers. Is this a cult? Did the devil species do this too? Lu Zhiyu was stunned. Those devils are all thinking about fighting and devouring desires. As such, they are not able to distinguish between enemies and allies, let alone have clear ideas. So, how would they know how to preach? They are not like typical devils at all. Lu Zhiyu took a closer look at the statue. Based on its head and claws, it seemed to be Stiqua, the leader of the devil species in the central continent of the abyss world. Lu Zhiyu thought this was interesting, so he decided to wait and see what else would happen. At this time, Akkad, who had been staying in Tethys for some time now, came towards this fishing village in an ox cart. Chapter 234, Devil Village. Akkad had heard that a lot of strange and sudden deaths had recently occurred in the small fishing village of City. When he entered the village, Akkad instantly noticed the strange atmosphere. Everyone was extremely wary of him, as he was an outsider, so they followed him wherever he went. In the village square, there was a brand new altar. The head of the village was a thin, old man. As a doctor, Akkad explained that to him that he had come to investigate the sudden deaths of several people in the village. However, the head of the village rejected Akkad's requests to see their previous houses, saying that everything in their rooms had been burned and that their houses had already been distributed to other people. Akkad felt that the man's mood was extremely unstable, as well as being very manic and chaotic. However, the rest of the village did not seem to show any signs of witchcraft in particular. In the middle of the night, Akkad got up and left the village head's house to go and inspect the whole village. Finally, inside one of the house's cellars, he found some of the missing villagers. As he rescued them from their makeshift prison, many of them scrambled to explain what had happened at once. It was Hekfos. He controls most of the people in the village. He persecuted us, and those who did not obey him were sacrificed to the devil. They've all become monsters. Everyone's changed. Danta, Ross, Bothane, they've all changed. They've become cruel. They weren't like that before. It's the devil who controls their hearts now. It's Hekfos. It's Hekfos who brought this disaster upon us. As the villages tried to explain what had happened, Akkad freed more than 30 of them. They had apparently been tied up in the cellar for quite some time. One freckled, red-haired girl in particular kept explaining to Akkad what had happened in the village. "Where is this Hekfos?" Akkad asked. "He lives in the east," the freckled red-haired girl said. Before she could finish her sentence, a commotion was heard outside the cellar. Apparently, when the village head had found that Akkad had disappeared, he immediately summoned the villagers to gather together and find him. As Akkad looked at all of the gathered villagers, he saw that their appearances had completely changed. Their skin had become terribly tough, like leather, and their eyes had no pupils and were filled with strange patterns. They seemed to have been assimilated by the power of the devil from the abyss, which had caused them to look horrible, but had also given them great and evil power. As such, every villager now had power and speed that was far beyond the Blood Knights. The just freed villagers shivered behind Akkad, as the horror and power of these monsters had penetrated into their hearts. Suddenly, Hekfos emerged from the crowd. It was obvious that he was the leader. He then transformed from an ordinary man into a giant monster. His arms immediately transformed into waving claws. "It's over. We've been found. We're really dead this time." The red-haired girl grabbed Akkad's arm in despair. She then said to Akkad, "Thank you, Mr. Akkad, but this time, I am afraid that we are dragging you down with us." The rescued villagers wanted to escape, but found themselves surrounded by these ferocious-looking monsters, each looking at them with scary eyes. "Those who don't believe in the master must die. It's a privilege for you to be a sacrifice. Don't dare try to run away." Hekfos opened his mouth wide and roared. Many people covered their ears because the sound was so ear-splitting. "It really is a devil," Akkad said as he took off his gloves, exposing the fully metallized mechanical right arm. Although he was over 100 years old and his body was beginning to weaken, Akkad was still one of the most powerful wizards. Akkad moved his arm, and though his hair had turned somewhat grey, he was still as energetic as when he was young. Akkad looked at the monsters and asked, "What are you waiting for? I'm going to swallow you up." Hekfos was clearly angry. He burst out a roar and jumped at Akkad. Akkad stretched out a gun from his mechanical arm, which immediately burst out a fierce flame, tearing apart a monster that was directly in front of him. The gun then turned it into a sharp-edged blade, cutting a monster his other side in half. Akkad had used his alchemy to fight, as his mechanical right arm was transplanted from the right arm of a magical beast minotaur. This was especially valuable because minotaurs could control metals and metallize parts of the body. After Akkad had attained this metal right arm, he had inherited the superb power of the minotaur. The enormous power of the mechanical arm easily tore these monsters apart. The arm could also be transformed into guns and artillery. As the arm functioned properly, the metal elements in these monsters began to react. Metal spires came from inside and pierced the villagers' bodies, but Hekfos, who had inherited the power of Stiqua, fought against Akkad's witchcraft with the power of the devil. He waved a large number of his claws, which sprayed out devil flames. These terrifying flames had a special power that could burn the spirit and soul. But, after all, it was only a human who inherited some of the power of the devil. So, after Akkad had figured out his fighting techniques, Akkad launched a powerful melting bullet, which ignited half of the villages and left a burning trail on the ground behind it. Its powerful force tore Hekfos' body apart and launched him from the beach into the sea. As he landed within it, his blood turned the sea red. But, in the darkness, Akkad did not see Hekfos' body come to the sea's surface, so he didn't know whether Hekfos was actually alive or dead. Is it possible that he could survive such an attack? The devil has also appeared, and the world has become more and more strange. Wizards, priests, knights, demons and magical beasts have all appeared. Gods, angels, titan dragons, and demons have appeared one by one. What else is there? Akkad watched the coastline for a long time. As it was the middle of the night, he couldn't see anything clearly, so he finally could only give up. After all, the body may have been washed away by the sea. Akkad put on his cloak and gloves and returned to the village. He had killed almost all of the monsters in the village, leaving only about 30 people in the whole village. Surprisingly, nobody in the village even thanked Akkad. In their eyes, Akkad was also a monster whose arm was metal and who was even more terrible than Hekfos. As such, everyone had a horrified look whenever they glanced his way. Akkad sighed and carried his suitcase through the crowd. He was ready to leave. For Akkad, this matter of his cleaning up the devil's mess should be over now. Akkad was now going to go to the other Tutton state cities and enter the inner area of Tutton. As the sun gradually rose from the coastline, one could not help but marvel at the wonder and magnificence of the world. Its beauty attracted Akkad, who had just left the village, and he now stood silently on his path to watch it. The fire-red light of the sun shone on the earth, bringing light into the world. At this time, a girl kept shouting at Akkad, "Hello, Mr. Akkad, wait for me. Wait for me." It was the freckled girl in the village. She was gasping as she ran swiftly to catch up to him. "Mr. Akkad, although nobody spoke to you, I wanted to say that we are all grateful to you. We all know that you are a good man." Akkad laughed and patted the freckled, red-haired girl on the shoulder. "Thank you." She then asked, "Mr. Akkad, can I be your student?" Akkad was stunned, and his expression became serious. "Do you know who I am?" The girl replied, "Well, I heard in Tefis that in the far west, there are people that have magical powers. They are called wizards." Akkad nodded, then said, "Wizards are also the most evil beings. They bring great disasters upon people. Wherever they go, they leave mountains of corpses." The girl nodded. "Well, I believe Mr. Akkad is no such person. Besides, didn't you use these forces to save the people of our village? There's no right or wrong about the power itself, right? It's just how people use it." Akkad did not expect that he would hear this wisdom from such a young girl. He looked carefully at the girl and asked, "What is your name?" The girl straightened up and said merrily, "My name is Marina." Chapter 235, The Origin of Alchemy. The capital city of the Tutton dynasty was a coastal city in the north called Tut City. Tut City was not too far from the kingdoms of the orcs by sea. Therefore, it was also a big trading city. The king of the Tutton dynasty was called Tutton for short. This was once the title that was given to every head of the Tut kingdom. The title signified that its bearer was the son of the Titan god. However, since each city started to declare its independence, which resulted in a bloody civil war, the Tut kingdom had since fallen. As such, the title of Tutton was only symbolic now. It no longer held its former meaning or power, as it was just another name to call the ruler. Since the Tutton dynasty became a nation of city alliances 100 years ago, this was when the outsiders began officially calling it the Tutton dynasty. However, it would currently be more accurate to call it the Tutton City Alliance. At present, there were many orc ships that were parked outside of Tut City. The harbor was quite modern and nice. The flooring that was adjacent to the docks had even been built using marble. There were also multi-tiered staircases on site, which made everything look very classy. After all, this place was not only a harbor, but it was also a city marketplace. This provided a lot of convenience to the sailors and merchants, as well as the city's shoppers, as many trading ships could just start trading right after they unloaded their goods from the ships. As such, many citizens and nobles of Tut City came to this place to buy exotic things. However, things had changed recently, as the Tutton dynasty had also started to sell strange new things. Among these new wares were convenient glass vapor lamps, beautiful colored glass art, essential binoculars, and delicate compasses. There were even myriad pocket watches that allowed people to check the time on the go. Even illegal guns and black alchemy powder could be purchased here. These goods had recently become quite popular within the Tutton dynasty and the Alan continent. As such, these goods would always be sold out, even if they were priced ridiculously high. These extraordinary pieces were all from the Akkad alchemy workshop that was located in Tutton City. This new workshop was said to have been built by an alchemist named Akkad, who had come here from the west. Everything that had the Akkad Alchemy Workshop's label on it could be sold for an astronomical price. Hence, in the eyes of the merchants of Tut City, as well as everywhere else for that matter, the workshop was like a money tree. The Akkad Alchemy Workshop was built in the northern part of Tut City. It was a 6-story round tower that was located next to the Lane River. The lower 3 levels of the building were where the workshops were located, but the higher levels housed the Akkad Alchemy College. This portion of the building had originally been used as Akkad's living quarters, as well as for a place where he could teach the original alchemist apprentices. With more and more newcomers coming each day, this place slowly became the origin of alchemy. As such, many alchemists journeyed here to study the highest level of alchemy knowledge. No matter who came to the city, their eyes were immediately drawn to the round tower. This was because it was tilted. The round tower had been built on the side of the Lane River, hugging the banks as if it were tilting. However, it would not fall. In the beginning, no one understood why the owner of the Akkad Alchemy Workshop had built it like this. Then, on the day that it was constructed, the alchemist Akkad dropped 2 lead balls of different weights. Instantly, everyone in Tut City was shocked to see that the 2 balls landed at the same time. Akkad stood in front of the tilted tower and told everyone, "This is alchemy, discovering the secrets of this world and using them. This is true knowledge. An alchemist will produce things that make people's lives easier, as well as discovering knowledge that will change the world and the people within it. This will bring happiness to everyone." The scene that day became legendary, and Akkad's fame started to spread far and wide. After that, the king and the heads of each city came to visit Akkad quite frequently. Even though Akkad had only been in the Tutan dynasty for a few years, he was already one of the most important people in Tut City. At the moment, Akkad was teaching the young apprentices in the tilted tower. Hundreds of people sat in one room, everyone perusing the textbooks and experimental apparatuses in front of them. However, there were only about 10 people who had the potential to actually become true wizards. Most of the people had come here to learn knowledge about alchemy. The students learned math, chemistry, and sketching. They also learned various techniques, like how to make glass, how to produce fertilizer, how to master blacksmithing and how to make simple clocks. After they graduated, they could choose to become artisans, academics, pharmacists, or artists. Some could even choose to become professional weapons builders. Hence, even the most ordinary student could graduate from this prestigious school and go out to make a change in this world. I hope that by becoming an alchemist, not only will you receive fame and money, but what I really want you to do is to make the world a better place, going out and changing the world with the knowledge that I taught you. Go. Bring light to the humans. You are the future and hope for this world. Akkad always said to his graduates each year. He had aged rapidly these past few years. Some of his hair had even turned white. Since he had failed to advance to level 4 wizard, it was as if he had seen through something, finally understanding this world. That was when Akkad came to Tut City and built an alchemy workshop and college. He started to teach the alchemy that he had been researching. Even if the student was only ordinary, if he had the desire to gain knowledge, Akkad would teach him. "Mentor, someone wants to see you. He said he knows you." Akkad had just finished the class and walked out of the room, when he was blocked by his student, Marina. Marina had grown more beautiful in the past few years. The freckles on her face were now gone. "What is his name?" Akkad asked her. There were many people who came to visit Akkad every day. However, since Marina had come to tell him directly, it must be someone important. He seems to be a wizard. He said his name is Anthony." Akkad blanked for a moment, then looked at Marina and asked, "What did he say he was called?" Marina didn't understand what was so special about the name. Since Akkad was so excited, she repeated it again, Anthony. At that moment, Akkad saw Zhiyu in the hall downstairs. It had been a few decades since he last saw his mentor, so Akkad cried out immediately and excitedly rushed to hug Zhiyu. "My teacher, Mr. Anthony, you came to see me." Marina smiled upon seeing Akkad getting so excited, almost like a child. She was even more shocked by what Akkad just said. Looking at Zhiyu, who was way too young looking to be his mentor, she asked quizzically, "Teacher?" Zhiyu patted Akkad's shoulder, feeling touched by his former student's wave of emotion. When Akkad first came into the Wizard Tower 100 years ago, he was just a skinny, pale, introverted young boy. Now, he had grown so much. Zhiyu took his hand from Akkad's back, then looked at the tower and said, I didn't expect you to remember the story of the tilted tower. You actually built that same tower here. Akkad nodded. I will never forget any lessons you gave to us, not to mention that vivid experiment that you showed me about that tower. No matter how many years have passed, I will still remember every detail of what you said to me that day. Lu Zhiyu looked at Akkad and his white hair, then asked, Did you fail? Akkad nodded. Yup, I failed. But, I am glad I'm still alive. I have lived for more than 100 years. Boer, Uruk, Li Weisai and Henry are all dead, yet I am still alive. So, there is nothing I am not happy about. Seeing Lu Zhiyu make a somewhat sad face upon hearing his words, Akkad laughed. I am still healthy, so I will most likely live a few more decades. Lu Zhiyu and Akkad walked together, while Akkad talked about the past few years and his future plans. I always wanted to leave something behind, just like the blood witchcraft that Boer left behind by Boer. I will leave my alchemy behind me. As he listened to him, Lu Zhiyu looked at the apprentices in the tower and the graduates that were producing goods downstairs. They were mostly ordinary students. Lu Zhiyu nodded. It looks like you are doing pretty good. Akkad said, yes. I was thinking that, instead of wizards, maybe these normal alchemists can bring about larger changes to the world. Those wizards who hold strong power mostly use their knowledge to achieve immortality. As such, no one ever thought of bringing about a better future and light to normal people. I was among these mindsets. Maybe my near-death experience woke me up. He paused for a moment, then added, us first-generation wizards, including me, Boer, and even Li Weisai and Henry, thought that wizards were the future of this world. But now that many of us are aging and dying, we are realizing that the world isn't going as we expected it would. He shook his head, looking a bit sad. We were wrong. The wizards didn't bring light to the world, only harm and devastation. So, maybe these young alchemists can now bring joy to the people. Oh right, I also took in some students. But, I didn't teach them any offensive witchcraft. Instead, I taught them extraction alchemy, mechanical alchemy, and pharmacy. Lu Zhiyu was listening to Akkad, looking at his wise and shining eyes. Suddenly, he felt touched by Akkad's speech. Just like what he said, the ones lost in looking for more power weren't just Akkad. Lu Zhiyu now realized that he himself had also been among them. Since when did my heart change? When did I start to not see normal people as being one of my own kind? Since when did I become so high and mighty, looking down on everyone? Lu Zhiyu was being self-reflective, while he looked at these youthful alchemists and nodded. He then said, knowledge shouldn't have any barriers. The wizards now are all too closed-minded. They are slowly isolating themselves from the rest of the world. He sighed, then turned to Akkad and smiled. Boer brought Kalermo medical coding to humans, and he was remembered by many for this contribution. Your alchemy will surely surpass Boer's, and the name Akkad will be remembered forever. Chapter 236, The Trace of the Mermaid. Marina knew that her teacher Akkad had come from the holy land of the wizards, the Wizard Tower. However, she didn't know many specifics about the Wizard Tower itself. Aside from Akkad's few students, Marina had never met another wizard. For Marina's eyes, her teacher Akkad was already the strongest and the wisest man in the world. She had never expected that her teacher had a mentor as well. That must mean that Akkad's teacher is already more than 100 years old. He is older than my grandfather's grandfather. Has he already lived for hundreds of years? As Marina was trying to figure out Lu Zhiyu's age, she slowly arrived at the harbor. She was dressed in a pretty orange dress and was wearing a leather watch on her pale wrist. The watch was a rare thing to behold, even in Tut City. Hey Ms. Marina! Come shopping again. I have some nice little things. Want to have a look at them? I have books from the West. Ms. Marina, would you like to see? Marina was very popular among the merchants at the harbor, who were all shouting out to her to come and see their wares. She was a favorite shopper of those merchants. This was because, aside from the fact that she was a pretty girl, the wealth of the alchemists was common knowledge. As Marina was Akkad's student, this made her even more popular. Many ships from outside, as well as the merchants in the city would often give Marina items that she liked for free. They did this to build connections with the Akkad Alchemy Workshop. Miss Marina, you are here just in time. I was going to look for you. I caught a rare thing in the sea. Do you want to have a look? a merchant yelled to her. The merchant's ship had just arrived in the harbor and was being checked and taxed by the tax officer. The ship was a bit old and its crew was busy unloading its wares. The old merchant was standing in front of the ship, waving his arms and calling out to Marina. His face was filled with excitement. "Old man Gangster, you wouldn't trick me by giving me the orc's Sophoc stone plate, then telling me it was some human ancient treasure, would you?" Marina crossed her arms and looked at the old man with some suspicion in her eyes. The old man suddenly became awkward, fanning his hands around wildly. "No. That was only last time, a snafu. This time, all of my wares are actually good. Come have a look for yourself." Marina reluctantly followed him onto the ship. She saw Gangster holding 2 big buckets, which he then put in front of Marina. Marina tensed her face and asked, "What is this? Is it still alive?" The old man smiled mysteriously at her and opened the wooden cover on the buckets. As Marina looked into the bucket, her face was suddenly struck by a jet of water that shot up from the inside. Marina screamed. After she wiped the water off of her face, she saw a little kid inside the bucket. It was a little girl, and she looking around wondrously with her big watery eyes. Her hair was blue, just like the sea, and her face had 2 blue stripes on it. The most eye-catching thing about her was her bottom half, which was a long fishtail. She was a mermaid. She was less than a meter tall, and she looked just like a little kid. "Oh my god! What is this?" Marina gasped. This was a creature that humans had never discovered before. Her top half was like a human body, but her bottom half was like a fish. Also, her pretty blue eyes and hair had really caught Marina's attention. Gangster told Marina, "We found her on our way here. Do you like her, Marina?" Marina paused for a moment, as she was very tempted. She looked at the cunning old man and pouted. "All right, how much for her?" Gangster fanned his hands and said, "You may have her for free, as you are the special Miss Marina." Marina hesitated. After all, she knew the cunningness of this old man. She had been tricked by this evil old man so many times already. Also, this was a new human-like species, so she knew that the merchant could definitely sell her for a good price. Since this old man was being so generous all of a sudden, she was immediately suspicious. "What is behind all of this kindness?" Marina asked. Facing Marina's suspicions, Gangster answered, "Recently, my grandson just passed the test at Akkad Alchemy College, and he will be commencing college soon. So, I want you to help him." He paused, then continued explaining, "Of course, this would mean just looking after him and such, not letting him get bullied or anything. My grandson is a bit wimpy, which I always worry about. Also, I will be away, as I run my business from the sea. Moreover, his health isn't that good, and his father passed away when he was very young. So, now that he passed the test." As the old man continued rambling on, Marina finally understood, so she patted the old man on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, since we are friends, I will take care of him." Marina climbed the round tower with the bucket. It was heavy, but it was not a struggle for her. Even though she was still a wizard apprentice, she had already mastered the basics of the body modification technique. This was a very complete witchcraft, which had many branches. It included blood witchcraft and magical beast productions, as well as body modification and the awakening of bloodlines. In fact, there were many formulas that could awaken the bloodline of each wizard during the time of their apprenticeship. As Marina carefully walked past the door of Akkad's office, someone called out, "Is that you, Marina? Come in and close the door behind you." Marina was stunned. She felt just like a kid that was getting called into the principal's office after having done something bad. She looked inside and noticed that Akkad and Zhiyu were both there. They were having a discussion, but as it seemed to not be about her, she calmed down. Marina pushed the bucket away with her leg, while she closed the door. She then put her hands behind her and walked into the room carefully. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" "Come have a look at this," Akkad said. As Marina got closer to the table, she noticed that there was a palm-sized metal mechanical man on it. It looked at Marina, quickly bowed, then greeted her, "Pleased to meet you, Miss Marina." Marina opened her mouth wide in amazement. She had seen many strange things today. She then realized that this was the highest technique that Akkad used to tell them about, the alchemy life form. "Is this an alchemy life form?" Marina was amazed by this metal mechanical man. It was walking and speaking. This was unimaginable for Marina. Akkad, who had already seen the birth of Eva, was able to be calm about this. However, Marina was really disturbed by such a vision. Marina thought that something like this only existed in the minds of alchemists. She didn't expect could be real. This had already touched the realm of the Creator's secret and forbidden knowledge. Looking at this little man, she suddenly felt fear creeping into her heart. So, life can be created? Marina asked. Lu Zhiyu looked at Marina, then at Akkad. Did you not explain about wizards to your student? Akkad nodded, then said to Marina, creation and the modification of life were always easy tasks for wizards. Even some new magical beasts were created by wizards. Wizards entered the realm of life long ago, and in the early days, Li Weisai developed experimentations that led to the creation of the chimeras. And recently, Adnos even created the undead. He looked at her, then continued. I didn't tell you about all of this because I don't think this is the right path. But, the path in front of you now is much deeper and more complicated. The highest technique of alchemy, the alchemy life form, is not simply about modifying life. Instead, its purpose is to create a metallic life form out of thin air, which is much more difficult than giving birth. After Akkad finished speaking, Lu Zhiyu then told Marina, this is only an alchemy life form right now. It is not a wisdom alchemy life form yet. As such, it only functions according to my programming. So, it's imperfect. Akkad remembered Eva, emotions welling up in his heart and showing on his face. But teacher, you already made a perfect alchemy life form. Lu Zhiyu sighed. It lacks replicability, so that was just luck. Marina asked, is there a difference? Lu Zhiyu answered her seriously, there are big differences, just like there are between a wizard and a normal person. Although they look alike from the outside, they are completely different on the inside. Lu Zhiyu then stood up and said to Akkad, I will see you next time, Akkad. Akkad laughed sadly. I hope that there is a next time. And, young lady, this thing is for you. Lu Zhiyu grabbed the mechanical doll and gave it to Marina. The creation of metallic life forms required not only metallic cells, but also required design modifications to the life template. Aside from Lu Zhiyu, no one could do it. Therefore, he just showed it to Akkad, since he wished for it. Even for alchemists, without first advancing to level 7 or 8, there was no way that one could create an alchemy life form. The mechanical doll was created impulsively by Lu Zhiyu. As such, it served no real purpose for him. So, he was gifting it to Marina. For Marina, this was a treasured gift. She held onto the doll and looked at Lu Zhiyu, a big smile on her face. Lu Zhiyu then disappeared. However, before he was gone, Lu Zhiyu saw the bucket outside of the room and was a bit surprised. Chapter 237. Wave of Alchemy. Marina felt like she was the protagonist in the legends those bards sang about. She thought she was the chosen one. She was indeed a rare one, as she had been saved by a mysterious person from demons in her village. Then, she had been taken in as a student by a stranger. After that, she overcame her problems, acquired knowledge, and reached the peak of her life. Then, there was the turning point. She accidentally met her teacher's teacher, who gave her a gift. He was an even more mysterious and strong person than her own teacher. He was also the founder of the Wizard Tower. The gift was a mysterious creature that was known as a mechanical doll. Even after all these years, Marina still didn't understand how a mechanical doll was made, but this didn't stop her from being excited to own one. Marina found that, even though she could not reproduce her mechanical doll, it was still very helpful for her to have it. In fact, it proved to be the strongest alchemy assistant, which also provided her with loads of inspiration. Marina had named the mechanical doll Archimonde. She also named the mermaid that the merchant had given her. The mermaid's name was Gina. Then, with the support of her mentor Akkad, Marina created something that defined alchemy. She called it the alchemy table. The first-generation alchemy table was very simple. It was made from metallic cells that Marina had made based on her study of the cells of Archimonde. However, the extraction of metallic cells was very difficult. Therefore, Marina slowly figured out a way to copy metallic cells after observing the super regeneration power of Archimonde. This ingenious method utilized copying, not producing. So, all of the metallic cells originated from Archimonde. Alchemy tables could be controlled by every wizard apprentice via mind power. This allowed them to create and modify things according to their thoughts. In this way, alchemy processes that were previously too difficult to complete were all replaced by this alchemy table. The first generation alchemy table was very simple, as it only had one application. Even though it was basic, it helped speed up the production process drastically, allowing for the production of some amazing products. Thanks to this invention, the once rare guns and alchemy cannons started to become commonplace equipment at sea. The sailors started to use these guns to defend themselves against sea monsters. For example, man-eating blood eagles and groups of black magical snakes were easily warded off and killed. These monsters didn't have any special abilities, but were very abundant. Even with priests and holy knights on board, these monsters were still hard to fight off. As the guns and alchemy cannons could damage them, this made them invaluable. However, this kind of artillery was not so popular on land. Aside from some cities that were still buying alchemy cannons for protection, the guns were mostly bought as souvenirs. One reason for this was that these things were expensive. So, they couldn't be bought in big quantities. Also, the Blood Knights' melee weapons were far stronger than the guns. Moreover, they offered no combat advantage, except for the fact that sometimes the alchemy cannons could be used to defend smaller cities. In the 115th year of the San calendar, alchemists rose in strength and number within the Teuton dynasty. They brought many changes to the country, pushing forward its evolution. Instead of having them filled by wizards and priests, the alchemists quickly took over all of the major positions of power. The alchemists soon co-mingled with the wizards, since they had branched off from them. They were also welcomed by the people, as they brought positive change and wealth with them. After their arrival, many people wanted to become alchemists, as it was considered to be a miracle occupation that made people become rich overnight. After the first generation of alchemists graduated from Akkad Alchemy College, some people stayed on, while others left for other cities. Though many people didn't have the potentials to become wizards or alchemists, they could still learn a large amount of knowledge during their time at the college. These people were awarded graduation certificates, but not alchemist badges. However, even those normal graduates who didn't become alchemists were still in high demand by many nobles and leaders. As such, a large number of graduates rushed into each city within the Teuton dynasty, looking to be employed by such top powers. This influx had greatly impacted the country. Strange new products had started to appear in the country, as some of the graduates had become pharmacists and established pharmaceutical workshops. As a result, many cures to different diseases had been created and spread around. This allowed many people who couldn't afford doctors to be saved. Some of the graduates had become blacksmiths. They learned how to make iron tools and built blacksmith workshops. They also learned how to make glass products and clocks. The popularity of workshops had quickly risen in the Teuton dynasty in the past few years as well, causing the owners and the workers within them to become an important class in the country. Many of them also became builders, politicians, artists, and doctors. As for the true alchemists, they became treasures to the nobles, as every alchemist represented a large amount of wealth. As for Akkad's most special students, some of them stayed at the college to teach or work for the studio. Some of them returned to their hometowns to build their own alchemy colleges, copying the model of the Akkad Alchemy College. Some of them even built their own studios. These were the ones who were particularly drawn to explore more alchemy knowledge in an attempt to make more perfect and more powerful alchemy products. It was during this time that many of the Teuton dynasty's alchemy products rushed into the Alan continent, quickly becoming popular in the human world and the Orc kingdoms. As a result, countless wealth flowed into the Teuton dynasty. However, this gathering of wealth triggered changes within the classes of the society. It also triggered many conflicts among other countries, as outsiders began to become jealous and crave such wealth for themselves. Meanwhile, back in Tut City, Marina was staring at an alchemy table on the top floor of the Akkad tilted tower. Many mechanical arms were going through many processes. Archimond would place parts on the table to be processed, then would take them out to assemble them. Finally, a bionic arm was created. Good job, Archimond! Marina took off her glasses and let out a deep breath. We finally created a bionic arm. As I expected, we were able to successfully use metallic cells to create it. This way, we can help disabled, armless commoners function as normal citizens again. This idea had been inspired by her teacher, Akkad, who took the right arm of the special magical beast Minotaur and modified it. This was not something that was easy to do. In contrast, This bionic arm that Marina had created could be used by everyone. She was excited to think of this accessibility for commoners, but after some consideration, she tensed her face and murmured, "But, with this current production cost, its price is indeed a bit too high." Marina pouted. The arm could connect to the neuron only if every part were built by metallic cells. However, the metallic cells were very expensive. This made Marina very sad and frustrated. Her idea for how normal people could use this arm was turning out to be impossible after all. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Heavy footsteps came in, and a blue-haired girl ran in from outside. She rushed in and jumped into the bath. Then she went underwater, while bubbles surfaced up to the water's edge. "Gina, didn't I tell you to take off your clothes before entering the water?" Marina angrily ran into the bathroom. She saw that the girl's legs were still covered by a dress, but had turned into a long fishtail. After hearing what Marina was just saying, Gina quickly giggled shyly. "Okay, Sister Marina," the mermaid girl Gina said, while giggling. As her fishtail moved, the water in the bath splashed in the air. The drops of water were moving like a dancing party, arcing over the tub. As Marina dried Gina's hair with a towel, she asked, "Where did you play again?" Gina was the mermaid that was saved by Marina a few years ago from the ship. She had grown up. Maybe it was because she had lived in human society all of these years, but aside from some parts of her body being different than human bodies and her special ability to control water, she looked and seemed just like a human. Although Gina considered Marina to be like a sister, she would still always do as Marina said. This made Marina feel warm towards her, since Marina had no real relatives. Marina pinched Gina's nose teasingly. "Here you are, playing every day. Today, you have to memorize beginner's alchemy. Did you hear me?" In the luxurious palace in Tut City, the hall was illuminated by alchemy lights. The floor was filled with large stone plates, and the walls were covered with ancient paintings. The Tutan dynasty had their own religion, and every city had a different belief system and worshipped a different god. The god of Tut City was the Titan god. However, since this generation of Tutans came from the city of Fans, aside from the Titan god in the painting, the two sides of the gate and the throne housed images of the god of war. At this moment, a man in a dark red hood entered the palace gate, following behind the guards. He soon arrived in front of Tutan. Tutan was already 60 years old. He was aging, and would soon die, as he was suffering from myriad diseases. As a result, Tutan looked skinny and weak. "Kneel!" The guard shouted angrily at the person in red. "He he 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 he!" A weird laughter came out from under the red robe. As the man looked up, a burnt and terrifying face emerged from under the hood. "Are you asking the prophet of the true God to kneel? Do you want to disrespect God?" Tutan stopped the guards that were going to press the man in the hood. He then asked in his husky voice, "Do you know the way of immortality?" The man in the hood showed a fearsome smile, exposing his pale white teeth. He then replied, "Of course. The true God is omnipotent." Chapter 238, Hot Air Balloon and the Church of True God. A strange religion started to appear in Tut City. They called themselves the Church of True God. Even though there weren't many followers and they were very subtle about their activities, many of the upper classes and the nobles in Tut City quickly converted. Every month, there was a gathering of the Church of True God in a mansion just outside the city. The nobles would go and release all of their desires at the party, which was considered a special way for them to pay their respects to True God. This kind of classy gathering had quickly attracted many lonely noble ladies and knights. Then, it had influenced most of the nobles and the other people who were in power within the city. The influence of the Church of True God had reached down to touch even the higher-ups of the Tutan dynasty. Finally, it had reached the new generation of Tutans, the heads of the city of Fans. Did you know that Tutan announced that he would make all the workshops pay 5 times the previous amount of taxes this year? Why did Tutan change his attitude towards alchemists so fast? Soldiers went to round up the whole college. A group of cavalry charged into the tilted tower, talking among themselves as they went. The rest of the soldiers, who were armed with swords and armor, had bombarded the tilted tower. This had naturally agitated everyone within the tilted tower. Tutan had ordered that all alchemists have to report to the palace. After completing registration, you will all work for Tutan. This announcement created chaos within the tilted tower. Everyone got angry and confused about this sudden change in their situation. Many alchemist apprentices and assistants had no idea what to do. We are free citizens, not Tutan's slaves. Why should he be able to tell us what to do? Yes, alchemists are free. You don't have the right to do this. Who do you think you guys are? As the apprentices and everyone within the tilted tower jeered at the cavalry, the leader of the cavalry lifted up his head and yelled, "This is Tutan's order. Are you going to betray his order? Are you going to betray the Tutan dynasty?" He then added, "Also, Tutan ordered us to take over the Akkad alchemy workshop. Everyone here, you are no longer working for Akkad alchemy workshop. From now on, you will work for Tutan." At that moment, Akkad and Marina were quickly rushing down from above. They saw a large number of soldiers and knights rounding up everyone within the tilted tower. The knight who had just announced Tutan's order also saw Akkad. He walked up to him and said, "Mr. Akkad, the king had invited you and your student to pay a visit to the palace." Akkad looked around and laughed. "This certainly doesn't look like an invitation." The knight didn't responded, but only stared at him a bit awkwardly, so Akkad turned to point towards his students and said, "Well, we need some time to prepare. At least allow us to change, all right." Akkad's name and influence were comparable to Tutan's in Tut City. As such, the knight couldn't easily refuse his request. So, he agreed reluctantly. "I will wait for you outside, sir. I just hope that you don't do anything stupid." When Akkad saw that the knight had left, he rounded up all of the students and had them go upstairs. Marina then asked him angrily, "Teacher, are we doing? We can just get caught." Akkad then interrupted her by asking, "What do we do then? Fight and kill Tutan? Make the whole of the alchemists outcasts of society? Let the foundation that we have built all these years go to waste? All the core members follow me, so everyone, don't panic or resist when the soldiers come in. Tutan wouldn't hurt normal students and assistants." The higher-ups at Akkad Alchemy College quickly gathered at the top of the tilted tower. These people included Akkad's students, administrators at the workshop, and some qualified alchemists. Soon, pieces of clothes were spread open and attached to buckets, and many pre-assembled hot air balloons appeared. After the hot air balloons started to rise up and slowly ascend towards the sky, every one of the higher-ups got into the hot air balloons and flew away into the sky. Since Akkad had already advanced to level 2, he could already fly at a low altitude. This was not new to him. However, for everyone else, including the other alchemists and Marina, they were all very amazed by the experience. This was the first time in human history that someone had ascended into the sky. Also, it was the first time that humans had conquered the sky. As such, everyone cheered as the hot air balloons ascended. "Wow! Oh! Oh! This is alchemy! Humans can go into the sky too! This is our first step in conquering the sky! Alchemists can do anything!" As they looked down from the sky, everything on the ground seemed so small. This made everyone feel quite proud. Meanwhile, their cheering and movements were noticed by the people and the soldiers who were surrounding the tilted tower. They all looked up at the sky and noticed there was suddenly something floating among the clouds. "Look up! There is something in the sky." A normal citizen pointed at the sky and opened his mouth in awe. "They are fluid flying." A merchant on the side of a road also pointed at the sky. His fingers were shaking. "They are really flying. Is this also a product of alchemy? This is amazing. Oh my god!" The knight who was leading the soldiers around the tilted tower also saw the scene up above, his face suddenly changing. He led the soldiers and rushed to the top of the tilted tower, but it was too late. As he stood on top of the tilted tower, he watched a dozen hot air balloons whisk away the core members of Akkad Alchemy College. The entire Tut city was also moved by the scene. Everyone went out onto the street, put their heads out of their windows, or climbed up to their rooftops to look at the hot air balloons passing by in the sky. Even Tutan got the message of what had just happened. He saw a group that was led by Akkad fly around in the air for a bit, then head to the south. He was so angered by this, he went into a rage, throwing broken vases and glass art throughout the palace. As Tutan had his temper tantrum, the burnt man in the red hood who was following him around was Hek Foss. He was the same man who became one with the devil back in City Village. After being disabled by Akkad, he lost nearly half of his body, as it had been badly burned. Even after taking power away from the devils, he endured immense pain in order to heal his body. The scars that remained were painful reminders of the devastation he suffered from Akkad's powerful witchcraft. Now, he had become an advisor to Tutan. He was the one advising Tutton as he took control over the workshops and the alchemists. In this way, Tutton could take the power of the alchemists for himself, thus making their wealth and abilities serve the Tutton dynasty. This would also serve to unite the powers of the Tutton dynasty, thus forming the city alliance into one nation again. Of course, part of the reason for these takeovers was also Hek-Fa's own selfishness. During this process, Hek-Fa could spread the beliefs and doctrine of the Church of True God across the whole Tutton dynasty. He would then become the controller behind the scenes of the Tutton dynasty. Also, since he knew that Akkad was the person who took him down, Hek-Fa was determined to use this chance to make use of the Tutton's power in order to take Akkad's power. He wanted to sabotage everything that Akkad had built so far. Hek-Fa had even set traps within the palace, as he was waiting for Akkad to arrive. However, he didn't expect that Akkad would be so crafty and run away. Hek-Fa saw the hot air balloons slowly becoming smaller in the sky. Finally, they slowly disappeared before his very eyes. He clenched his fists and tensed up his face. His eyes, which were filled with hatred, were almost glowing red. He then shouted the one name, Akkad. Chapter 239, Peace. After flying across many cities, the group of hot air balloons finally landed in an open area in the south. As the alchemists disembarked from the balloons, they knew that they needed to make some plans. They quickly figured that they could not return to the north. This was because it had been colonized by the city of Fans. "Teacher, where are we going?" While Marina carried the blue-haired Gina, she followed behind Akkad. Gina was observing the hot air balloon. She still couldn't figure out how it was able to fly. Akkad looked at everyone and considered his options. These people followed Akkad without question because they trusted him unconditionally. Hence, their lives were really in his hands. "I am afraid that the world won't be peaceful for quite some time now. The evil ambition of King Tutton has been exposed. We have to go further south now. We are going to the city of Tefis," Akkad announced. Akkad then led his students and the higher-ups of the Akkad alchemy workshop to the southern Tutton dynasty, as he knew that they would be welcomed by the city of Tefis. Tefis was one of the trading cities in the south. It was also the first coastal city that Akkad had arrived at within the Tutton dynasty. On top of that, it was Marina's hometown. Once they arrived, Akkad soon rebuilt his alchemy workshop and college. This brought great joy to Marina, who hadn't returned to her hometown in a very long time. In fact, all of the alchemists happily made their new homes in this coastal city. On the other hand, north of Tutton dynasty, in the city of Fans and the current Tutton Marlbus, Tutton was using his political power and strict order to weaken the power and control of each city in the north. Then, with force, Tutton slowly united the northern part of the Tutton dynasty. Meanwhile, many workshops were being taxed heavily. All of the graduates of alchemy colleges had to be registered within the government registries. In this way, a large number of graduates who had learned a vast amount of alchemy knowledge, and even those alchemists who had been awakened, were captured. They were then forced to work for Tutton. Due to their forced labor, large amounts of wealth were gathered, all to be used to support the Tutton dynasty. Thus, the rise of alchemy had brought big changes to the Tutton dynasty, none of which were good for the alchemists. At this moment, everything depended on the influences of the alchemists. Even when King Tutton wanted to control the north or wage war, he heavily relied on the alchemy college graduates that he had basically made into indentured servants. The workshops produced weapons and armor for Tutton military purposes. They kept the large amounts of Tutton soldiers in top-of-the-line gear. Many workshops even provided Tutton with money so that he could wage wars and unite the north. As for the cities in the south, they were terrified by the actions and political orders of Tutton. They had especially begun to get nervous when many heads of the northern cities were killed or arrested, seemingly for no reason at all. Understandably, the cities in the south were highly disturbed. They were afraid that any one of them might be the next unlucky person to be killed. For this reason, the cities of the south had gathered in an independent meeting that was held along the border between the south and the north. The meeting took place in the city of Lamech, which was near the Pegasus River. Shortly after the meeting adjourned, 32 cities declared their independence from the Tutton dynasty. They called themselves the City Alliance of Xi'an, which was a namesake taken from a local sacred tree. The formation of the City Alliance of Xi'an announced the official break between the north and the south of the Tutton dynasty. As such, King Tutton Marlbus immediately declared war against the City Alliance of Xi'an. One side was fighting in the name of taking back the country, while the other side was fighting for freedom. Thus, a civil war started. The battle quickly extended to areas near the Pegasus River, which immediately resulted in the two sides having a tug-of-war battle over who controlled the river. At the beginning of the war, King Tutton had an absolute advantage over the city alliance of Xian. This was because they were most fighting inside the core area of the city alliance. The Tutton forces had rounded up 100,000 soldiers in a castle called Finlit. The siege lasted for a few months, which pushed the city alliance to the edge. However, they were defeated by reinforcements from the city of Tefis and other coastal cities. After this, the war continued for 3 years. But from then on, it was a very even battle, as the two sides had equally suffered devastating losses. The crippling effects of the war, as well as its lengthy duration, had again made the north unstable. As a result, rebellions kept rising up everywhere. Many cities and nobles that were unhappy with King Tutton's actions were constantly causing trouble. Finally, King Tutton could only sign a peace treaty with the city alliance Xian in the city of Lamech, which happened to be the exact same place where the independent meeting had happened all those years ago. For King Tutton, the loss of this battle was a deep humiliation. This was made even worse by the fact that he saw the city alliance of Xian as the enemy that stole his lands. Years after the peace treaty was signed, King Tutton was able to finally solve the problem in his country. After that, once he had gathered enough power, he returned again to wage a war against the city alliance of Xian. However, at this moment, the Batko area in the northwest part of the Tutton dynasty had united again after suffering through many conflicts. Upon winning countless battles, a country called Pujuot had united the area. From that victorious moment, sky temples were built in every city of Batko, while the kingdom of Pujuot took over the area. The belief of the sky temples had replaced all of the messy religions, thus becoming the main religion of the Batko area. Many priests of the sky temples walked around Batko, spreading the secrecies of the Church of the Sky while holding the Book of the Living. For the underworld, this was considered as being the expansion of the sky temples. The whole underworld was projected on the ground. It had changed from surreal form to a half-real state. Many angels of death would rush out of the underworld at any time, taking in those souls that refused to ascend. The underworld had finally started to function like it was supposed to all along. Kingdom of Pujuot, City of Babur. The city of Babur was once the capital of the Batko Empire. It was built by the first emperor, Yip-Ima Batko. However, it was invaded by the city of Fans under the authority of the Tutton dynasty. The city was then raided and the last emperor of the Batko Empire was killed. Now, Khetasus had moved here. Today, he was wearing a deep black robe and his face had grown from a teenager into that of a middle-aged man. In the palace, many people were going about their tasks. Since Khetasus had built the kingdom of Pujuot, he had slowly united the whole Batko area, finally becoming the true owner of this land. At this moment, Khetasus just received a report that had been sent to him from far away. After he read it carefully, he stood up and gathered all of the generals under him to hold an emergency meeting. The invasion of the king of Pujuot, while King Tutton was waging his second war, had shocked everyone within the Tutton dynasty. The 200 knights of the Pujuot area had invaded the Tutton dynasty from the northwest. They quickly went down along the border and took over the northern part of the Tutton dynasty. The army then rounded up the entire Tut city. After a few days, Tut city surrendered. The kingdom of Pujuot had then taken the rich lands and all of the wealth. Thus, the strong city of Fans instantly became a thing of the past, put to an end by the kingdom of Pujuot from Batko. In this way, everything came full circle. Meanwhile, King Tutton had lost the country. His head was even cut off by his own soldiers. The army of Tutton then surrendered to the city alliance of Xian soon after his execution. The Church of True God, which was popular in the north, was quickly suppressed. The priests of the sky temples drove out all of the believers and prophets of the Church of True God. They did not even allow the souls of the prophets of the Church of True God to rest in peace after their deaths. Instead, they sent them to the underworld as heretics to await their judgments. As for Hekfos, he could only escape with the remaining prophets. They all ran into the city alliance of Xian, looking for a chance to strike again. When will this war end? Yet, all the men went out to fight. Aside from women, there are only old people and children left. Shouldn't it end soon? Who knows? They are warmongers. Hey, did you hear that? King Tutton turned into a terrifying monster when he died. Yes, yes. He didn't die when his head was cut off. He was burnt until he really died. The whole army must have seen that scene. I knew it. That damn guy must be possessed by devils. Otherwise, he wouldn't be waging war every day. Marina was looking at a bunch of the women, who were chatting while they were sewing on sewing machines. The model of using workshops had become popular in the entire city alliance of Xi'an. These women, when it was not farming season, would come to work in the workshops to earn some extra money for their families. In the city of Tefais, small workshops like these were everywhere. These workshops always needed laborers badly. Also, during wartime, the prices of the goods that they produced were inflated so much. Throughout the city of Tefais, there were complaints about wars everywhere. Many men died in battle, while others who survived didn't return home for years. While they were away, no one knew if they were still alive or not. Marina felt heavy. After she walked through a few streets, she arrived at a castle in Tefais. There were people walking around in the castle. This was the site of the new Akkad Alchemy College. In the principal's room at the top level, she saw Akkad. He had aged greatly since she had last seen him. His hair was white as snow and his back was crooked. Seeing him in such a state made Marina sad. "Teacher, the war ended," Marina said as she entered the room. "What was that?" Akkad pushed up his glasses and asked her to repeat what she had just said. Marina repeated herself, talking a bit louder for his old ears. "The king of Pujuot, Ketasus, signed an agreement with us. They drew the borderline. I heard from others that Ketasus is an honorable king. I think this peace agreement should last for some time." Akkad nodded. "This is only temporary peace. The task of obtaining true peace I must leave to you guys, as I'm getting old." Marina refuted his assertion immediately, mostly due to wishful thinking. "Teacher, you are still in good health. You can definitely last until you're 100 years old or more." Akkad burst into laughter. "Are you cursing me?" Marina realized that she had said something wrong, so she stuck her tongue out at him playfully. Chapter 240, Mermaid Kingdom. A giant thunder ray traversed on the ocean's surface. There was a topless woman lying on top of the thunder ray. Her blue hair was blowing in the wind, while her long fishtail schemed over the surface of the water and made splashes. As it made its way, the giant thunder ray released a predator-like aura of a highest-tier magical beast. All of the monsters and magical beasts were terrified of this aura. The thunder ray was the true son of the sea god, and the one controlling it was a mermaid who also a descendant of Sakan. It had been about 100 years since the birth of the mermaid race. Since that time, they had grown into quite a big group. At this moment, the mermaid that was riding the thunder ray suddenly noticed a giant shadow in the sky. She lifted her head and saw a flying castle that had just appeared from the clouds under the sun. "Praise the sea god!" She opened her eyes wide and exclaimed. She could see the flying castle passing through the clouds, heading towards the Swirl continent. The giant flying castle appeared like a small island in the sky. Anyone would be amazed by it. At that time, the social structure of the mermaids was still a matriarchal society. As such, the female mermaids had the highest power and ruled over the other classes. Aside from the hundreds of regular mermaids, there was another branch of descendants that were known as the Sahajins. Their official name, which was given by Lu Zhiyu when he listed the species in the Alan continent, was Cao Dao Sahajins. These Cao Dao Sahajins, when compared to the beautiful mermaids, were more like abnormal mutants. Their heads were big and ugly, and their bodies were full of scales. Also, their hands and legs were attached webbing. Aside from their huge bodies and superior physical strengths, Cao Dao Sahajins were nothing special. They were not smart and didn't have any special powers. Their lifespans were close to those of normal humans. In fact, the only noteworthy thing about them was their reproductivity. After only being in existence for a few decades, the Cao Dao Sahajins had already reached 100,000 in number. They lived in the inner lakes and lands of the Swirl continent. The mermaids controlled these Cao Dao Sahajins, making them build palaces and enslaving them. There was a city of mermaids near the inner lake of the Swirl continent, which was surrounded by a river. The entrances of every building inside the city had a river flowing through them. As such, this city was built on top of the water, and it was called Alida City. Streams of water passed through the city. The center palace was even built with a pool, fountain, and a fake mountain with a small waterfall inside of it. Deep water tunnels connected every part of the city. These were like roads for the mermaids. As such, many mermaids and Cao Dao Sahajins passed through them daily. Their beautiful bodies could often be seen in the water. When some mermaids jumped out of the water, their fishtails turned into human legs. Then, they slowly walked into the palace. There were also Cao Dao Sahajin guards, who were holding Poseidon-like forks everywhere in the palace. However, the mermaids themselves didn't have any guards, not to mention armies. They only used weapons for hunting. Aside from some magical beasts, they had no enemies. The beautiful mermaids didn't consider the Cao Dao Sahajins as their own kind. This is why they enslaved the Cao Dao Sahajins. In this way, the majority of the Cao Dao Sahajins became slaves for the mermaids at birth, and were forced to serve them until they died. Therefore, a decade ago, a revolution was organized by a group of Cao Dao Sahajins that were not happy with being enslaved. The main organizer's name was Barry. He led tens of thousands of Sahajins to storm the palace. During the melee, many mermaids were killed. However, this revolution was quickly suppressed by the mermaids via their special powers. As their flashes of special power blinked into the palace, they easily killed the Cao Dao Sahajins and dyed the whole Allied city red. Every tunnel and river flowed red with the blood of the Sahajins. The plans of the Cao Dao Sahajins were completely spoiled. However, the princess of the mermaids was kidnapped by the leader Barry, who then dove into the deep sea. As for the other rebellious Cao Dao Sahajins, after their attack failed, they retreated to the forest of the Swirl continent. They were still there to this day, hiding in the dark and plotting their revenge against the mermaids. The mermaids had eliminated and suppressed them many times. However, since the population of the mermaids was small and the Swirl continent was huge, the mermaids only took control of part of it. The rebellions soon spread out into other tribes and hid in the corners of the continent. There was no way to clear them out by then. However, after this revolution, the mermaids enforced their control over the tribes of Cao Dao Sahajins even harsher. The defenses were especially tightened in the Allied city. However, this had only worsened the relationship between the mermaids and the Cao Dao Sahajins. At times like this, the past speeches and teachings of the rebel leader Barry were often brought up by the Cao Dao Sahajins. We are all sons of the sea god. We are all descendants of God. Why are they all high and mighty, while we are so lowly? This is not fair. We are also descendants of God. The inner lake in the Swirl continent was larger than the area of land. It was connected to the ocean, so the water was a deep blue. The mermaids splashed their tails on the surface of the lake. The sunlight reflecting on the water and in the splashes was very pretty. In the bright palace, the queen of the Allied city, Sally, began the mermaid administrator meeting. Immediately, a massive argument broke out among all of those present. Those filthy Cao Dao Sahajins. They should have survived. They are humiliating the bloodline of God. Letting them serve us was already an honor. Why should we give them any more rights, thus making them superior to us? Some people felt sorry for the Cao Dao Sahajins, especially those mermaid who had Sahajin offspring. They voiced different opinions. However, they were the minority, as most mermaids considered giving birth to Sahajins was a dishonor. In fact, if this ever occurred, most of them would kill them when they were born. You murderers! Don't you think that the Cao Dao Sahajins are a part of us? That's what you think. I never considered them as being a part of us. Queen Sally stood up in a rage. All right, I have seen God himself, so I know the intentions of God. You all stay quiet. The meeting abruptly ended, with no solution to the problem. If they didn't resolve this, the social structure of the mermaid kingdom would fall apart completely. As the population of mermaids was too small to build a civilization of their own, they had to be supported by the Cao Dao Sahajins. This newborn kingdom had already met their first problem, and Queen Sally had no experience solving this kind of problem. This society was so new, they had no written language yet. Clearly, they still needed to explore many things and make many improvements. Queen Sally was the only mermaid that had met God before, so she had the right to explain God to the others and manage the kingdom. That was why she had been chosen to be the queen of the mermaid kingdom. However, many mermaids still didn't trust her completely. There was a temple in Allied city. In the middle of the temple, there was a pool. In the pool, there was a statue of God. He was wearing white and his face was not clear. The statue had been built according to what Sally saw when she was born and had met God. God! What should I do? Sally walked onto the stone bridge that stretched over the pool. then knelt in front of the statue and prayed. At that moment, she heard a laugh. She was shocked, so she looked up. She saw a man in a white robe. He was sitting at the base of the statue, lazily leaning back on it, while his naked foot hung in front of Queen Sally's face. This act of disrespecting God would usually anger Queen Sally and the mermaids. However, as she looked at this man, his face matched perfectly with one from her memories. This stunned her. Sally, right? Zhiyu thought back and remembered her. This was the mermaid that he had called number 1 when he was creating the mermaids. She was the same mermaid who had opened her eyes so suddenly that it had spooked Zhiyu. Sally was sizing up Zhiyu at the moment. She held her hands in front of her chest and asked for confirmation. You have really appeared. Zhiyu nodded and said, go look for your daughter. She was called Gina. Go towards the southwest. In a faraway land that is ruled by humans and orcs, you will find your daughter in a human kingdom called the Tutton dynasty. The bloodline will lead you to her. She shall be the next queen of the mermaid kingdom, and she will lead you all into the future to achieve your goals. After Zhiyu finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air. Mermaids were the first special race in the world, but they were too isolated and were born too late. Hence, the humans and orcs had already discovered the ocean and had begun exploring the world. In contrast, at this time, the mermaids were still in the initial stages of building their civilization. Only by communicating with humans, could they get the necessary access to push their society further into the future and sped up their development. Thank you for your orders. We will follow your instructions. Sally stood up and said. After seeing Zhiyu disappear into thin air, she stood up and smiled. Her face was filled with joy. My daughter. Gina. Oh my God. She is still alive. Chapter 241, The Journey of the Legendary Adventurer. In the darkness of the night, a giant shadow passed under the surface of the ocean, coming close to the south of the Tutton dynasty. The shadow caused the calm ocean to become choppy. As the waves struck the shore and the harbor, many ships that were docked in the harbor started tossing and bobbing. The crashing of the waves made the whole ocean sound very unsettling. As a giant shadow passed under the ship, the ocean water under the ships became very dirty. Seagulls that were resting on the shore or nesting on the walls flew away in large groups, screaming as they went. It was as if they felt some sort of ominous danger. The old keeper in the lighthouse also sensed some sort menacing movement. He was looking out at the sea, but he couldn't see anything in the dark. There is no wind? That is so weird. Under the cover of the night, a shadow slowly rode the waves. A naked woman then stepped onto the beach of Tefis. Her giant fishtail had turned into a pair of pretty, long legs. Her name was Salita, and she was among the group who was ordered to search for the next queen of the mermaid kingdom by the prophecy. They had traversed through the endless ocean and finally reached the Alan continent. They had finally made it to the world of the orcs and the humans from the legends. Salita had spent several years on the Alan continent by that time. The first place she arrived was a kingdom called Halima. It was there that she had learned the human language and began to understand how humans lived. Their advanced civilization had far exceeded her expectations. Of course, in the process, Salita also suffered a great deal due to her ignorance. Some evil humans had bad intentions for Salita. As she obviously wouldn't tolerate that, she doled out devastating punishments to them. However, during that time, she had indeed gathered some powerful knowledge about the humans. She now knew that there were terrifying beings called priests and wizards. These kinds of people were powerful and sinister. She didn't actually meet one herself, but just by hearing their reputations, she already knew that they were not good people. It had been a bumpy journey thus far, but Salita had never forgotten her mission. She had finally found the Tutton dynasty. However, finding her little girl in this huge country would be difficult, as all Salita knew was her age, her name, and that she had blue hair. Salita searched along the coastal cities in hopes of finding a princess. Finally, in the southern Tutton dynasty, in a city called Tefis, she sensed one of her kind by following her bloodline. She was also one that didn't know how to cover up the scent of her power. This got Salita very excited. "It that you, princess," she murmured with a hopeful heart. Gina was now a 13-year-old young girl. Her eye-catching blue hair had now been dyed red, just like Marina's. This way, no one would question whether the two of them were sisters or not. Compared to Marina's being a careless problematic girl, Gina was more kind and easygoing. However, she was just like Marina in most every other way. She was brave and adventurous. But, as she looked very innocent, many people often mistook her as being a shy girl, and that was very wrong. At this moment, Gina had run back to Marina's quarters in a panic. She closed the door and jumped into the bath. She then shut the blinds and refused to come out. What happened? Marina was confused. Gina opened the blinds just a bit and poked her little head out of the slit. She said nervously, I met someone strange outside today. Marina asked, what strange person? Gina answered, she had blue hair, just like mine. She was wearing a cloak, and she was very mysterious. She said that she was one of my kind, then she told me that she had been ordered to take me home. To a place called the Mermaid Kingdom. She also called me a princess. Hearing this, Marina dropped her jaw. Until now, Marina still couldn't figure out what species Gina belonged to. She had even suspected that Gina could be a magical beast or a special life form that was modified by other wizards. Marina never expected this. Marina only knew that, aside from orcs and humans, there was a race called elves on another continent that was far away from here. However, Marina had only heard this from her teacher, Akkad. She had never actually seen one herself. But now, Gina had just said that there was another one of her kind. On top of that, they found her and told her that she was a princess of the Mermaid Kingdom. This could be a legendary and unknown race. It could even be an intelligent race from the deep sea. That's so cool, and a princess, too. It is like those legends and fairy tale fictional tales. Marina started to joke about it. This caused Gina to pout. She then said angrily, it was true. She said she would quickly take me home. How did she get here? Where did she come from? The ocean is full of dangers, you know. Marina demanded to know the details. She said that she was from a faraway continent, a place that is ruled by the Mermaid Kingdom. She said that we mermaids are the descendants of the sea god. We apparently have the blood of the sea god, so the monsters won't attack us, Gina explained. As Marina finally started to believe what Gina said, her face tensed. What do you think? She asked. Gina curled herself into a ball, then replied, I don't know. I was scared. I don't really know these creatures at all. Even though Gina was a mermaid, she had grown up in human society and was used to living the lifestyle and speaking the languages of the humans. Hence, she would naturally be scared if she had to leave all of a sudden. However, Gina was also curious about her race and her mother. She wanted to get close to her own kind and see what they were like. These complicated emotions confused Gina. She didn't know what to do. Then, Marina lifted up her head and said, I've got it. I have decided to go see that person with you. If all that she said is true, then I will go to your homeland with you. Gina opened her eyes wide. Really? Marina looked at Gina and said, even though you grew up in our human society, you are not human. When you grow up, you will not fit into this society. I was already beginning to worry about your future. However, we can now go and investigate your homeland. I wouldn't make you go alone. Marina laughed proudly, seeing the relief in Gina's eyes. Besides, I was already planning to take on a journey to explore the world. After that, I will write a book. Let your kind take me to the sea, and I will go to the land of the elves that my teacher was talking about. Then, I will journey back to the Alan continent to visit the Wizard Tower. As Marina was thinking about all of this, she added, in this way, my name will spread throughout the whole world. I will be the first person to go around the world. Then, I will name my book, The Journey of the Legendary Adventurer Marina. Gina quickly said, but, it's dangerous out in the deep seas. Marina answered, but isn't a little danger par for course for any adventurer worth their salt? Didn't you say that your race could go across the oceans? How else could she have come here? We just need to follow her. Marina was so excited, then she remembered something and added, oh yes, and I need to buy a ship and hire some good crewmen. Surely Gangster old man will introduce me to the cream of the crop. Gina felt like her sister had gone mad, but she was also relieved by her words. Perhaps, with Gina along, she would not be scared anymore. Marina pinched Gina's nose gently. All right, I have not gone mad. But first, we have to meet that mermaid of yours. Chapter 242, Adventurer. Marina, you are more adventurous than most men. Go and see how big the world is. This was also my childhood dream. After seeing it, come back and tell me all about it, Akkad said. Akkad then took out the original tall tower badge that Anthony had given him. He told Marina that by crushing the badge, she could be sent back to the tower through a teleport matrix. Although Marina did not understand the preciousness of the badge, she did know that it was definitely not an ordinary thing. It's not as precious as you might imagine. In a dangerous situation, the enemy will not give you the chance to open the teleport matrix, so once you face a moment of life and death, it is actually of no use. The old Akkad appeared very calm when he said this. Marina then took Gina and Salita with her and started her journey. It was a nice, sunny day, which seemed like a good omen. Marina's ship, the legendary adventurer, was a beautiful ship that had 10 alchemy cannons on it. After hearing about Marina's plan, Garnet, who had many years of sailing experience, demanded to join her. Thus, she made him the chief mate. Salita was a trainer of the mermaid family, who was famous for taming a giant squid on the sea. So, led by the squid, the ship headed all the way to the Swirl continent. They encountered a variety of difficulties along the way. In particular, there were many storms, as well as some encounters with demons and monsters who were not afraid of the Saken bloodline. On one occasion, they encountered some hawk-shaped banshees whose sonic attacks were too lethal for ordinary life forms to survive. Plus, since they were flying in the sky, they could not be attacked by the alchemy cannons. Utilizing its firearms, the crew of the legendary adventurer finally inflicted devastating damage on the banshees. But, the most dangerous part of the journey was when they were passing through a misty area. They were trapped in the fog and could not see the sky. They stayed trapped like this for nearly a month. In the mist, someone was constantly singing strange songs. They also encountered wrecks, dead people, and even the deceased's relatives. In this bizarre mist, everyone and everything was on the verge of collapsing. It wasn't until years later that Marina realized that what she had heard was the voice of a monster named Ecstasy. They also encountered social monsters that looked like jellyfish and could float in the air. Where they lived, a haze spread out. Their individual abilities were not strong, but the great illusion-making ability of their groups could easily take many people's lives at once. Finally, with Gina's help, they were able to escape the mist. After leaving the grey mist, that experience of not seeing the sky for so long became a terrible memory for everyone. As Gina was of pure Saken blood, she was unlike most mermaids, who were only part Saken. Gina not only had the ability to affect temperatures, but she could control the mind power of others. The legendary adventurer finally arrived on the Swirl continent, which was the home of the mermaid family. In fact, humans had never even set foot on the mermaid kingdom before. This kingdom had beautiful mermaids, as well as the ugly Cao Dao Sahajins. The sailors from the ship saw a variety of exotic creatures, architecture, and customs that were very different from the human world. There were also huge ocean-like continental lakes and a big city named Alida. The sailors sent back the princess of the mermaid kingdom, accepted the mermaid's praises, and received all kinds of marine gems and black pearls in exchange for their goods and books from the human world. Gina and Salita, who had just returned from the human world, had learned what a country with a perfect system should be like. So, after broadening their horizons, they were able to bring opportunities for change to the mermaid kingdom. The Cao Dao Sahajins began to integrate into the mermaid family, and Gina learned how to govern the country with her mother, Queen Sally. Marina then drove her legendary adventurer to the Yala continent using the map that Akkad had given her. Salita gave Marina a trumpet and the female giant squid named Cow Cow, then told her how to tame it. After this, Gina sent Marina away. Marina stood on the ship's deck, waving her hands and shouting goodbye. She then disappeared in the distance. Gina had always known that this separation was inevitable. After all, this was her home and Marina did not belong here. But, in her search for the Yala continent, dangers along the road far exceeded Marina's imagination. This route to the Yala continent was in a warm sea area, and for the first time, Marina was attacked by the children of the sea. These giant starfish emitted hot steam that almost burned them. Cow Cow also suffered a terrible defeat in its battle with them. Finally, the whole ship was dragged deeper into the sea by the starfish. Marina could only save everyone by having them lie on Cow Cow and ride the creature to a nearby island. There, Marina used alchemy to build a new ship named World Conqueror. They finally arrived at the Yala continent on this new ship, where they immediately met the Moonlight Elves. After battling through a series of conflicts with them, Marina arrived at the Kerala Tower in the Forest of Life. There, they saw beautiful elves playing harps and huge trees of life. There were also beautiful and exquisite buildings, the magnificent Sylph City, magnificent wetland forests, the Hagrid Grand Canyon, and the fascinating White Castle Spring. This place was like heaven. As they were standing in front of Kerala Tower, everyone was shocked and speechless. It was as if they were in a fairy tale world. Moreover, the numerous elves who were dressed in loose white clothes looked like angels coming down from the sky. The Kerala Tower also had a great learning atmosphere, as well as delicious food and beautiful houses. Upon her arrival, Marina met with Wolf and Wendy, the deans and vice-deans of Kerala Tower Academy. They were also students of the great wise Anthony, just like her mentor, Akkad. As the first generation of wizards, they were also former Wizard Tower mentors. Marina saw all kinds of strange witchcraft, dreamcraft, and blood witchcraft here. All of these things she had only heard about from Akkad. She was immersed in this sea of knowledge. She was very impressed that the elves had even more profound knowledge than she had imagined. Marina's knowledge of alchemy, the alchemy table, and the mechanical doll Archimond caused a great sensation within the Kerala Tower. Her crew stayed here for nearly half a year. Once they left, the journey home was much smoother than Marina had imagined. The ship from the Wizard Tower arrived in Yala, and some students from the Kerala Tower chose to enter the Wizard Tower for further study, as according to Wolf and Wendy's words, the Wizard Tower was the real wizard's holy place of origin. There were several senior wizards from the Wizard Tower on the ship. Along the way, Marina saw a fierce attack of blood witchcraft and dreamcraft. During the attack, many ordinary monsters died. Even the children of the sea fled under the siege of the senior wizards. They then arrived smoothly on the Black Forest coast of the Kingdom of Rosa Doro. Marina then departed the ship and rode a railcar in the darkness. She was heading to the tower. Once she was in the tower, she finally saw the holy place of the wizard. Everything here was beyond her imagination. All kinds of witchcraft had permeated every aspect of life. She saw the jackdaw postman, the witchcraft communication batch, the transformation of biological slaves, projections for teaching in dreams, magical beast pets and so on. Even various wizard towers played different roles in this societal system. She even saw various magical beasts flying in the sky. In the Black Forest, there were a huge garden where magical beasts grew, and there were also huge libraries that had Sphinx librarians. She even saw a legendary Titan dragon guarding the tower. It was a huge red dragon, and after taking just one look at it, Marina felt terribly frightened. It was definitely the most horrible creature she had ever seen. Even though Edward Guillermo, who was the fourth-generation Wizard Tower Master, had inherited the integrity of his teacher and adoptive father, Boer Guillermo, he was still different in many ways. He grew up in the Wizard Tower, so the only beings that he ever met were wizards. This caused him to teach in different ways. As such, Marina learned a vast amount of knowledge and received many gifts from Edward Guillermo, the tall Tower Master, and many mentors here. Her teacher Akkad's identity as the owner of the third-generation tower owner had provided a great deal of convenience for her. During her time here, Marina successfully transplanted the bloodline of a magical beast called the fossil horn rhinoceros. The fossil horn rhinoceros was a result of bloodline abnormalities that occurred when wizards cultivated magical beasts. As such, it could only recast things, but for Marina and the alchemists, this ability was valuable, similar to that of an artifact. Although it could not directly change the essence of substances, it was easy for alchemists to make various kinds of alchemy instruments via its means of recasting. Using its ability, an alchemist could easily turn sand into glass, clay into rock, pig iron into various alloys and so on. This had brought about unimaginable breakthroughs for alchemists, enabling them to analyze substances and to manufacture and explore various kinds of alchemy tools. Less than a month after her stay at the Wizard Tower, Marina returned to the World Conqueror and embarked on her journey home. It took her nearly 4 years to complete the voyage and return to the Shan City-State Alliance. Chapter 243, The End. When World Conqueror arrived at the port of the city-state of Tefis, Marina and her crew became an instant sensation. This was because a huge sea monster had led the ship into the harbor, shocking all of the people. Marina let go of the giant squid Cow Cow and said, "Thank you, Cow Cow. Now, you may return to the sea." All of them stood on the ship and waved goodbye to Cow Cow. After sailing together for several years, many of the sailors had sentimental feelings for the squid that had protected them. Some of them even began to wipe away a few tears as Cao Cao's huge body disappeared into the sea. Legends of marinas traveling around the world on the legendary adventurer quickly spread throughout Tefais. The sailors kept talking about the many monsters and dangers that they had encountered along the way, as well as sharing their many escapades in the magnificent Swirl continent, the Mermaid Kingdom, and the beautiful Yala continent. Hence, everyone knew that a woman named Marina Basai had crossed the dangerous sea and accomplished a feat of crossing 3 continents. For ordinary people, the mainland of Alan was their whole world. Now, everyone knew that besides Alan, there were many more magical continents out there. The gems and black pearls that the sailors had brought back from the Swirl continent, as well as the various crafts of the Yala continent and the elves' harps, swords, and bows were all very popular among a large number of businessmen and nobles in Tefais. Hence, all of the sailors became rich overnight. They were even received by the Prime Minister of the Shan City State Alliance and given the titles of knight. This made their stories even more legendary. The chief mate Garnet was particularly proud of himself. In fact, this was the most glorious moment of his life. Even the children on the street were talking about the beautiful mermaid family, the giant squid Cao Cao, and the children of the sea, pretending that they were also among the wayfaring crew. Come on, monster! I am the captain of the great legendary adventurer. I am not afraid of you. Come on, Cao Cao! Tear up all of the monsters. I'm the captain. Fire, fire! I am the captain. No, I am. As the children were role-playing in the streets, throughout the city-state of Shan, everyone was talking about adventures, navigation, and wealth. Many sailors and merchants, forgetting the horror and fear of the sea, rushed to join other crews and embark on their own adventures as crewmen. After all, they also wanted to find the legendary Swirl continent and Yala continent, bring back huge wealth from the Mermaid Kingdom, and become famous overnight. At the moment, however, Marina was not interested in all of this hubbub. Instead, she had snuck away to the newly established Alchemy Academy in Tefais. At the top of the castle, Akkad lay in his chair and watched snowflakes flying outside his window. Unlike the north, Tefais was a warm city, so it was rare to see snowflakes in winter. But, at present, the temperature had dropped sharply, so the fireplace was burning in the lounge. Marina talked to Akkad about her journey in a very peaceful tone. When she talked about Yala and Wendy and Wolf, Akkad's expression slowly changed into one of clear sentimentality. Ah! I really miss them. Akkad was now very old and looked tired. Akkad sobbed a bit, then asked, "Okay, what's next? Tell me about the Wizard Tower." Marina suddenly remembered something. "Oh! There's a letter from Mentor Catherine." A smile appeared on Akkad's face. "Catherine? Is she okay?" Marina nodded. Mentor Catherine reached level 4. She's young and beautiful. She asked me to tell you that she misses you very much. Akkad laughed. If she said this about Boer, he would be very happy. Boer liked her best then, but unfortunately she married an ordinary person. Speaking of this, Akkad sighed deeply. Poor Boer. I can't believe he is dead, and I'm dying too. Akkad coughed violently. Marina lowered her head and kept wiping away her tears. Akkad then opened the letter and slowly read it, recalling their childhood. At that time, there were very few wizards, only them. Each of them were filled with longing and hope as they came to the Wizard Tower. It had completely changed their fates. As Akkad read and laughed, he remembered the intelligent Boer, proud and confidently Wisai, honest Uruk, beautiful Catherine, and Henry, who always followed them. Every one of these first generation of wizards had been so young and full of expectations and dreams for the future. They had looked forward to using what they would learn in order to change the world. How young we were back then! I remember that Boer standing on the steeple of the castle, shouting at the sky, "The future is ours." Boer wanted to be a good doctor and Li Wisai wanted to be a real noble man. We secretly liked Catherine because she was the pianist's daughter. I didn't tell Boer that I liked her though. She was born with a temperament that attracted us. Every one of us had a simple dream, as our understandings of the world were so small. We thought we could rule the world. Akkad kept talking and his eyes grew dim. He then added softly, "I really miss them, and I really want to be with them." Akkad did not finish his thoughts. Instead, his fingers loosened and the letters fell from his mechanical arm. He then gradually closed his eyes. The wind blew open the window, allowing a few snowflakes to flutter in. At this moment, the door suddenly opened and all of Akkad's students came in, each of them looking at Akkad quietly sleeping. Everyone took off their hats and lowered their heads. Akkad wandered through the gate of the underworld, where a tall monster was swallowing up those who were not in line. Akkad then approached the Styx River. After crossing the Styx River on a ferry with a strange man who had bandages all over his body, he saw a familiar figure at the riverside. The figure reached out and pointed his finger to Akkad's forehead, which made Akkad remember things little by little. Anthony. Lu Zhiyu stood beside the Styx River and looked at Akkad. I said we would see each other again. Akkad looked around and asked, where am I? Lu Zhiyu said, in the underworld. Just in front of it, there is a city of souls where all of the dead will go. Some are nailed to the wall, others are sentenced to stay in the underworld, and some can return to the living world again to obtain the afterlife. Akkad looked at Lu Zhiyu and asked, why are you here, mentor? Lu Zhiyu looked at Akkad. You should have had an idea as to my identity. Akkad looked at Lu Zhiyu and suddenly laughed. After that, he asked Lu Zhiyu, how is my afterlife? You meet up with your friends and lead an ordinary and happy life, just as you expected, he replied. Sounds good. Akkad smiled. Goodbye. Goodbye. The two parted ways, both smiling. Chapter 244, Elemental Witchcraft. The floating castle stayed above the clouds in the Arctic. The clouds here were sparse and thin. Underneath them, the Arctic was cold and desolate, but above the clouds, the sun was bright and warm. Lu Zhiyu sat next to the window of the botanical garden, beside which a sphinx's eye projected various information for in front of him. Gaia was responsible for gathering all of the information within Maria's world and presenting it to Lu Zhiyu. As such, it functioned like a huge electronic host. The Sphinx was like an external terminal that was connected to Gaia. Lu Zhiyu generally did not pay attention to the complex and useless information that had been collected from the whole world. After all, it wasn't necessary for him to know every single detail. It would also complicate Lu Zhiyu's memory to be cluttered with such a vast amount of intel. Thus, Lu Zhiyu usually only viewed the most important information. The Sphinx that was in the Wizard Tower library was called Pyros. Every generation of Pyros was the same. As such, they all shared the same awarenesses, knowledges, and memories. Lu Zhiyu sat and listened while Pyros rapidly went through its intel. New moves from the Church of True God today. Stiqua is only at level 4. They dared not cross the Abyss world to Maria's world. Bitwalls could easily squeeze and suppress them to death. Some junior Abyss wizards, underworld priests, and alchemists might be capable of dealing with them. Are these devil species beginning to appear in the central province? Does a wizard get the Book of the Devil? Lu Zhiyu asked Pyros. Yes, it happened a week ago, Master. Alchemists are becoming more and more active, and their numbers are increasing. They have also played an important role in the development of the world. It seems that alchemists have a brighter future than the wizards, Pyros said. Are some ghost wizards making trouble? Regardless, the priests will exterminate them immediately, Lu Zhiyu said. He rested in a rattan chair, watching the projection and listening to the report. There was news of human and orc incidents in Alan, as well as news about the elves and the mermaid kingdom. At this stage, the system of extraordinary power had gradually been perfected. As such, many problems no longer needed Lu Zhiyu to worry about them. The system's sufficient experience and ability to deal with them itself. Huh? An elemental wizard's advancement possibility. Is it Edward? Lu Zhiyu immediately saw something worth noticing. Just as Lu Zhiyu was ready to take a closer look, two winged girls rushed in. As they entered, their wings gradually folded and disappeared. Dolmidi rushed to Lu Zhiyu and said, Dad, you said before that when we grew up, you would give the whole world to us. What does that mean? Verdhandi then asked with a pretentious dignity, does it mean that we will be goddesses? Lu Zhiyu thought for a moment and said, you have not reached level 6 yet. If you want to ascend to the throne of gods and light the divine fire, you must at least reach level 7. It's too early now. Verdhandi opened her eyes wide. So, after getting to level 7, can we be goddesses then? Dolmidi jumped around excitedly. What kind of goddess will we be? We must look dignified. Lu Zhiyu looked at them and expressed deep doubts as to whether or not they could be proper goddesses. After reaching level 7, you have to pass my examination before you can enter the trial period to become a goddess. What is the trial period? Vert Handi didn't quite understand him. Lu Zhiyu pretended to look serious. If you fail the trial, you will be fired. Vert Handi and Dolmidi made faces at Lu Zhiyu. We will be the best and most qualified goddesses, then we will fire our dad. You're the most unqualified god, dad. You don't do anything all day. Lu Zhiyu put his hands behind his head and lay on the chair. That doesn't sound half bad. After all, I am waiting to retire. After Edward Guillermo took over as fourth master of the Wizard Tower, the whole Wizard Tower was isolated from the outside world. Edward commanded all of the wizards to not interfere with the human world, let alone interfere in the politics and events of the human world. After these orders were issued, the wizards gradually became more mysterious and isolated from the human world. This resulted in the wizards becoming mostly immersed in their own witchcraft research. A byproduct of this was the minimizing of damage and harm that wizards suffered from human society, but it also made wizards more closed off and wary of humans, which was much different from the first generations of wizards, who constantly tried to interact with and help guide the human world. As a result, this new generation of wizards had gradually lost their senses of identity, as well as the ability to successfully interact with human society. Thus, they lived in a small circle of wizards, without any desire to interfere with or influence human society. This caused the influence of wizards in human society to gradually decline. Over the years, some past events had gradually been forgotten. People's attitudes towards wizards had also gradually changed from hatred and terror to passing curiosity. Edward had been at level 4 for decades. Although he had not reached the level 5, his study of witchcraft was beyond compare. At the top of the wizard tower, rows of blackboards were filled with mathematical and geometric symbols. All of the resources within the wizard tower were being used, and everyone was involved in the research efforts. If they succeeded, it would be an incredible leap forward for wizards. Hence, everyone was working on this huge project day and night. Almost there. Yes, absolutely. We can definitely deduce the first level 4 witchcraft. Even if we don't transplant an extraordinary bloodline, we can still use it as an extraordinary witchcraft. Edward was so excited. After all, he was the creator of the Dream Wizards. After reaching level 4, Edward had found that the level 4 witchcraft space was very different from dream space. In other words, dream space was like an inferior version of witchcraft space. Edward had then transformed the original dreamcraft. As long as the witchcraft model was constructed in the witchcraft space with mind power, all kinds of dreamcraft could be used much more easily than before. Later, Edward thought that since dreamcraft could create a model of witchcraft, he could also possibly create an extraordinary elemental witchcraft. Originally, they could only control air, metal, sand, and water through bloodline transplantation, but he began to wonder if these things could also be released in the form of witchcraft models. Thus, he happened across the possibility of elemental wizards. Edward published 2 articles about elemental wizards and the possibility of elemental witchcraft, which immediately caused a stir throughout the wizard world. Unlike blood wizards, dream wizards, ghost wizards, and alchemists, elemental wizards must have reached level 4, which is an option for senior wizards. Although it had nothing to do with most of the low-level wizards, the possibility of a bright future still excited countless wizards. Thus, the whole tower was involved in exploring the possibility of upgrading to elemental wizards. Edward's first bout of research on level 4 witchcraft was a relatively simple bloodline witchcraft, which dealt with the Lanlang snake's ability to control water molecules. Wizards analyzed this ability over and over again, finally coming up with the first level 4 model of witchcraft, the water ball. When Catherine and another mentor constructed the witchcraft model of the water ball on the square in front of the tower, a huge water ball floated in the sky. All of the wizards cheered in amazement and smiled with pride. The water ball then turned into a heavy rain. At last, the wizards gradually explored level 4. Now, they had broken the level 4 barrier and explored their ways into the future. Chapter 245, Tefai's Weekly. Tefai's Weekly. For just 1 silver coin, you can have the latest news from home and abroad. It also publishes the latest night novel, The Legend of the Dragon Knight Rooney, written by the renowned Gleeman Toll. Get to know the legendary life of Rooney. The chaos that was caused by the Church of the True God broke out again in Peugeot. The Church of the True God has enticed hundreds of poor people to offer sacrifices to evil gods and is now being driven out by the priests of the Church of the Sky. The Prime Minister again issued a region-wide notice in the hopes that the domestic alchemy apprentices would respond. All alchemy apprentices can get an official job that offers the same benefits as senior officers receive. I have admission information on Akkad Alchemy College. If you miss it, you won't get a second chance. Several newsboys, each carrying a large cannabis-sewn bag, ran down the streets of Tefis and shouted headlines at the corner of every intersection. A large number of morning passers-by took out a silver coin and bought a newspaper from them. The legend of the Dragon Knight Rooney has come out again. I want to read it. How did the old base of the Church of the True God appear again? I must get into Alchemy College this time. Even if I can't become a great alchemist, I can at least be a knowledgeable scholar. People in Tefis kept discussing the news while reading their newspapers. Some people who bought the newspapers were telling their illiterate friends what was happening as well. Since an alchemy apprentice from the Alchemy Academy had invented printing a few years ago, numerous paper mills had spread all over the country. Books, which originally were only owned by nobles, had gradually become affordable to the common people in the Shan City-State Alliance. Although the price of books was still not cheap, this greater accessibility at least gave the common people an opportunity to learn. Also, about a half a year ago, the newspaper that was originally only circulated at Akkad Alchemy College was brought outside. It then became known as Tefis Weekly. However, Tefis Weekly was an irregular publication, printed usually only once a week, and even then only when there were some notable events happening. Also, its price was expensive, making the average family reluctant to buy it. Moreover, not many common people could read. So, most of the people who bought newspapers were workshop owners or nobles. If ordinary people bought a copy, they would keep it as a treasure. It is said that many other city-states heard of this and began to print their own versions of Tefis Weekly. At the same time, some newspapers that directly imitated the Tefis Weekly appeared. However, these periodicals were only circulating in the upper class, so they had little influence over the majority of the people. If they wanted to become truly universal, a higher literacy rate must first be realized in Tefis. At the moment, Marina was teaching in the hall on the first floor of Akkad Alchemy College in Tefis. After completing her world tour, Marina had taken over Akkad's position and become the dean of the holy place. Marina now wore her long hair in braids and had glasses. As she was still young and beautiful, Marina attracted the attention of countless students and alchemists. As such, the whole hall was crowded with people. Nearly half of the students and mentors present were her admirers. Throughout Tefis, even throughout the entire Shan City-State Alliance, countless people worshipped her. Marina's independence and adventurous spirit were unique to the women of Tutan, especially in this era. Her legendary adventures, her alchemist accomplishments, and her position as Dean of Akkad Alchemy College had made her a spokeswoman for the Shan City-State Alliance. Countless women in the Shan City-State Alliance were eager to be like her. She had encouraged a large number of female alchemists in the alchemist community and also elevated the status of women in the Shan City-State Alliance. Today, Marina was on stage explaining some important knowledge about alchemists. The most important subject regarded the properties of various substances. Many people didn't understand it, but they were still filled with excitement as they listened to her. The core idea of alchemy is to understand the properties of any substance. Based on the characteristics of each substance, you can create the stuff you want. I recently got some information from the Western world, where they began to carry out the study of materials' origins. They call this study the origin element. She paused to see if she still had the room's attention, then continued. We don't know how many elements we have at present yet, which means that all of us alchemists, generation after generation, must study and explore further. I hope that one day you can understand the composition of the world and the ultimate essence of the world. That is the ultimate goal of all alchemists. She finished her lesson, smiling broadly. She then said, since the advent of the first generation of the alchemy table, alchemists have changed their ways of studying alchemy. Now, what I want to tell you is that the second generation of the alchemy table is ready to be used. It will completely change the future of alchemists. Marina was clearly very proud. The second generation of the alchemy table was just a common metal table. Compared with the first generations, it had a much less complex structure. It also was not large or heavy. When Marina started to operate it, everyone was amazed. The sand on the alchemy table slowly converged and melted, gradually forming a glass puppy. The original ordinary glassware, after being recast on the alchemy table, seemed to have changed its entire essence. Marina then threw it straight to the ground, revealing that it was still complete. Some of the damaged swords were then added on the alchemy table, along with other materials, all of which immediately turned into new and beautiful alloy swords. With this second-generation alchemy table, as long as you understand the nature and characteristics of the substance, you can recast at will with your imagination. Marina explained. Many alchemist mentors rushed to the stage to watch the operation of the second-generation alchemy table. Their hands trembled as they touched it, as if they were worshipping a sacred object. Can this be true? An old alchemist could not help but weep at this awe-inspiring sight. It's not about changing the substance, it's about understanding and utilizing the properties of the substance. The substance itself doesn't change. Marina further explained. This is real alchemy. Only with such a table can we be called true alchemists. All of the alchemists near the stage were discussing this phenomenal alchemy table. How can I get one? An alchemist couldn't help but ask. All of the mentors at Akkad Alchemy College will have the opportunity to get one, but only after they have accumulated some points and have succeeded in their audits, Marina answered. Are there any restrictions on using it? Another apprentice asked. Alchemy apprentices can use it. Here, put your hand on the alchemy table. It can sense your mind power, which activates the recast. But, most of its other functions are too advanced for apprentices, Marina answered. Marina then incorporated her transplanted rhinoceros horn fossil into the second-generation alchemy table. This could be regarded as a witchcraft object. As such, every second-generation alchemy table must incorporate the horn of a rhinoceros. Although it's expensive, for alchemists, it's a necessity. By the end of the presentation, the second-generation alchemy table had thoroughly impressed and thrilled all of the alchemists. After that day, countless alchemists returned to Akkad Alchemy College to lead the second generation into further pioneering endeavors. The second-generation alchemy table would also be used to bring enormous changes to the future of alchemists and the whole world. Chapter 246, Goddess. Archangel Kelly fluttered her wings and flew through the sky. Her giant wings spread out like shiny stars. At this moment, in the Divine Kingdom, countless saints bowed, while angels flew about singing holy songs and playing their harps. With the help of the Divine Kingdom, Archangel Kelly spent decades to upgrade from level 5 to level 7. Today, she would be the first to ascend to the divine throne and become a real goddess. Archangel Kelly. In the name of the Creator, you are crowned the Goddess of Light. Gaia. Synchronization begins. A divine shadow stretched out its hands and a light came out from its fingertips. The whole Divine Kingdom began to shake and lights fell from the sky, covering Archangel Kelly. Gaia then followed instructions, as a mechanical voice resounded throughout Divine Kingdom, synchronization starts. There are 135 seconds left for synchronization to be completed. One of the 17 divine thrones collapsed, transforming into data and integrating itself into Archangel Kelly's body. Every throne here was equivalent to an artifact that represented the rules of a god. Kelly's body grew bigger and bigger, while her huge wings unfolded. As cheers resounded throughout heaven, Kelly looked at Zhiyu, who was sitting on the opposite throne. Suddenly, a great divine throne appeared beneath her. Apparently, as long as she was in Maria's world, she would always been seen as a ruler of the theocracy. There were now 18 thrones, including Zhiyu's. At the moment, only these two were occupied. At the same time, on the Alan continent, all of the statues of the Lady of Light in the Temple of Light looked like Kelly. All of the priests and saints heard the voice of this new goddess assuring them, everything is God's will. For the first time, the Goddess of Light responded to all of the prayers and all of the believers on the entire Alan continent. Pope Arthur even held a baptism ceremony in St. Sarl City. Hence, it was a true occasion on the mainland of Alan. This grand ceremony lasted for a month. More importantly, the first goddess had made the system of gods complete at last. Zhiyu added one more model of elemental witchcraft on Gaia. Now, all level 4 priests could also use their own elemental divine incantations. At the same time, the emergence of elemental witchcraft gave him another option to use his extraordinary power in addition to genes and cells. Kelly, the new goddess of light, had not only taken over the largest part of the divine kingdom, but she had also begun to design her own unique divine system. This meant that, from now on, there would be divine incantations created that were unique to the believers of the Goddess of Light. It took Kelly a few months after being crowned to familiarize herself with her duties. Sitting on the divine throne, she could now project her figure over the sky of the whole divine kingdom. Hence, every saint could look up and see her. As the first one to ascend to the throne, Kelly was nominally the goddess that created the world. As such, she was the one who set the space rules in Maria's world. 17 thrones divided the powers over Maria's world, including aspects like governing the sun, the seasons, time, death, the sea, the earth, and so on. Every position governed an integral part of Maria's world. If any of those governing encountered difficulties, it would have a significant impact on Maria's world, perhaps even cause a devastating disaster. They were the true cornerstones that maintained the stability of Maria's world. After Zhiyu created Maria's world, everything had developed in a natural way. As such, once all of the thrones were taken, the whole of Maria's world would be completely under control. It would then be like a machine that could be easily and systematically adjusted and repaired. Gods, in addition to maintaining the operation of the whole world, would then also promote the development of the world. This was a perfect system. However, qualified candidates were needed to ascend to the throne before this system could fully function. This had been Zhiyu's idea, but it was not easy to gather 17 qualified applicants. At present, Kelly sat on the throne, familiarizing herself with her new responsibilities and responding to all of the priests' requests and prayers. She was also receiving information that had been filtered by Gaia. At the same time, Kelly was also completing her own divine system, within which she was adding a prayer system, a sacrifice system, and even an oracle system. Every god could then design his own religion and manage his followers according to his own ideas. After all, as the goddess of light, Kelly must be familiar with her responsibilities, be able to manage the operation of the whole world, and successfully manage her religion and its believers. She was even responsible for promoting the progress of the whole world. Although being a goddess was a very challenging job, it sometimes got a bit boring. So, in her spare time, Kelly would take a walk in Maria's world. But, Kelly mostly preferred to sneak a peek at the floating castle that was sailing above the sky of Maria's world. She also often stared at the opposite throne, expecting the creator to arrive at any moment. Meanwhile, the divine shadows, after receiving news about several important believers in the divine kingdom, looked at each other in a daze. At this moment, on the opposite throne, a figure suddenly appeared. "Lord!" Kelly exclaimed. "How are you?" Zhiyu asked her. "Is the goddess life a little too boring for you?" Kelly looked at Zhiyu and replied, "It's my joy and duty to manage the whole world for you." Zhiyu did not speak for a while, so Kelly laughed and said, "It's interesting and fulfilling. When I was a saintess, I couldn't even walk out of the Temple of Light. Now, I can see the whole world. I can see the extraordinary in every ordinary thing and can understand human nature and the world, all of the things that I did not know anything about before." Kelly looked at Zhiyu, waited for a while, as if she was conflicted about something in her heart, then finally said, "That's enough for me." Zhiyu then said, "You know, you can always talk to me." After Zhiyu said this, Kelly's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhiyu then thought of something else and said, "By the way, those two little guys may be decades away from ascending to the throne. They're both young and naughty, so you must please take care of them for me." Chapter 247, The Rise of Alchemists. Legend has it that in the distant sky, there is a city that can fly. There are gods in it, and it is a city of miracles. Lars, the great artist, had been looking for this city for more than 10 years. Finally, at the end of the ocean, he spotted it. He marked the occasion by creating this great painting, the capital of God. In a temple in the Shan City State Alliance, a well-dressed businessman was introducing the story behind the painting to the audience. Zhiyu, Eva, and two little girls huddled together, observing the painting like a family of 4. This temple was originally the patron saint's temple of Finlit City. However, belief in the original patron saint was gradually declining, so in order to make ends meet, most of the temple space had been rented out. The city of Finlit had been devastated by the conflicts between the Tutun dynasty and the Shan City State Alliance during several civil wars. Then, Baitkos came, gradually taking the northern part of the Tutun dynasty and fighting against the Tutun's southern kingdoms and the Shan City State Alliance. Just looking at Finlit's thin and broken walls easily revealed the aftermath of decades of war. Fortunately, after years of redevelopment, the Shan City State Alliance was becoming more competitive and powerful. This was greatly thanks to the many changes that had been brought by alchemists, who had created all kinds of guns and cannons for use in the battlefield. Also, a large number of national alchemy workshops produced swords, guns, alchemy artillery, and alchemy weapons. At the same time, some alchemy apprentices were recruited to assist in the battlefield. However, when facing Peugeot, a powerful kingdom of Baitkos that had a large number of blood knights and various heavenly palace priests, the Shan City-State Alliance could barely resist such an enemy. As such, the Shan City-State Alliance's army almost collapsed in the early stages of its existence. However, later on, aided by the continuous participation of the alchemists, the war gradually dissipated. The power of the alchemy cannon was credited with being an integral weapon in the war. Armed with such divine ammunition and methods, for the first time, the combat capability of alchemists had been fully demonstrated. As a result, Peugeot had fallen into the quagmire of war. There, under the city wall of Finlit, Peugeot met its Waterloo, just like the Teutons. Although Ketasus, who was the king of Peugeot, still wanted to fight, he was not certain that they could defeat the Shan City-State Alliance. In addition to this, years of consecutive wars had birthed great voices of opposition within the army. This resulted in King Ketasus eventually abandoning his scheme of annexing the Shan City-State Alliance. Instead, he signed a peace treaty with them. After the war, Finlit began to rebuild and slowly, started to thrive again. A large number of artists and alchemists poured into this beautiful and historic city that was located along the Pegasus River. 10 years ago, after the Shan City-State Alliance moved the political capital from Lamech to Finlit, the city had grown in leaps and bounds. It had also been instantly infused with a great vitality. A few years ago, there was an alchemist mentor who left Akkad Alchemy College and established his own alchemy college in Finlit. He named it Wisteria Alchemy College, and a large number of scholars, workshop owners, businessmen, and alchemists then came here to study. They began to set up various workshops, which had a great impact on the people's lives. Many people got rich overnight, which constantly inspired others to come and see what all of the hubbub was about. There are countless gold coins flowing in the Pegasus River. Go ahead, go to Finlit, where there are countless opportunities. As long as you seize them, you can become somebody important. In Finlit, farmers can become nobles and slaves can become rich. Many people were saying all kinds of things about Finlit. Its newfound fame caused many downcast artists to gather here, as where wealth gathered, art also came into being. Some of these artists were appreciated by the nobles of Shan City-State Alliance, and various art vendors emerged. However, there were only a few such lucky ones, as most of the artists could only sell their work in the streets. Even so, there was a strong artistic atmosphere in the capital of Shan City-State Alliance. This influence of the arts was reflected in the beautiful buildings, exquisite statues, and lovely paintings. Standing in front of the capital of God painting, Lu Zhiyu felt a bit strange. "Dad, our house was discovered by other people," one of the little girls said. "Yes, that's right. They even painted a picture of it," Lu Zhiyu replied. "It appears that our house is too small," she commented. "Yes, it's time for an upgrade," Lu Zhiyu agreed. The two little girls huddled together, curiously observing every detail of the painting. As they perused every part of it, they couldn't help but complain. Lu Zhiyu looked at the picture in front of him, feeling that his floating castle needed to be upgraded. But, he didn't want it to be a big change. Instead, he would simply transform a hidden cloud into a sea of clouds, then add a storm near the castle. Looking at them, Lu Zhiyu softly patted the two girls' faces. Verthandi and Olmidi were growing up fast. Lu Zhiyu had brought them to Shan City Alliance, which was undergoing major changes, because he wanted them to have more contact with the world, so that they could better understand the world before they became gods. Lu Zhiyu had stopped the floating castle above Shan City Alliance and had taken Eva and the girls to walk around it together. As they walked, something very interesting had caught his eye, so they decided to stay for a while. This was how they had arrived at the capital of God painting. At this moment, several children who were standing beside Lu Zhiyu were looking at the painting as well, many of them commenting on it. "Can alchemists do such a thing? Alchemists can fly. They can even make something that sends people into the sky. That is a hot air balloon, silly. But, this is a city. Can an alchemist really fly a city? Alchemists are omnipotent. They can even turn stones into gold. Hence, they must be able to make this happen. Yes, alchemists are more powerful than gods. As the children squibbled with each other, Dulmidi stood some distance away, clearly unhappy. She then said, "They are saying that alchemists are better than gods." Lu Zhiyu then turned to listen carefully to their arguments. One of the thin, brown-haired boys suddenly said, "Alchemists understand the nature of substance, then transform the substance. Hence, knowledge is the essence of alchemy." One of the fat boys in the group was dissatisfied by that assertion, so he shot back a stinging retort, "You're not an alchemist, so how would you know?" The little boy with short brown hair immediately said, "I will definitely become an alchemist. When I grow up, I will enter the Wisteria Alchemy College. I will then make an alchemy tool that will enable human beings to conquer the sky." Lu Zhiyu suddenly opened his mouth and asked the little boy, "What's your name?" Only then did the boy realize that someone was watching and listening to him. He was stunned for a moment, then said, "Lars. My name is Lars Brown." Chapter 248, Lars Brown, I. "Lars Brown, you've been admitted to the crafts department," an admissions staff member said. "But, I applied for the Department of Alchemy, and I got great results on my written test." Lars couldn't believe what he had just heard. "I am sorry to tell you that you don't have the gifts needed to be an alchemist." The reply was cold. Lars stood outside Wisteria Alchemy College, stunned. He did not leave until late that night. Although he was successfully enrolled in Wisteria Alchemy College, Lars was upset by the fact that he could not become an alchemist. Ever since his childhood, Lars had been deeply influenced by his father and had aspired to become an alchemist. He became familiar with the existence of alchemists early on, and he showed great talent for designing various alchemy props in particular. When Lars was 12 or 13 years old, he manufactured small hot air balloons that flew hundreds of meters high. He also made exquisite clocks and watches. He could even understand the designs of various complex alchemy items and props. At the age of 14, Lars personally designed and built a windmill in the suburbs, the same model which was now springing up everywhere in the Shan City State Alliance. This idea of Lars had been birthed from nature's great inspiration. In fact, he believed that as long as he could borrow the power of nature, he could do anything he wanted. Just when he decided to enter Wisteria Alchemy College in Finland and become an alchemist, he found himself unable to cross the threshold. This was because he suffered one of the greatest blows of his life. Though he was young and ambitious, he was told that he was not gifted enough to become an alchemist. After he journeyed back home in defeat, his father met him at the door. After a long time of silence, Lars' father clapped his son on the back and said, "The crafts department is also good. Later, you can take over my workshop and become its owner." Lars shook off his father's hand and shouted angrily at him, "But that's not what I want. I have a different dream than you, father. I will be an alchemist." "Certainly." His father slapped Lars hard across the face and said, "Wake up, you don't have that kind of talent. Do you think I never had that same dream? No talent is no talent." Lars' father, who also graduated from the Department of Crafts, had opened a small watch workshop in Finland, becoming a businessman and earning some wealth and fame. According to his father's plan, Lars would become a wealthy second-generation watchmaker in Finland, eventually taking over his father's workshop. But, Lars refused to follow in his father's same footsteps. The next day, Lars snuck away quietly with his suitcase. On the bank of the Pegasus River, he took a boat to Tefis, where the legendary Akkad Alchemy College was located. When he arrived, Lars was shocked by everything in Tefis. Outside the city, he saw all kinds of windmills, and there were various hydraulic spinning workshops, all of which opened Lars' eyes to new and exciting possibilities. After entering the city, Lars saw so many alchemists. He also saw fantastic alchemy workshops that produced all kinds of alchemy props and tools. Seeing the vast collection of the latest guns, alchemy cannons, mechanical pulley crossbows, music boxes, hot air balloon airships in the manufacturing stages, new shipyards, and so on, were truly overwhelming. There were also a lot of water towers in Tefis. So, if the residents wanted water, they only needed a water pipe to get it. The layout of the city was also very modern and trendy, and there were several horse-drawn carriages in use on the streets. Lars could clearly see how these alchemy items, which looked very simple in design, were changing the world bit by bit. Alchemists can really change the world. Only once he arrived here did Lars really begin to understand and fall in love with the city. Although the city did not have the artistic atmosphere and romance of Finland, Lars was deeply moved by it, especially because it seemed to promote innovation and growth. At the square at the entrance of Akkad Alchemy College stood a statue of the great alchemist Akkad. A line of letters was carved on the stone at the foot of the statue, which read, "Knowledge changes the world." As Lars stood in front of the statue, his eyes grew brighter. "Knowledge changes the world," he read aloud. Lars then entered Akkad Alchemy College, attended an open class, and met his childhood idol, Ms. Marina. His greatest dream was to become one of her students. Here he saw what a real alchemist should be. He also learned about the highest attainments in alchemy, the mechanical alchemical life form, Archimond, and the second-generation alchemy table. Lars passed the entrance examination again, but was still told that he was not gifted enough to become an alchemist, so he was admitted to the mechanical manufacturing department instead. Machinery was a tool that was used to help people reduce the difficulty of work, thus saving on labor. Chopsticks, brooms, and tweezers were all good examples of this. These were simple machines, while complex machines consisted of two or more simple machines operating together. Lars eventually decided to study here. So, instead of becoming a great alchemist, he would become a mechanical apprentice. Although he acquired the most advanced knowledge in Akkad Alchemy College, he could only learn how to make machinery, glass, clocks and watches, how to smelt iron and how to design ships. His studies were also limited to some basic disciplines such as mathematics, geometry, and so on. When it came to the specific knowledge that was related to alchemy, Lars could only touch lightly on it via public lectures. As for the specifics regarding how the alchemists meditate, the study of witchcraft, and the manufacturing of witchcraft materials, that was only circulated within the alchemists' inner circle. Thus, even if Lars graduated from Akkad Alchemy College after several years of study, he still could only enter some workshops as a manufacturer. Even though he had a salary that ordinary people envied, he still could only teach ordinary workers all day long, as well as make some tools, like ordinary glass crafts, spinning machines, new carriages, and so on. This was because advanced crafts like the production of special metals, new guns, alchemy cannons, and special materials would need alchemists' expertise. Especially when it came to the design of various alchemy products, a lot of money and time must be spent. As such, expert designers were recruited by these big workshops, all of whom must be alchemists or apprentices. Moreover, only alchemists could enter state and city research institutes. Chapter 249, Lars Brown, 2. Only alchemists can design alchemy products and props. Sorry, we only recruit alchemists. You're not an alchemist, yet you want to join us. After Lars Brown suffered numerous rejections from various military workshops and official research institutes, he began to fully understand the high standards of the alchemist world. But, he was reluctant to go to smaller workshops, even though, with his knowledge, he could earn good money there. While Lars conducting his own experiments, he continued to look for sponsors everywhere. He also tricked small workshop owners into sponsoring his experiments, saying that he would design and improve their products, while secretly spending their money on all of his experiments. Lars was looking for a new form of natural force, one that was similar to wind and water power. This was a large-scale research effort that involved all aspects of knowledge. It also required a lot of manpower and material resources. Lars quickly discovered that he could only get money for his experiment by cheating and deceiving people. This was because he was relatively unknown, and by the age of 30, he had still achieved nothing much. Finally, in a small city that was far away from Tefis, he found his big sponsor. He was the owner of a shipyard, who made small and medium-sized merchant ships. Lars pretended to be an alchemist by making a fake alchemist's badge. Armed with that, as well as his smooth eloquence, he persuaded the owner of the shipyard to invest in his research regarding the manufacturing of alchemy products. For the first time, he discovered many things about steam and its great power. Lars then promised the merchant that he would build a new type of alchemy ship that could sail without the help of sails and wind. Lars said, "It will be a ship that can absolutely change the world, a real alchemy ship. It'll replace all of the old ships and sail even faster and carry more cargo." His eyes were glowing with excitement. "Then, all of the people in Shan City State Alliance will come to you to order ships, and you will become the largest shipbuilder in all of Shan City State Alliance. Everyone will come here. But, in order to have all of this, you just need to invest a little now." After his persuasive pitch, Lars got his first big investment and was able to build his own alchemy factory. For the first time, he had meaning and purpose for his life. Even if he could not become an alchemist, he could at least design great alchemy products that could have a shocking impact on the world. However, just a few months later, his lie was exposed. Despite his explanation to the owner of the shipyard, he accused Lars publicly of misrepresentation, and Lars was sentenced to 6 months in prison. After learning that Lars had cheated the merchant by posing as an alchemist, Akkad Alchemy College officially revoked Lars' degree. The notorious Lars was then given a horrid nickname, the Faker Lars. After half a year of imprisonment, Lars left Tefis and returned to his hometown of Finlit. However, when he returned home, Lars found that his parents had died during his imprisonment. All that he saw upon entering Finlit were rotting tombstones, empty houses, and closed watch workshops. Time had changed everything, especially Lars. The once proud Lars now had nothing but his useless dream. What was worse, Lars found that news of his shady business affairs had also been transmitted to Finlit. This wasn't really a surprise, as the circle of alchemists was very small. Thus, everyone knew about the faker Lars. In Lars' eyes, he had lost everything. He wandered into one of his childhood home's empty rooms, then journeyed on to the attic, reflecting on his youth. He was holding a portrait of his family, while he was sitting on the stairs crying. He had a great dream of changing the world and had aspired to be a legendary alchemist like Akkad and Marina. But, reality had given him a heavy blow. It turns out that he couldn't become an alchemist. He was just a fake alchemist. Ha ha ha, father, you were right. But, I really don't want to give up. Why is fate so cruel? I want to become an alchemist, so what's so wrong with that? Is it wrong for me to have such a dream? As Lars spoke to his father's image in the picture, his heart filled with despair. A few days later, he decided to leave again. His plan was to give up everything and go to the countryside, where he would live the life of an ordinary man. At this time, an unexpected person knocked on the door. It was his boyhood rival, Fat Mike. But, this time, he had not come to make fun of Lars, but to invite him to join his institute. When Mike was a teenager, he had scoffed at Lars. Since then, he had matured and become a true alchemist. Lars was really embarrassed that he was meeting Mike again at his lowest point. If you are really so unwilling to give up, why don't you try again? Come and join my alchemy institute. We're working on a project to make hot air balloon airships. Mike extended the invitation. Lars looked at Fat Mike incredulously. Why did you choose to ask me? I'm just a fake alchemist. Mike nodded and said, I know, but so what? Even if you are not an alchemist, you are truly clever. I believe in you, Lars. I know you better than anyone else. Mike's words gave Lars a glimmer of hope. They then sat together and talked about some crazy things from their childhood. At this moment, all of the old jealousy and hatred that had been between them became mere memories. Lars talked about his frustrations and his failures over a few drinks. In fact, the pair drank a lot together that night. The next day, Lars joined Mike's institute, where he started a whole new life. Chapter 250, Lars Brown, 3. The reason that a hot air balloon flies is that the hot air inside the balloon is lighter than the cold air outside the balloon. So, the balloon generates buoyancy, which enables it to lift off. Mike was explaining airship design at his institute. We don't necessarily need to use hot air balloons. If we use another gas, a gas that is even lighter than air, we can do the same thing. I remember when I was at Akkad Alchemy College, some alchemists were looking for lighter gases than air. They wanted to use that to make airships, he explained. Mike's institute, which was aptly named the Mike Alchemy Institute, specialized in the manufacturing of airships. Akkad Alchemy College had carried out this experiment a long time ago, but in the end, it had failed. The Mike Institute of Alchemy, which was an affiliate of Wisteria Alchemy College, had just started this project. In fact, Mike had just begun putting forward a few different concepts after Lars had joined them. It took several years for them to design an airship. During that time, they experimented with different materials and drawings, constantly adapting them from one version to another. Finally, a huge airship that could carry 20 people and tons of cargo successfully flew into the sky. However, it could only fly at a very slow speed and with limited weight. It was also very dangerous and had a few other minor problems. Moreover, the airship production rate was also very low. This was because the speed was very slow and the price was high, which didn't scream practicality to consumers. As such, only a few nobles and a few branches of the local military placed orders. Nevertheless, the concept and design had brought great wealth to the institute. At the same time, the reputation of the Mike Alchemy Institute spread rapidly among alchemists. All the alchemists were surprised that it was a fake alchemist who had created what true alchemists could not even achieve. Lars' story had spread among all of the alchemists and the various alchemy institutes. His was the story of an ordinary man who was struggling to achieve his dreams. Marina, the dean of Akkad Alchemy College, also heard Lars' story and wanted to meet him. When the two finally met, Lars talked about his ideas about steam engines, saying that he was inspired by alchemists' use of wind and water and wanted to create a real power machine. Upon hearing his ideas, Marina praised Lars for his creativity. She was so impressed by him, that even though he was not an alchemist, she offered him the opportunity to do research with her. At the age of 40, Lars finally fulfilled his childhood dream and became a student of the legendary adventurer and alchemist, Marina. The Akkad Alchemy College even reinstated his degree. Back at the Akkad Alchemy College, Lars once again launched the research and development of the steam engine. He, of course, led the project. After a few initial failures, the steam engine was successfully manufactured. Although it was not efficient at first, after some improvements and a redesign, it finally was fully operational. Early steam engines were used in industrial production and industrial spinning, which further promoted the progress of the workshop. Throughout Tefis, a variety of workshops that were using steam engines as power engines began to emerge. Unfortunately, Lars did not fulfill his promise to use the steam engine on ships, as he died before he had the chance. He was 74. But, he had brought the steam engine into the world. When Lars was dying, he was very calm. He leaned down to tell his grandson, "Little Brown, a dream can change the world." On his tombstone, according to his will, his nickname was inscribed. The tombstone read, "The tomb of the faker, Lars." Underneath that, his last words to his grandson were inscribed, "A dream can change the world." In year 215 of the San calendar, Lars' grandson, Little Brown, finally built the world's first steamship. It was a wooden steamship, on which its huge wheels were noticeable. Though it still had sails, it was considered to be a great invention for this era. The fleets that had been sailing offshore were now able to launch explorations of the distant oceans. In year 223 of the San calendar, after the great adventurer Marina Bossi arrived in Yala for the first time, human beings once again were able to come to the elf lands. The world was once again embracing great changes. Although barriers between different continents still existed and marine magical beasts and monsters dominated the seas, this was a positive sign of great reform in the world. At Akkad Alchemy College, Marina was in the dean's room. She had finally become a level 4 alchemist. This was when her body had started to weaken. After breaking through to level 4, she was already 1,000 years old. As long as she did not encounter any unexpected calamities, death was no longer a worry for her. As she was at the threshold of level 4, Marina had been much luckier than her teacher Akkad had been. In fact, she was also much luckier than most wizards. Marina was very interested in the steam engine that had been made by her student Lars. In fact, she was thinking of Lars at that moment. Unfortunately, Lars did not have the talent to become an alchemist. Otherwise, with his wisdom, he would have been a great alchemist. Marina used her own alchemy table to make a simple steam engine. The pressure of the first-generation steam engine was relatively low, and its valves could not be automated. So, there were many restrictions on its operation. But, Marina was trying to improve upon it. Luckily, the mechanical alchemy life form Archimond was assisting her. Marina looked at Archimond and suddenly thought of something. What if I use metal cells to make a steam engine? Metal cells have power. What if I use them to function like the heart of a human body, then make a steam engine of metal cells that have some of the characteristics of alchemic life? It will then be capable of self-repair, self-operation, and self-evolution. It can then be operated according to the ideas of whatever alchemists are controlling it. Then, I can apply extraordinary power to refine this alchemic steam engine. Marina felt as if she had just had a breakthrough. Although many theories were still vague in her mind, Marina felt that, as long as she continued working on this, a real metal cell steam engine would initiate a new era in the steam world.